And we are live again. So, we just ended the other stream. We are starting a new one just in cases. um, because there has been some, as Emily would put it, some fuckery having to do with the uh, stream and copyright issues, which should not be happening. Should not be happening, but we will see. Ah, hey, potentially criminal. Good to see you again.
Hey, Alita, how you guys doing? Yeah, back again.
Yeah, so I ended the other stream and I'm still going to be, let's see, I've
It's like
got
we're
to
in the resistance on the run from the government. Got to set up a new stream.
exactly, exactly. So I'm gonna take some screenshots here as soon as I find here we go. Okay. Oh, all right. Do, do, do.
I like the one guy's idea 20,000 people start streaming law and crime and see what they do.
Yeah, for sure. Like all of these individual feeds, they can't get everybody, can they? But they would probably start with like the bigger stream numbers,
Sure.
right? Like the ones that are the bigger fish, the whales, so to speak.
Yeah, well, I mean, in terms of whales, I was like a minnow.
Yeah.
I mean, I think I had like 30, 40 people watching mine, and I was in my office doing work, and I would chime in once in a while. But I mean, it wasn't like to the scale I normally do it, or even this. If I'm the horse killer guy out in New Jersey, wasn't really something I was too interested in. So I don't know what the deal is.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Mega Lomo says sue him. It's like I don't have that kind of money. I mean, that sounds
Yeah.
great.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing here is that litigation costs a lot of money.
Uh huh. Oh, it does.
Right?
It does. I mean,
It
and
does, for sure.
it costs a lot of money. And yeah, if you're Johnny Depp, you can afford to spend this money just to destroy Amber. And sure, but most of us would never be able to do this
Yeah.
in a million
Yeah.
years.
Yeah, for sure. Okay. And I'm going to update the description and all this fun stuff so that um okay, let's see here. Do. Thanks for joining up with me again. This is great. And this is also going to be quite a long trial. So,
Yeah, well, I was going to say I was starting to cover, I was covering it bits and pieces, the William Husel murder trial that was down in Columbus. That was day 25, but it was 4 days a week of trial, no Fridays. So it took quite a while to get done. So
yeah,
I mean, at times you're thinking, oh, it's easy. I can just keep streaming it. But when it's the same thing day after day, it turns into a grind,
it
especially
does.
when it's not interesting like Kyle Rittenhouse. This one was doctors and medical charts over and over again.
Yeah. Yeah, that can be pretty rough for sure. Yeah, I mean, especially when you get like expert after expert after expert. Whew, that's yeah, that's a lot of stuff to be going through.
Actually, I should check. I wonder if they came back. I had a theory they were going to come back with a verdict on that guy real quick.
Oh, really?
I Jose Baez was the defense attorney, and him and his team they savaged every single witness except for the relatives of the dead people. But like the doctors and the nurses, the pharmacists, the expert witnesses that were brought in. I mean, they savaged every single one of those people. I mean, there's a
Wow.
no point where I sat there watching a state's witness and thought, oh wow, maybe he really did kill these people. It was that bad.
Yikes.
Looks like no verdict yet. So
Okay.
hmm. Doesn't really matter. It's not like I can go stream it till tomorrow. Although I know Nick Recated crops them out. That may be a good idea. I don't know if you can do that. here.
Yeah.
I don't know
I
what soft. He might use StreamYard or something. I thought he used us. I mean, I Streamlabs, but I thought he used StreamYard. I'm not sure how to do all that.
I'm not sure if he uses OBS on top of it. Um, but I'm not so sure. But anyhow, hopefully people do end up jumping back in because I that was the one thing about doing a about jumping over to a new stream is that losing you end up losing some folks in the crossover.
Mm-hmm.
But either way,
Yeah.
we've got a bunch of people here right now. So anyhow, um, yeah, yeah. So what other kinds of stuff do you normally cover?
Well, I'm not as big. Like I know there's a lot of you guys that cover a lot of the civil things and the pop culture stuff.
Hmm.
Um, I try to stick with the criminal defense topics, and for me, mainly that's because I am kind of doing this for fun. I don't do this as a full time job, so trying to go too far into the weeds or on a bunch of different topics, I don't think I could keep up with it or do it to a decent quality. So I just cover those things. But I try to cover, not just the normal things, but like interesting topics. For example, when things were going on in Ukraine when it was pretty intense, um, when they had a battle at a nuclear power plant, and I kind of thought of the idea, and I did, talked about, well, is that a war crime to do that, and what constitutes a war crime, and what happens if you commit a war crime, like what happens to you. Um, then I also I talked about some of the people from Europe or the U.S. who went over to join the Ukrainians. Um, they tried to run away and they hid in a some sort of humanitarian agency's truck to sneak across the border and sneak out of the country. And it's like, technically that's a war crime too. Just I cover stuff like that. I try to cover just different topics in a little bit of different way. If there's, especially if there's something that happened right off the bat and there's video of it, is there a defense here? What can you work with? And just try to give those, snap analysis. And then if some of these do go to trial, I certainly would like to cover them a lot more. So that's really it.
That's awesome. That's
Yeah.
awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's I
I'm sure
mean,
your chat
it's
is thrilled.
no, but I mean, but it's good to get a diverse kind of set of topics, because it's like sometimes if you cover only the same stuff, then you can get
Mm-hmm.
kind of bored of that over time, right?
Sure.
So it's also good to have some diversity sometimes. I mean, that's why um uh sorry, I'm doing two things at once. Part two of but that's why I have my latest in the law once a week because it kind of gives a chance to also talk about some other stuff from time
Mm-hmm.
to time and in case the other the other topics that I normally will go over, either there's not much going on in that realm or, I'm
Mm-hmm.
just want to start talking about a slightly different subject. So, yeah.
Yeah, and then on my Thursday nights when I kind of do a live stream, I will talk about the other things that go on. The only other thing I might cover, and I might just do it because I live about 40 minutes away, is go over to go over to Gibson's Bakery and get something to eat and eat it in front of the administration building over at Oberlin College. But other than that, that's yeah, a lot of you guys do a pretty good job with everything else, so I try to stick with kind of what I've been doing so far.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it's good. It's good. So, we will. Oh, yeah, and I think I've already got you
Mm-hmm.
pinned or
Sure.
tagged in the description down below. So that's good. That's good. Really
Mm-hmm.
good. Um, so yeah. So good. So everybody who hasn't checked him out, be sure to go and check him out. Really good stuff there. So anyhow, so Bree, how are you doing? How's your
I
morning
am
going?
doing I'm doing okay, pretty good. Started a little bit of work and then hopped on here with you guys. So um, I guess we're on the lunch break for the trial, right?
Yeah, we've got probably about another half an hour until they they come back from lunch, and then they might have some motions that sounds like that they're going to be arguing some motions in limine, and then they'll be putting on their first witness. So I wonder if it's it could be quick, it could be a long time. I don't know. We'll see if we just see one witness or if we see multiple witnesses in the afternoon. We'll find out soon enough.
Yeah.
So, but otherwise, I've got the next feed ready, and it's still showing the seal of Virginia. Let me see here. Here we go. Boom. Right there.
Yeah, Virginia still has the coolest state emblem by far.
It's pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
It is pretty good. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
So
Tennessee's got the best state song ever too.
Best state song. I don't think I've heard their state song.
It's Rocky Top. Partway through Rocky Top, they talk about shooting revenue agents.
Oh, geez.
Yeah.
That's pretty crazy.
Yeah. Well, it's like the prohibition agents trying to find a moonshine still.
That's awesome.
Yes.
That is actually really, really cool. Awesome. Let me get some of these super chats here from the previous stream, since we kind of went out of there really quick. Let's see. Squizgar2322. Oh, hey, and here is Rick. Hey, Rick, welcome back.
Sorry, took a recharge there.
No, that's okay. Sometimes you need to stand up, go use the bathroom, come back.
Yeah.
You know, Squizgar2322. Well, this is perfect that you came back, because the super chat says, "Hey, Wolverines fans, as an App State alum, all I have to say is 3432. Where's Ann Arbor?" Harumph.
That's unnecessary. You don't need to pay Alita just to mock me. You can do that in any capacity at all times. Congratulations.
But I do appreciate the payment.
Congratulations, Appalachian State, for a win that's more than a decade old. But
Rick, I went to Toledo when I was in law school, and we played Michigan, and I was
right.
there for that. I was there for that game. It was great.
Well,
I'm a Michigan
you've
fan
got
too,
the
though.
greatness of the blue, the amazing blue.
Yeah, well,
it's
I'm
easy
a
to
Michigan
take down,
fan,
right?
so.
See, nobody cares if anybody beats Toledo. So here we are. But in all honesty, Toledo deserved that win. Appalachian State deserved that win. Michigan, as much as I love them, one of the teams that really enjoys biffing it on a big stage to teams that they shouldn't. So, hey, if you want to come after me, I'm going to mostly agree with you.
Well, Beast on the Run also said, "Don't give a damn for the whole state of Michigan."
Oh, that sounds like an Ohio fan. So I can point to that latest score.
I'm an Ohio resident, and I hate Ohio State, so I've always hated them. So,
well, Toledo, for those that don't know, kind of quasi Michigan. It's right there on the border.
Yeah.
Lot of folks from different backgrounds there. No, I appreciate anybody who wants to come after me for my Michigan Wolverine fandom. Much of it is deserved, and yet I won't change on that. So go blue, and we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
Nice.
Toledo's like Flint, except you can drink the water most of the time.
You have a great zoo. We love the Toledo Zoo.
Let me get some more super chats. Whiskey Actual says, "Unfortunately for Amber Heard, she's so attractive that she can't really pull off the disheveled look for sympathy." Yeah, it does seem a little bit constructed to me. I would have, if I were her attorney, I would have preferred for her to look less disheveled, but just conservative. Just keep things simple. But she looks like she's got some bags under her eyes. I don't know if that's because she actually couldn't sleep. Maybe that's the case. But for me personally, I'm a little skeptical because of the other stuff that I've looked at in this case so far, that I wouldn't put it past her to stay up all night just to have that look.
Well, I mean, I always try to check my biases on these kinds of things. I do think she came across as like acting in places, but it is, as we heard in the original stream here, it is a tricky situation to be in for anybody, because you're under orders from your lawyers to not do what, frankly, Johnny Depp was doing in big portions of the time during the defense's statement. And then you're concentrating. And then you add on that you've got a background in acting, that you're probably trying to add a little something, maybe.
Yes.
But people can also just have emotional responses to these kinds of situations that maybe don't look normal. So I try not to.
That's fair. That's fair. Also, people sometimes will visually or visibly react in certain ways that we don't necessarily expect that are actually authentic.
Yeah.
So taking the other side of the coin on that one, that is in fact possible. The question ultimately is whether or not the jury is going to buy it. I mean, that's the ultimate question in this entire trial, right?
In a perfect world, I would say the clothing, facial characteristics, anything else that's happening between the two parties doesn't matter in a perfect world. But yeah,
But
definitely
you
not.
have to
Not that
construct
world.
the aesthetics for the jury as well.
Yes.
All of these choices are most likely intentional
Oh yeah.
for that
Yeah.
exact reason. Yeah. I mean, because there's definitely going to be, and there are people that have an anti-Hollywood bias, of course. And so, and especially when you are on the opposite side of the country. We're in Northern Virginia here, which is, right around the nation's capital. And so you've got, notable people. You've got a lot of public figures that are around there, but not necessarily Hollywood stars. So there may be a different take that people have on Hollywood there than they would say in Los Angeles. So that's a lot of these aesthetic choices are probably very intentional for that reason, because they have to try in some way to connect with a jury without being able to talk to them directly, except for when they are testifying on the stand. That's the
Sure.
only opportunity that these parties have to actually talk to the jury one on one. And even then, that the jury is going to be looking at them through a particular lens, because they will know that they have every interest in painting things as favorably to themselves as possible.
Yeah,
So,
they'll be evaluating him at that point about whether they're lying or not. Finders of
exactly.
fact, all that good
Exactly.
stuff. That's why I
Exactly.
thought it was interesting that Johnny's opening started out with kind of a paragraph on star of stage and screen, where I was like, Now they've got a damage establishment and that kind of thing, but they start out by talking about pirates. You may have seen him in such blockbuster films as Pirates of the Caribbean. It's like Edward Scissorhands. It's like, oh, okay. I mean, that's attacked. That's immediately going to ping against a certain personality type. Like
Mhm.
the reaction of, oh, okay, not one of us here in Virginia. You're going to drag all that in. So
Yeah.
I thought that was
Yeah,
interesting.
it's but and the thing is, for Johnny Depp, to a certain extent, they have to. They have to, because that's the elephant in the room, right? Like,
He
how
is
many of
that.
these jurors don't know who Johnny Depp is, even if they haven't really followed his career much, or they don't really watch many movies? If these are people that are over 18, of course, that's the minimum juror age. um they are going to know at least who Johnny Depp is. And so they kind of have to address that. They kind of have to be like, all right, you've seen him in this movie, in this movie, in this movie. And then their job is to make him as normal as possible. But I also think that they also have a little bit more room for him to let him be a little bit less normal than your usual party, and even more so than Amber, because of the fact that he's kind of known for being a quirky guy, you know?
Well, certainly there's a distinction between the Johnny Depp that they paint him as and then the blood smearing drug merchant that the defense painted him as, which is interesting. And as I think people pointed out, there are a couple of points of contention that are directly opposite. Like some of it is interpretive and things like that, but there are a few times where they disagree completely. And
Mhm.
so that'll be interesting, I think,
Yeah.
to follow.
Yes.
Yeah, for sure. Let me get a couple more super chats.
Sure.
Kiki
More
Kiki Ray
Wolverine
says
scandals.
Kiki Ray says Philly mask mandate is back. Help. Matt Bond says, Who else wants to see Johnny come dressed as Jack, as Captain Jack Sparrow?
Not
Um,
wise, but would be entertaining.
it would be very entertaining, but yes, I would advise against it as well. Um, Britt Cormier says, Legalbytes, your stream quality keeps going down. Maybe Florida man should not be allowed onto the panel. Just saying. He, of course, is referring to Legal Mindset, who was on earlier. And that was, of course, a joke. Natalie says, prior to opening statements, could you guys describe a good tactic for either to aid the structure of their case presentations? I'm sorry, I didn't see this before.
Yeah,
We are
something
now
like
post.
not that on the defense's second part.
So yeah, there's always um a tendency to want to go long, because these attorneys,
Mm-hmm.
remember, have been living this case for years. They have been living this case for so long. So just like the people that have been covering this case on YouTube for years as well, they've been living the details of this case. So sometimes it's hard to pull yourself out of it to be able to explain it to someone new because there's just so much there. So one of the challenges for these attorneys is to be able to pull themselves out and be like, okay, where do I start to explain this to somebody brand new? And so to give enough detail so that they can understand and that there's not anything that's important that's left out for later that all of a sudden they would be surprised by and be like, wait a minute, you didn't say anything about this before. You didn't say anything about a severed finger. You didn't say, you didn't say anything about, you know, pots and pans being thrown around. Things like that you want to include to make sure that people don't feel like they've had the wool pulled over their eyes by the attorneys at the beginning, but at the same time that doesn't get so caught in the weeds that their eyes glaze over.
Yeah.
It's so hard. So keeping a tight narrative, especially because the opening statement is the first place that you can line things up in a way that makes sense,
Here's the
that
story.
goes in chronological order. Exactly. And that was one of the things that the defense in the second part, I like her conversational style overall.
So do I.
But it was too loose for the opening statement. It was, she went on for too long in that kind of loose, free flowing kind of way. And it felt like she started to like wash into one subject and then another and kind of jumping around in time. And it's like, you just start getting lost in the weeds. And so I think that I would have preferred to see something that is much more structured about, and repeating a theme that this is about free speech rights. This is about free speech rights, and everything that she says is true. Like those two things, like those two and rather than, okay, context matters, but also it doesn't really matter because it's true. And also this is about free speech rights. It was okay. It was okay, the defense's opening statement, but there are ways that it really could have been tightened so that people could continue to pay attention. And one of the things that's a drawback about being the defense is that you are going second. You are going after, the jury has already heard a narrative. They've already heard a bunch of facts thrown at them. So their brains are less fresh. Even after a 15-minute recess, they're going to come back and they're like, okay, now let's hear your side. But even still, even with the recess, with them getting to take a break, I think that they really did take too long and they went too windy on the facts in their opening statement. I don't know about you guys.
Yeah, I mean, I loved her style. I think she had by far the most conversant style with the jury, and I thought that was great. But I think I described it as it was happening. It felt like that scene in Animal House. She's just on a roll. She's just going to keep going through everything. I think somebody in chat said, "Is she a robot? Is she breathing?" It didn't feel that way. It was the next sentence, and even without paragraph breaks, it was we're in the next year. We're talking about something different. If I thought this was the case, I think you could argue you could have that strategy. You could have just to wash them in things so what you remember is smearing blood and vodka bottles and ecstasy references and that kind of thing. And the details don't matter so much. What you remember from it is Johnny Depp is a crazy person. Like that stuff comes out. But like there were also weird like implications. I know it's come up in chat a bunch of times, but there was the implication that Johnny might have cut his own finger. Now, they've said that that's what they said. They don't actually accuse him of that. They say there's a finger, and then they say there's many instances of Johnny Depp having admitted to or accused of mutilating himself. And they put those two concepts next to each other. So everybody reads it the way you did, chat. That's not it's not a problem. But they don't actually say that. So when she swings back around and says, well, no, there's a vodka bottle involved and these kinds of things, but it's excused, and then there's pots playing, there's barricades, and whatever happened in Australia, that'll be an interesting portion of the trial, I can tell.
The 3-day hostage situation.
Well, that they say that Johnny Depp admits he can't remember or something like that gets weird. So that's
when the context of other witnesses to sort of help to piece things together could come in, but I don't know how much other people actually saw.
Because ostensibly, if she can show one instance that would match up with the general framework of domestic violence, then you're not really going to have a defamatory statement for truth value of some kind. Like just one. That's why we're going over 100 million years of concepts here, right? So I thought the defense was fine. I thought it rambled. I thought I thought splitting between the two actually made a lot of sense. That they gave the attacks to the female attorney.
Yeah.
You can disagree with the efficacy of her actual presentation, but I think if you're going to attack Amber Heard at that level, which was strong,
yes,
it's better optically coming from her than from the guy behind the podium.
Yeah, I completely agree. Yeah, and I think that, you know, not using the podium but still having her notes in front of her, I do agree. Legal Mindset pointed that out, that was maybe less professional looking. And I do agree. I don't see why she couldn't have just used the podium. I think some people like to not be behind it because they feel like it's standing between them and the jury so that they can kind of connect with the jury. But again, those notes will do the same thing as that podium. So
well, when you read from them, I mean, like the second part of the defense had notes. Like she would reference it as what paragraph am I in, because she lost track too, just like the rest of us. And she'd be like, oh, okay, we're going to talk about vodka bottles now. And then she'd put them away. But like, that's perfectly fine. It's just she was the plaintiff was reading from them, right? You'd have her read the sections, which again, perfect world. You're just conveying information, but that's not how juries work.
Yeah, completely agree. KH8 says the JD community has already started foundations for men's domestic shelters and a bill to have names out of public platforms based on accusations alone. Oh, that's good. That's good. I like hearing that. Matt Bond said, I want to see uncivil law dress as Jack Sparrow. You know what? He probably would do it too. He probably would.
You might do that. You need to set a super chat goal for that if you want.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, let's do that. Secret McSquirrel says, I like peanut galleries. KH8 says, next will be to have false accusers held to the same criminal accountability as all other acts of extortion. We've talked about that on this channel a little bit. I don't know that I'm convinced that would be a good idea to have the person, to have like Jussie Smollett basically have to go to prison for a hate crime as if he had committed the hate crime for committing the hoax. I don't know, because there are all kinds of risks in terms of like, I mean, you then run the risk of somebody that has a legitimate claim, but that there's not enough evidence that they are able to prove in a court of law. And then they run the risk of also having to go to prison on top of that.
Right. But that would make it harder for people to come forward too, as well.
It definitely would.
I mean, I think some people might be scared, but in reality, I've defended people who, you know, domestic violence cases where either the boyfriend or the husband lied or the wife or the girlfriend clearly lied. And like text message later saying like, haha, I got him out of, you know, the house now and I can go do whatever I want. In a case like that, I understand wanting to prosecute that person because, you know, Jussie Smollett's case, if there had been two mopes walking down the street or, you know, anywhere near there could have been two guys who sat in jail for however long. Their names would have been trashed. They would have been destroyed. And God forbid it ever went to trial. I wouldn't cut on Jussie going up there and saying, you know, oh, well, maybe this didn't happen. I want to forgive and forget, or can we work something out here? He would have been going full tilt, having those guys thrown in the darkest hole in the state of Illinois. So I understand that just because it's not proven, I don't think that should be the threshold. But if there's clear evidence that this person intentionally lied, did it maliciously, I think they should be held accountable.
Yeah.
But to me, that's better enforcement of perjury. Like, we just don't see it enforced.
Well, I think that, you know, better enforcement of perjury maybe, but also, well, his case, I still don't know. But like, you know, felony obstructing justice, you know, not just this disorderly conduct, but, you know, him going away for a couple of years, I think would actually establish a point of, wow, you know, the guy, the most clear-cut example you could imagine. I mean, this whole fact pattern almost sounds like it was at a law school exam.
I actually think his appeal is probably going to win based on what I've heard.
So, really?
Well, I really do think they're going to win on the Cosby that they settled with the prior DA. I really do.
Although there's the issue of whether the DA had any authority and whether or not the attorneys saw that as a bona fide.
No, I hear you. And that's why that got through to a court case, right? And I don't want to adjudicate this one separately from people who might not know the facts, but it's not as cut and dry or related to even the things that happened as
Yeah.
it might otherwise appear from the outside. So
Yeah.
if,
It is a separate fact pattern. You're right.
And I
Yeah,
agree that that's something that may change things for
I
him.
think the internet would call that a technicality. It's not. I mean, if the court found that there was an agreement and they doubled up, that's very important to not do, and to have the incentives right for the government to not do that.
Yes.
So it's just that I can easily see an appeals court saying, yeah, let's not get into this business.
It's also
Yeah.
the state of Illinois, so they're not
Sure.
exactly. Yeah, they're not. You know,
I like to be optimistic.
how many governors
and
have they
be able
sent
to
to
adjudicate on
prison?
the law, but sure.
Yeah, well, I just how many governors have they sent to prison, and how many problems do they have there?
I think all of
So-
them. I think everyone has been indicted. I think
I
every
think
Illinois governor.
that's a requirement of getting elected, right? You understand that at the end of your term you go straight
you
to
go
prison.
to prison. Yeah,
It's some kind of streak they've got, though. It's like 5 out of the last 6, something like that.
I think so.
Yikes. And Mandalore Wise 01 says, thanks for covering this live. I'm looking forward to seeing what it looks like when there are good lawyers on both sides as opposed to ineptness on one side or the other. Yes.
I think that's a fair point, actually. I think they both seemed to be aware of their facts. I know there's a lot of people accusing, especially the defense, it seems in our chat, of lying about what the evidence shows and things like that. But in terms of presenting as counsel, as representatives of the party they have, at least day one, 3 hours in, they both look competent to me on the outside.
Agreed. Yeah. So it'll be good to see this continue through this trial. I personally don't I personally don't trust the defense attorneys in this case because I think that based on the whole metadata issue and then what she was trying to argue during her opening statement about the photos and about the metadata, it just seemed very because based on what let me backtrack. Based on what the plaintiff side said during their opening statement about the metadata of these photos, it looks like they won on their motion for sanctions. So the defense, having lost that argument after multiple motions to compel and motions to sanction, is now trying to still use this flustering argument, which of course is their part of their job. Like they are required to zealously advocate even if they think it's a losing argument. But it's just, I don't know, just seeing the way that she went about that, I don't know, I don't trust them. I don't trust them at all. I think that they are likely to try to pull some serious gamesmanship in this trial.
Lawyers? No.
Well, there's a difference between using strategy and gamesmanship, right? Because like you can do stuff to try to gain an advantage on the other side. That is perfectly fine. But when you resort to pure gamesmanship and you are trying to gain an unfair advantage, that is different in my book.
I don't know enough about the photos, to be honest, so to know that whether or not that would go across a line or something. I will say that at least at the opening argument stage, which again, I kind of sit here as a jury member getting told all this stuff for the first time. I look at that and say, okay, well, the plaintiffs clearly impugned the photos. So there's all sorts of reasons to not believe them. And they said, we'll show you that they'll be fine. I said, all right. I mean, that goes to whenever we're going to talk about photos. And then let's see what you got. Show us your cards.
Yeah, for sure. Provolone Loaf says, Lassie, what's wrong? Did a lawyer fall in a well? And then Provolone Loaf also says a 3D printed revolver called the Hutchins Special, because we were referring to Alec Baldwin, of course, one of our favorite Hollywood stars. Noemi Gravel says, Legalbytes, I've been following your channel in preparation for this trial. Love your coverage and interview with multiple YouTubers who covered the subject. I am a subscriber now and wish you a great day. Thank you. That's really kind of you. Natty J also
to Legalbytes. Are you here? Are you not subscribed? Subscribe to Legalbytes.
Yeah, subscribe. And I have not yet set up the subscriber only mode for this chat, so I'll keep it non-subscriber only so that people don't think that I'm trying to force people to subscribe to the channel. So unless we get some bots again, then I will do it. Natty J says, what impact will it have that they can say the photos aren't originals, and how do you think Amber Heard will overcome that? Well, we've started to see that a little bit in the opening statements. What do you guys think?
I mean,
popped in a little bit late, but I did see a little bit about the photos and them saying that it's not original. Is it more that it wasn't taken at the time or that they're not actually original photos?
I think
So
both.
yeah, the
Both?
plaintiffs say
Okay.
that they were found. The metadata points to an editing suite, and
Okay.
then the response was all iPhones have editing. So
Mhm.
there's either a misconnect on what the metadata actually says. Somebody doesn't understand it. We've got another pinch to zoom, or you know, I don't know that we can articulate what the specific issues are that the plaintiffs plan to raise on them yet. Do you know better?
Okay.
About what the plaintiffs
Well, we know they're
plaintiff
fighting
side is
about
going
the
to raise.
photos. We know that they're fighting about them because they didn't deliver them in time. They didn't go through what the plaintiffs would have wanted for like forensic analysis or something along those lines. They're still being allowed to be entered, it sounds like.
It does sound like it.
But we don't know specifically what the plaintiffs' complaints are about them. They're fabricated. They came in late. What we don't do we know that?
So basically everything about them.
Everything is
Some of
wrong.
everything is wrong. So of the photos that were turned over that the forensic analyst was able to see before this latest motion for sanctions, we were able to see through a declaration. Basically, this expert said everything is. I've never seen files be this poorly corrupted, whether it was intentional or not, but I've never seen files this bad. Literally, these photos are dated from the 1970s before this technology was invented. So, like,
Wow.
it is impossible for these photos to be from the 1970s. Also, Amber Heard wasn't even born then. So,
Well,
there's also that.
I don't know enough about them. It can that be the kind of scenario where your clocks are just wrong? I mean, like there's old camera photos that are from the wrong year from the little Kodak stamp that I
Yeah.
have. This is me being old,
Another
by the way.
Yeah, but another issue was that apparently the experts on Amber Heard's side were also using out of date and or unlicensed software on top of that. So
Oh,
with
License your software, lawyers.
I mean, well, this is a company that they were using as experts in this case.
License
Like,
your
this is what
software
they
vendors
do.
to lawyers.
I don't.
wow,
Yeah.
so they're using bootleg software? That's awesome.
Yes, in a high profile trial with like this much notoriety or
Jeez.
publicity. I don't know how you
So the
muck
dates
that up.
don't match. They were analyzed using unlicensed software, and they believe that there's metadata that points to editing.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
Good.
That's
So
no
there's
good.
yeah.
And it would be edited because they didn't have the real photos necessary, so they just made up their own photos. Okay.
Yeah, that, or that she was like, what? Never. These are supposed to be photos of her being bruised, right? I mean, is that what they're supposed to be? And then they came out and said that nobody saw her with bruises because she was wearing makeup. Like that was their defense of that claim. So
Yes.
she could make it up enough to be out and about and nobody saw it, but she did take photos days after, which the police didn't comment on, and the police never saw anything either.
Yes.
Before those photos
And
came out.
neither did her stylist.
Yeah. So I mean, even
Who does
as
her makeup.
presented, the makeup is like, well, I don't know, maybe makeup can do magic, but it's hard to believe. I think you pointed out that there would be a face shape change from what she has claimed in terms of that attack.
Well, one of the incidents where she says that she had a broken nose, 2 black eyes, and a busted lip. On
Yeah,
the
we've
next
heard
day, she showed up on the James Corden show, which that video has been marked as evidence in this trial as well. And you can see and I show it in my video that I just put out yesterday. I go over the December 15th, 2015 incident and the May 21st, 2016 incident, and kind of go through some of the evidence that is publicly available. And she is, she's kind of crinkling her nose and doing this kind of stuff with her face because she's reenacting, how she prepared for this role as a ballerina in The Danish Girl. And that kind of stuff shouldn't be possible if you have a broken nose. Like it should be incredibly sensitive in that area and very swollen that even with the best of contouring by a really great makeup artist,
Which you would presume is acting in a a national television show. You would presume she would could get good makeup there.
Yeah. Yeah.
But the actual physicality of her movement to the nose is what's at question in that position.
Exactly.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, so it's pretty compelling stuff for whether or not she's a lying liar that lies or not. Whether or not that gets up to defamation, I don't know.
We'll see.
I still have a problem with that. I still look. I just fundamentally Depp fans, Heard fans, whatever. Just looking at it legally, I say
no, completely.
That's weak. That's a weak sauce defamation case.
And that's why it's good to have people that are fresh on this too. To see like somebody just coming in like, I have no impressions one way or another going into this.
None. Didn't know
I will just tell you what I'm thinking. Mm-hmm. No, this is perfect. It's that's why I love having some people that are brand new to this case. Because you're seeing it kind of as the jury would see it, but also as as lawyers that have experience in this area.
Oh yeah, I'd never be allowed to sit on a jury. That's true.
So unfortunate. I wish I could.
I got bored here in 6 seconds. The last time I even made it to paneling.
I know. Oh, we are back, I believe.
I'm a lawyer with a YouTube channel that gives opinions. You're out.
Okay, so we are back.
Oh, lemonades. Motions and lemonade, by the way.
So yeah, we do have the order
for lemonade.
Ms. Heard's motions lemonade, Your Honor. Okay. Mr. Depp's, Mr. Moniz, and I just agreed to it.
Okay.
I don't have it printed, but I can tell you, Your Honor, based on the representation you gave me, it is agreed.
Okay.
And we will have it printed as soon as I can, but we're not going to obviously hold up court with that.
That's fine. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you,
we don't
Mr.
know.
Murphy.
They agreed on their pending.
Are we ready for the jury?
Well, I know, but that's...
Okay.
Oh, Sky News. We're being European today. Very fancy.
Yeah. Yeah. Hopefully this one will have a stronger chance of success.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Your first witness. Kristen Zambrowski. All right, Kristen Zambrowski.
Kristen Zambrowski is the witness number 1.
She outside. Okay. Kristen Zambrowski.
I'll be right back, guys. I'm going to go take care of some things real quick.
Sure.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case under penalty of law?
You have to verbally answer, ma'am. Okay, thank you.
Provolone love. Oi, Bites, you got a license for that live stream? It's a terrible accent, terrible Australian accent, but I love it.
Hi.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Ms. Dombrowski. Would you please state your full name for the record?
Elisa Christine Dombrowski.
Ms. Dombrowski, what relationship, if any, do you have with Johnny Depp?
He's my younger brother.
How much older are you than Johnny?
2.5 years.
Ms. Dombrowski, I'd like to ask you a few questions about your and Johnny's childhood. Where did you all grow up?
We were born in Kentucky and we moved to Florida when we were kids.
Who lived in your household with you and Johnny?
Our mom, our dad, We have an older brother and older sister, and Johnny and I.
Who was the youngest child in your family?
Johnny.
Would you please tell the jurors what your relationship with Johnny was like when you were growing up?
Johnny and I were very close. With having the older brother and older sister, we were the two younger ones, so we were really close, and we basically were together all the time. We played together. We played Hot Wheels. We, played Batman and Robin, where we each had a role in that. And he's probably going to be embarrassed if I say any of this, but we practiced, karate kicks with each other and chopping. We were just friends. We were like best friends.
What
Probably
was
don't
Johnny
wanna go
like
into
as a
karate
young
kicks.
boy?
Objection, Your Honor, 404.
If you want to approach.
Hmm. What was the question? That he
What
objected
was he
to?
like when he was a young boy?
Oh, okay. So I guess they're going for relevance basically then.
Mm-hmm.
I think they're going to allow it. This is just basic background. I don't see, I mean, I don't know. I feel like that's a lame point to object personally. I don't know what you guys think.
Yeah, I feel like they were kind of already talking about childhood, so it will make sense to
Yeah.
also explain his general characteristics during childhood as well. So
Yeah. Yeah.
It's hard to say from the outside, right? Because presumably the judge is getting some kind of impression
As
about
I
what
was
the
saying,
intent
Ms.
is.
Dombrowski, what was Johnny like as a little boy?
He won the objection.
He was a shy, sweet little boy. He had a very caring personality, but also he was a little bit of a clown. He loved to, play tricks on us or try to scare us. He was a very typical happy little boy.
Objection, Your Honor, move to strike 404.
Oh,
Your
typically
Honor,
a
I'm
happy
going
little boy.
exactly where I said I was going.
All right, I'll stay in the last part of her answer. And we'll go forward from there.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Ms. Dombrowski, how would you describe your parents' relationship?
That was complicated.
Would you please explain to the jury what you mean when you say your parents' relationship was complicated?
Our parents they had two completely different personalities, and where our father was also a very kind, patient, loving, gentle man. And our mom was the opposite. She was very high strung, very nervous, anxiety, angry. So they were completely opposite people.
What was your mother's first name?
Betty,
Did your mother, Betty, ever get angry with your father?
yes.
How would your mother express her anger toward your father?
Mom she would scream, she would yell at him, she would hit him, call him names, that kind of thing.
Did your father ever hit your mother back?
No, dad never reacted when mom would hit him or scream at him.
If he didn't hit her back, how, if at all, did he react?
Basically, he would let her scream and get it out or hit and be done. And
So I think they're trying to
The-
set
the-
up that
the way
it
that
would have been modeled
you
from his
dealt with
father that
my
didn't do
mom, the
bad
way that he
things in
dealt with
terms
my
of
mom
physicality.
was,
But I got to
yes,
tell
he
you, as a
always
jury
tried
that's
to
just
keep
been
the
told I'm going to
peace,
be
so
here
he
for a
never
month and a
wanted
half,
to,
this is a
he
this
didn't
is
want
a
to
tough
engage in
tangential
anything,
start for
so he
me.
was very,
Yes,
Right.
I do
so
agree.
he would step back, and whatever it was that she was angry about, he would try to go ahead and make sure that he took care of whatever she was insisting that he do.
Is it fair to say he did what she wanted?
Yes, it's very fair to say he did.
But I think the abuse will also show that he grew up
What,
with
if
that.
anything, did you and Johnny do while your mother was hitting or attacking your father?
We would leave the area. We would run and hide. We would go to our room, either we would go to our room together or, depending on where we lived, if our room was close.
So they're trying to say that this
we
is
sort
the
of
MO, this is what he
run off and
learned,
get
this is
away
what he
from it.
did, because they said this in their opening statements. He would try to avoid conflict.
How did your
Yes.
mother treat you and your brothers and sisters?
Well, there's a similarity, I'm sorry, in how she treated Dad. Again, she was very anxious, high-strung. She screamed, she yelled, she hit, she threw things. She called us names. We each had our own little special set of names. Some we wouldn't repeat, but so she gave each one of us a name. My name, for example, was Violet, which to some people, it wouldn't seem like it's anything, but Violet was my father's mother, and my mom hated my father's mother. So that was my special name. One of them.
Did your mother have any special names for Johnny?
Yes, she did. She had a few. Again, some to not repeat. Her favorite, I think, was she called him One Eye. And she called him that because when he was young, the doctors thought he had a lazy eye, so they would put a patch on his good eye so that they would strengthen.
Interesting
the
that
other
he became
eye.
a famous
So
pirate after that.
she used that.
That
as,
is kind of ironic.
a way to find a new fun name for him.
How did Johnny respond when your mother would call him One Eye?
He didn't respond in any negative way. Those names were just a way of life. We got used to them. We accepted all of it.
Putting aside the names, did your mother ever get angry with you?
Yes,
Did your mother ever get physical with you?
yes, she did. But I was also very quiet, very shy. And I learned early on to stay back. So I was more in the background because I would constantly sort of stay in the background to stay away from trouble.
Ms. Dombrowski, when your mother did get physical with you, what forms did that take?
Well, she would hit us. She would throw things. She would have us go pick a switch, off of a tree, so that would be what she could hit us with, and make sure that we got one that was nice and green. So
I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. Why did it have to be nice and green?
Well, if it wasn't a nice green twig, it would snap. Those didn't break. If you got a dry one, they snap. They don't work the same.
Did your mother ever get angry at Johnny?
Yes.
Did you ever observe your mother hitting Johnny?
Yes.
How, if at all, did Johnny react when his mother would hit him?
He was a typical little boy where if it hurt, he would cry. That was it. I mean, for the most part, he just wanted to get away from it.
Did Johnny ever hit his mother back?
No.
What about when he got to be an older boy? Did he ever resist or hit her
No.
back?
No.
Yeah, this
No,
is a
when
little
he-
bit
when
more
he was
relevant
older,
because this is actually
even if
about
she
Johnny's
hit or
behavior in
threw
response
things.
to violence.
He never went to that place. He would get
So yeah,
away.
they didn't
He
take too
would,
much time on just
leave
mom
the
and
area,
dad.
go to his room.
Ms. Dombrowski, did there come a time when you left the family household?
Yes.
When did you leave the household?
I left when I was 17. I was pregnant and got married and moved out into my own place.
How did it feel when you left the family to go out and go to your own place?
I think there's a bittersweetness to it. I was really young. I had just turned 17. But I was so looking forward to this new life that I could create that was different from what we had at home. And so there was a part of me that was really happy to be able to do this, really excited. And there was another part that was sad because I left behind my little brother and my dad.
If you could explain that a bit, how did, if at all, did your experience with your mother affect your ideas about what you intended to do with your own family?
No. Really early on, as a young child, none of what was happening in our home felt good. And so as I got older, you know, both Johnny and I actually, we decided that once we had our own home, that we were never going to repeat ever anything similar in any way to our childhood. We were gonna do it different.
So Johnny felt the same way?
Absolutely.
When you left
the
home to start your own family, who among the original 4 children were left at home with your mother?
Johnny.
No objections.
I know, it's just, and Johnny felt the same way.
Did there come a time when your parents separated?
Yes.
Would you please tell the jury what happened?
There was our father one morning decided to pack up everything and leave early in the morning. We didn't know it at the time. I don't think, but I didn't live there. I was at work. And then I got a call from my mom in the afternoon, right after she got off work. She called me and it was hard to understand her voice. She sounded faint and kind of groggy, but she kept saying, "He's gone, he's gone, he's gone." And I was trying to get out of her, "Was it Dad?" And she said, "Yes, your daddy." And I said, "Mom, are you okay? What's going on? You know, did you take your pills?" Because she took what she called nerve pills. And she said she had. I asked how many. She couldn't tell me how many she took, but I knew she was getting fainter on the phone, and it was more clear to me that she was not in a good way. So I called our friend, our parents' friend, actually, who was a police officer, and told him that he needed to get to Mom and what was going on. And so he got an ambulance to get over there to her.
And this was after your father left?
Yes, this is the day.
Ms. Dombrowski, do you know why your father left?
I know at the time.
Okay, again, if I'm in the jury, I'm starting to resent this a
Because
little
I
bit.
did try to speak to him after, because
I don't
Mom
know why we're talking
continued to
about all
not do
this.
well. At the time, he said that they had the last argument that he felt that they could ever have. He felt he needed to leave home this time. And to be honest, I didn't really understand. It had been so many years that he had been taking all of the, all of her personality. And I didn't really understand.
Welcome, Natalie
exactly,
Wisco. I'm going to turn your mic down
fully what that last argument
before
was.
I get started.
Why it was so intense.
Just to make sure, because we have to balance the audio here.
Many years later in our adult life.
Welcome on. Welcome to the other side of these big trials.
Yeah, it's really strange.
I guess the objection's hearsay.
Yeah.
Your Honor, again, I think it's not offered
It's
for
one
the
thing
proof.
And welcome,
your
Launerts,
job,
from
like-
Emily D.
for
Baker's
the-
stream too. I see people in the chat coming from there.
The abuse and the culture in
It's
which.
definitely one thing doing your
I'll sustain
job
the objection.
normally in a
Thank you,
courtroom,
Ron.
but doing it when the whole world is watching is a completely different
Did
thing.
your mother
Yes.
recover after she took the pills?
So this is Johnny Depp's
Yes.
older sister. That's
I
testifying.
was
right
going to
now.
ask
Continue
you, Lydia, can you,
not be
is
well.
there a, can we put a
She
banner up
recovered.
for that? For people
And
like
after
the
that
name and older sister,
time,
we'll cover the
did
captain.
she ever
Huh.
take more than
No.
more pills than she should have?
Maybe.
Because I see people coming in and saying, "Who's this lady?"
Yeah.
She did,
Oh.
but she did
I
not
do
have
have
the
my
treatment
hand on
rate
overlay.
blast,
that
though.
she had
Alita.
at that point.
Yes.
And going
Havoc.
back to the incident that you described,
I love it.
do you know where Johnny was at the time your mother took those pills?
Johnny was home.
Did
I
there
think he
come a
was-
time,
I'm
oh,
sorry.
excuse me,
I'm sorry. I think he was sleeping at the time. I think he woke up when Mom came out and the ambulance came.
So he saw all of that.
Yes.
Objection, foundation.
Did he see that? She said,
Stop testifying.
she testified he was in the home.
He was in the home, but was she in the home? I guess, how did she know? So
How-
I'll sustain to foundation.
Thank you.
That's fair.
Did there
That's
come
fair.
a time when Johnny left his mother's house?
Yes.
And after Johnny, what did Johnny do when he left the house?
Objection, foundation.
All right, I'll sustain his foundation if you want to lay a
She-
foundation.
Are you were you in communication with your brother at the time?
Yes. He came and lived with me for part of the time.
So I think that, so what did your brother do after he left your mother's house?
He
Welcome,
he
lawyer.
lived
You
in
know.
different places. He lived with me and he lived with another family.
Did you and Johnny continue to communicate with your mother, Betty, after you both left the home?
Yes. Yes, we did.
And after what you have described, why did you and Johnny continue to communicate with your mother?
Objection, foundation is to Johnny.
I think she's already laid the foundation. They're very close. She was in communication.
I'll sustain the objection if you want for this particular question.
Yeah, it's
Why
now
did
the
you
judge is going
continue
to start
communicate with your mother?
getting him to wrap it up and
Because
move
she
on.
was our mom and we loved her. I mean, we knew, even when we were younger that things weren't, they didn't feel right, but what we understood was that, Mom had her own upbringing, so she had her own past and the way she was raised would affect the way she lived. And so she, in our mind, she was doing the best she could do. We sort of treated it like she did the best that she could do with the tools that she was given, from her life in the past. And what we decided to do was we just decided to get new tools. We chose different tools from that.
And when you say we, to whom are you referring?
I'm referring to Johnny.
Objection, foundation, that's to you.
I'll overrule that objection. All right, next question.
Thank you, Ron. Did you ever live with your mother again after you and Johnny had left the house?
I did live with her briefly. She had gotten diagnosed with asthma when we lived in Florida, and she needed to move to a drier climate. So Johnny moved her to California, to Palm Springs for the drier weather. And I moved also so that she wouldn't be alone. So I lived with her for a period then.
And if you could just please elaborate on what role, if any, Johnny played in your mother's move to Palm Springs.
He was the only reason the move could happen. He purchased her a home and paid to have everything moved out there.
Did there come a time when your mother ever left Palm Springs?
She moved from Palm Springs to be a bit closer to where Johnny and I lived in the LA area. She lived there for a bit, and then ultimately she went back to Kentucky. She had her siblings were still there, and a couple of them weren't doing well, so she wanted to be closer to them while she could.
And after she moved back to Kentucky from Palm Springs, did there come a time when your mother became chronically ill?
Yes,
When was that?
2011.
Would you please describe briefly what her health condition was as of 2011?
Well, in 2011,
Oh, I
She was
see
living
why
in
they're
Kentucky,
focusing so
and
much on mom.
we,
Because she also died
she
right
recalled
I was
before.
going to say
she'd
it's
been
going to roll into
diagnosed
May 20,
with
right?
Yeah.
I mean, I
the
think
final stages of
so far
Parkinson's.
they've tried to establish this
But
was
then
a
when another
mildly abusive
doctor
figure in your
looked at her
life
scans,
that
Yeah.
you treated by avoiding conflict,
they
and you
felt it
didn't
was
take
something
bad steps
different. So
against her,
we
and
had the
then you
scans
bought her a
brought
house,
to a doctor
Yeah.
in California.
and then you presumably this is going to go
And they
into you took
suggested
care
that
of her.
she come out and see
Yeah.
a neurologist right away.
Yeah.
So
But this is how you deal
So
with
Johnny
then-
got a
even
plane.
abuse.
Then you take mom out,
a
and then
private
you
plane,
replace her
and
with
he and
Amber
I, we
Heard.
flew to go pick her up and bring
From
her
their
back to
perspective.
California to start
I think
seeing
that's
the
what they're gonna try to do.
And when she moved
Well,
back
it
to
could also
in
be
2011
partly, you know,
to
because he's
California,
alleging
was that
abuse
a
by Amber
permanent move?
Heard is the,
It
you know, why
became
didn't you
basically
call
a
the
permanent
police,
move.
things like that. And, you know,
She
and
still-
this is
she still
something
had a
that
house in
was part of
Kentucky
his
in the
growing
hopes
up
of,
that
you know,
was
her
sort of
being able to
ingrained
go
into
back and
him.
forth.
Yeah.
And, you know, when you care about somebody,
But
you
her
know,
health
maybe you react this way instead
basically
of,
kept her in
you know,
California.
just
so she
specifically
lived
calling the
here,
police.
or there.
Yes.
Sure.
And by
Yes,
that
exactly.
time, 2011, when she's moved out to Los Angeles, had her treatment of you and Johnny changed in any way?
Yes, mom softened as she aged. She totally softened.
And once your mother moved to Los Angeles permanently in 2011, what role, if any, did your brother Johnny play in her caretaking?
Objection foundation.
All right, I'll sustain as a foundation.
To what extent, if any, did your brother play any role in her caretaking?
I think that's still a foundation objection.
I think that's the same
Do you-
question, counsel.
Do you have knowledge of whether your brother had any role in her caretaking?
There you go.
Yes.
Would you please explain to the jury, because I think Her Honor needs to hear whether there's a foundation.
Okay.
I assume the other side's going to use
Yes,
the mom to deal with the drug abuse issue.
When we brought mom out, you know, over
I think,
time,
yeah,
she
probably.
had
And also, I'm
multiple,
gonna adjust your mic just really quick
other
here,
illnesses that came up, and
because of course
Johnny
the court
was-
stream audio is always
he-
super
he
low.
dealt directly with the doctors like
There we
we
go.
did. Hired private nurses so that we can make sure that, you know, mom was taken care of. You know, he basically, Johnny was he took all financial responsibility for anything and everything that mom could need or want during this time. All medical care, doctors, hospitals, nurses.
How do you know that?
I was directly involved.
Is it fair to say you saw Johnny do those things and have
Yes,
those interactions?
Yes, I was there. I was directly involved in all of that.
Did you witness your brother having any interactions with the doctors relating to your mother's care?
Yes.
How often, if at all, did your brother visit your mother, Betty, after she came to live in Los Angeles in 2011?
Objection foundation.
Were you ever present with your brother and your mother when you all were visiting?
Yes. Mom lived in a house that was basically across the street from Johnny. It was a house that he has on his street. And I was there, you know, quite a bit. Johnny was pretty much down there every day, a couple times a day. You know, mom, like she would see them all the time. You know, one of her favorite things was watching Johnny take the kids to school and waving at them because she never got to do that before. So.
Who were your brother's kids?
Oh, Lily Rose and Jack.
We'll get to that in a little bit. Did there come a time when the family was considering putting your mother in a hospice?
There was, there were conversations with the doctors that we should start to consider that, since we weren't 100% sure with the variety of conditions that she had, what we needed to do. The idea of hospice was something that felt like, since we didn't know a time frame, the idea of introducing new nurses or something, you know, at a certain point in someone's life where they recognize there's a difference, and that could be you know, frightening for them. So we didn't want to instill any fear. You know, Johnny's big on mom not having fear. So instead, that's when we hired nurses so that the nurses could be there 24/7. And, you know, and she would have people continuously throughout her life that she knew that they were friendly and, you know, cared for.
Did you actually have a conversation with your brother about the possibility of your mother going into hospice?
Yes.
Did he express an opinion about it?
Yes. Well, this is where it all comes from, because the idea, again, the idea of hospice, which is an amazing thing, but for someone who, when you don't know, with the variety of illnesses, you don't know what a timing is, the idea of introducing it, new people, is something that becomes almost a signal, you know, and this was a very big discussion.
Not sure
This is
why
why
they're
the nurses were hired.
kind of focusing on this right now.
Was this just one discussion, or was it?
I think they're trying to wheel in towards Johnny wouldn't do that. Johnny's a forgiver. Johnny avoided conflict. He's taking care of his mom. He didn't want to just put her in
about
whether
directly.
That part I understand, but for some reason that the hospice thing, I don't know
Was
why
this
it's
just
getting
one discussion, or were
specifically.
there more discussions among you and your brother about how to best care for
This
your
seems
mother?
totally irrelevant to me.
We had continuous discussions.
I agree
As a
that I
matter
don't
of
think
fact,
it's a
I
great
mean,
opening
I-
volley
I-
for the
there were
jury.
daily
But
updates.
it could be
He knew
availability
every
as well.
day, everything that was happening with mom. Whether he was in town, out of town because he was working or traveling.
Like, does
He
anybody
had,
that Johnny
I made
Depp
sure,
moved his
because it's
schedule
hard
around
when you
his
know that
sick
someone
mom?
wants to
Does
be
anybody like believe
there,
that that was his
and
number
they
one
can't.
priority in his
So
life?
I
during
made
these times?
sure
Like, I
to-
don't think a normal
to
person's going to believe that.
fill him in
Yeah.
on everything.
It's not offered for the truth of it.
I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead.
Did you ever see Johnny's children, Jack and Lily Rose, over at your mother's house across the street from Mr. Depp?
Yes.
Ms. Dombrowski, I'd like to change subjects right now, if that's all right, and ask you to please tell us a little bit about your work life. Did there come a time when you worked in the entertainment industry?
Yes. I started working when we moved from Florida to Palm Springs. This is why I lived for a short period with my mom. I got a job at one of the studios in Los Angeles.
Which studio was that?
It was Columbia Pictures. I was, my title was, I was an executive assistant to the executive vice president of comedy development.
And what were your job responsibilities when you started there?
I handled my executives' daily schedule, meetings, budgets, scripts, phone calls. And then in addition to that, we had, there were 4 other executives and they had assistants. So my desk was also to oversee those assistants. And when we had writers come in, I oversaw those assistants as well.
It sounds like a big job.
It was a good job.
How long did you work at Columbia Pictures Television in that role?
I think it was about 1.5 years.
Why did you leave after 1.5 years?
Columbia itself started folding different departments, and our comedy development being one of them. And so some of the employees that worked there went to work for Sony or TriStar, other sort of arms of the corporation. And I was the last one there, sort of wrapping up the department to go on to my next job.
So after you wrapped up the transition, the closing up of the department, what did you do in terms of your work life?
I went to work with my brother.
In what capacity? When you say your brother, which, to whom are you referring?
I'm sorry?
I'm sorry, when you say your brother, to whom are you specifically referring?
I went to work with my brother, Johnny.
What type of things did you do for your brother, Johnny?
Similar things to what I was doing with the other.
I'll be right back. Just give me 1 minute.
Boss that I worked for before, but with Johnny, he was, I was helping him anyway as a sister. bits and pieces before I started working with him. So there were things like travel and, meetings, setting meetings, making sure he had his, the scripts that were coming in and he knew, all the information about them. And, any kind of publicity stuff that he had to do. Because I really started to do this job with him because there was one time that I had gone to his house and I was helping him.
This witness
get
makes it
ready
feel like
to
it's a domestic
go on
violence
a
case,
trip, and
right?
his,
That's what I feel
ticket,
like there's so
I
much of
read it
like, this
out
is a
loud and it
domestic
said
violence case.
standby.
But
And I
that's
said,
not
"Why
really
are
what you
you
want if
on
you're Johnny Depp,
standby?"
I wouldn't think.
He had no one
Well, I
looking
mean,
out
that's
for
what they're
that
going to get
kind of
into,
stuff.
definitely based on their opening
So
statements.
I did
So
all of that.
it's a defamation case.
How,
pending
if at all, did your work for your brother change over time?
Well, over
Well,
time,
she not only
sort of
had firsthand
grew.
knowledge about
Well, not
his
sort of, it did grow.
interactions with domestic violence with
His agent,
mother and stuff, but it sounds
I
like
worked
as she worked for him,
sort of
she's
hand
gonna
in
be able
hand
to
with his
testify as
agent,
to
and
the real life
as
effects
she got
of
to know
the
me
quote unquote
more
defamation,
and I got to
not
know her
only
more,
on his business, but his
there
person.
were other parts of her
Yeah, I
job
get that
actually
completely,
that
but
she
the
would give to
abuse
me.
by the
So,
mom, the hospice
instead
by
of
the
just
mom, the
doing
taking care of the mom
scheduling meetings and
is more of
calendars and
like,
travel,
why is he violent,
now
or
I've
why is he
become
a
a
victim of
person who's
domestic
talking
violence,
to
not whether or
producers,
not what she
or,
said was true or not true. Like, to
as
me,
it
that stuff,
expands,
I don't see a lot
all
of
the
relevance in
executives
it
at the
personally for
studios
what
and
they're
studio
trying to
heads,
prove
and
in this
I've,
case.
become a part of
And the
contract
openings like felt like a
negotiations as
domestic
it
violence
just
case to me, like a prosecutor and a
grew.
defense attorney.
What role, if any, did you play in dealing with Johnny's movie contracts?
Movie contracts, because I know the history and because there's a certain amount of parts of life that are important, to a human being, not just to an actor, but to a human being. And I know the human being. I was part of mostly negotiating parts like there's an area called perks, and perks means anything and everything that an actor would need in order to perform his duties, and in order to to also move right to the location to do the duty. So I was part of all important dates that needed to be considered in a calendar, making sure the house was what he needed to have for the family, the travel to get there, making sure he had his staff, drivers, security, pretty much anything necessary was in that.
Ms. Dombrowski, can you give the jury some examples of some of the things you put on the perks list?
Only green M&Ms.
Sure. It was really important, as Johnny had a family, it was really important to be able to make sure that we were given the opportunity to find the right accommodations, and the accommodations for the children, a house that, could, give them a home away from home with a garden, all the travel to make sure that they all get there. There were really important dates that we carved out in every contract. For Johnny's kids, for their birthday, he never wanted to miss their birthday. So if he wasn't able to be with them because of filming, it was built into the contract that he had their birthday off, and he would have the day before and the day after, so that he'd be able to travel to get to them and then get back to working. So in addition to that, I mean, there's quite a bit. We also had it built in that if he was to be away from his kids filming, if the kids couldn't travel and the family couldn't travel to be there, we had in his contract that he would be able to fly back to them from wherever he is every 2 weeks. So he didn't
So he's
go
a family
beyond
man.
every 2 weeks.
Loves his family.
Not seeing his children.
Mm-hmm.
It's that kind of stuff that, was important.
Ms. Dombrowski, do you know what a personal manager is in the context of the entertainment world?
I do.
What is it, if you could explain it to the jury, because I just learned it myself.
Well, I believe it's basically what a lot of what I was doing. They work with their client on maintaining different items in their personal life, as well as projects coming in, production, all of the representatives. It's a
If I were one of Johnny's lawyers, I would have asked her not to wear those bracelets.
Is that what's making that clinking?
Yes.
Has anyone ever referred to you?
That's what
as
it is, and
Johnny's
it's a
personal
distraction.
manager?
I have been called that before, yes.
Do you perform the responsibilities of being Johnny's personal manager?
I did.
Do you still work with Johnny?
Yes.
Do you also work with any of Johnny's companies? Or strike that. Does your brother have any companies associated with
There you go, foundation.
He has a production company called Infinitum Nile.
What type of company is Infinitum Nile?
It's a production company. We develop, projects for films or television or, different things.
And putting aside your responsibilities as your brother's personal managers, what role, if any, do you play in Infinitum Nile?
I'm president of Infinitum Nile.
When did you start working at Infinitum Nile?
From the beginning. In 2004. I think we started in July 2004.
And would you please explain to the jury some of your responsibilities as president of Infinitum Nile?
My duties as president were I oversaw everything within the company, the staff where we were developing projects where, maybe there's a book that people want to develop into a film or a TV show or different ideas. So I oversaw all of the development, their schedules with meetings with different people to take those projects out, to pitch. There's so many tasks to that job. I don't know how to really lay them out.
Ms. Dombrowski, when did the first Pirates of the Caribbean movie come out?
I think it was 2003. I think.
What was your brother's role in
Yeah,
Pirates?
summer 2003.
He was Captain Jack
so.
Sparrow.
Fair to say that was the lead?
That was the lead.
Oh,
How
Did
did
he
the
smile
first
a little bit
Pirates of the
there?
Caribbean movie
feel like he
fare at
did.
the box office?
It did very well. I think it surprised people.
Is Captain Jack the
did
lead of
very
Pirates
well.
of the Caribbean?
Um,
What an interesting question.
People really
yeah. But you
They
kind of have
loved,
to ask
you know,
it,
the-
right?
No, I think it's.
they love
Well,
the
I mean, it's-
theme of it. The
I'll do a
total
video
vibe.
on it. He's like a really high place.
Did the success of Pirates 1 change Johnny's career in any way?
I would have to say yes. The success of Pirates 1, it became
Also goes to damages.
Yeah, no, I think Natalie is the one that said this. This is
Johnny,
exactly what is feeding into
with that role
personal direct
and
knowledge
other
of what this
studios
all
and
did to
everybody
him
seeing the success
is what
of
they've set up.
that
Fair.
film and
Okay, I must have
and
missed that
how
when
the
I
audiences reacted
a
to
You did,
that
you
mini
had
break.
stepped out, yep.
character. Um,
I mean, in a way,
there was
she's
a whole lot
kind
more
of a
people
golden
wanting to
thread
be in business
witness,
with him.
quote unquote, in a lot of different ways. I
And
think
did the success
gonna
of
find
Pirates
out moving
1
forward
change his
a
personal
lot
life
more of the
in any way?
relevance of her testimony. The problem is
Or
that
his
the problem
day-to-day
is
life?
length
It
and
did,
witness
it did,
availability and all these other
because
things.
where
I mean, who do you
prior
even start
to
with?
that, he
Yeah.
was
Yeah.
able to
And
go out.
I mean, she's very
somewhat,
sympathetic
you know,
to
he
start
could,
with. It's a good
go to
way
different
to
stores,
start
go to
off the bat,
bookstores,
connecting with the
go to
jury
restaurants.
and getting the jury on
when
Johnny's
Pirates
side.
1 came out,
I mean, she
Yeah.
might not seem
after
super
that,
interesting and
he
sexy in
was
the grand
much
scheme
more
of things,
recognizable now.
but I mean, I don't think
so
it's
many people
a bad
loved that
move.
character, and so he was
Okay.
much more recognizable. So it became harder for him to go out in public without having a lot of people come around that, rightfully so, wanted to meet him. And but then it also became really big, and so we had even people that were chasing in cars. So we had to, at that point, we had to get security team to kind of come in and help us manage how this all works.
Who is Jerry Judge?
Jerry Judge was basically Johnny's head security.
When did Jerry Judge start coming to work with your brother?
Well, we started working with Jerry Judge back in the 90s, because Jerry had his own security company in London. And when we would go over there for press or premieres or whatever, Jerry was the one, that set everything up. And we became really close with him back then. And as things grew with Pirates, we brought him over more and more, for some of the items that we had, some of the work that he had, if it was a show or whatever, and brought him on. And then he started just working basically on every film with us after Pirates, probably right around that time.
How long did Jerry Judge work with you and Johnny?
Well, again, we met him in the 90s. So, and around Pirates is 2003. And Jerry was with us up until we lost him.
When did you lose him?
We lost him a couple years ago to cancer.
What was Jerry's relationship like with Johnny?
Objection foundation.
All right.
Did you ever see Jerry Judge interact with your brother?
Sustain the objection. That's leading the next question. That's fine.
Thank
Right,
you,
go ahead.
Your Honor. What, if any, observations were there any times when you saw your brother interact with Jerry Judge?
I saw the two of them interact quite a lot, and they loved each other. They were like, Jerry thought of him as his like a son, and sometimes as a brother. They really did love each other, and so much respect both ways.
Move to strike all of that.
I don't think there's any basis to strike that. I think it was most responsive to the
I'll
question.
overrule the objection. Go ahead.
Thank you, Ryan.
Yeah,
And I wanted to touch on
they're gonna
something
start
you
over-objecting
mentioned
soon, I
a few
think.
moments ago.
It's
when you
been a
were
bunch of objections for only
referring
like
to,
an
Mr.
hour of
Depp's children.
action.
I believe you said it was daughter Lily Rose and
Son
son Jack. Who is the mother of Johnny's children?
Vanessa Paradis.
Oh, I wonder if she's in the courtroom. She looked like she made eye
Johnny
contact
and
with her or
Vanessa
something.
Paradis ever live together as a couple?
Yes.
How long did Johnny and Vanessa Paradis live together
If she
as a
is
couple?
in the courtroom, does that mean she's not on the witness list?
Probably not.
I
I don't
think
think,
they
I
were
don't think
together
she was on the witness
14
list.
years. I think.
I can
And did their
double check.
children live with them during the 14 years?
Yes.
How much time would you say you spent with Johnny, Vanessa, Lily Rose, and Jack?
When they were in Los Angeles, I would say I saw them all daily. Our office where we work, our office was only 10 minutes from their house. So I would make trips back and forth, or every day after work, I would go straight to the house. So I saw them daily.
Would you please explain to the jury what it was like spending time with Johnny and his family?
It was great. It was great. It was a normal, happy family. You go there and the kids are playing, and you making dinner, everybody having dinner, cleaning up together, sitting around, laughing. It was great.
Did you have occasion to see your brother interact with his children?
Yes. Yes, I did.
What did you observe? What can you tell the jury about what you observed?
I'm proud to say, he's one of the most devoted fathers I think that I've ever seen. Like everything in life was about the children, but when he was with the kids, like the attention that he would give them, it was just constant, playing with them, listening to them, laughing with them, reading to them, Barbies. I mean, you name it, and he was there.
Did you ever observe Johnny treating his children the way you saw his mother treat him when
No.
he was young?
No.
Have you ever seen Johnny hit either of his children?
No.
Have you ever heard your brother raise his voice at his children?
No.
You may have touched on it earlier, and if so, I apologize. But how, if at all, did Johnny communicate with his children when he was shooting a film?
Objection foundation.
Were you
All right, I'll
with,
sustain the objection if you want to lay a foundation.
fair, understood. Did you have occasion to observe, were you ever with your brother when he was shooting a film?
Yes,
Did you have occasion to observe your brother communicating with his children while you both were there on set?
yes, yes.
So
When,
with that,
I'm
please
sorry.
go, no, please go ahead.
When, excuse me, when Johnny was filming, most of the time, the family was with him. The family would travel and go, you know, it was like I said earlier, we would get a house and garden and all of that to make sure that there was a home. So his family was with him most of the time.
What about when the children got older and they started going to school? Did that change in any way?
It changed in that they, you know, they didn't want to disrupt the children's lives when they were going to school. So if dad had to go off and go work and the children stayed home, this is where we get into, we still maintained a home for the family wherever he was filming, you know, because they would, if they had the opportunity to come back and forth. But at the same time, Johnny would travel back every 2 weeks, you know, to see his kids.
And when you say he would travel back, who was it who made those travel arrangements?
I made the travel arrangements.
Did you have occasion to observe Johnny interact with the mother of his children, Vanessa Paradis, over the 14 years they were together?
Yes, I did.
Would you please tell the jury what you observed about the interactions between Mr. Depp and Vanessa? This is
I
not,
mean,
this is
and
directly.
his drug use is
I'll
going
allow
to be coming up later through the defense. So this
Thank you very much,
establishes,
Sharon.
you know, kind of early on.
What did you
It's not
observe
the drug
about
abuse
Mr.
that
Depp's
made Johnny Depp
interactions
like
with the
this or
mother of his
anything.
children?
It's, you know, Amber Heard was
They-
the problem in
They
the
were
relationship, as
a
opposed
great
to,
couple. I mean,
you know,
first
other
just as
outside
good
factors.
friends.
Yeah.
They
Yeah, the
just
whole good dad
were
thing,
happy together.
good husband,
They,
good son.
you know,
He
they
couldn't
got
possibly
along
be a
great.
bad
It was
person that beats
a
his
happy,
wife,
normal
therefore she lied.
I'll
I
sustain the
guess.
objection at this point then.
Mhm.
All right.
I would object to all this being relevant personally. How
Did
great
you
of a deal it
ever
is, but I guess their
hear
allegations are going to be he's a
your
horrible
brother
person,
yell
drug
at
addict,
Vanessa?
abuser.
No.
So
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess it
It's
has
all
to
And,
come.
coming
and they
in.
have already started with that, with the opening statements. So they kind of have
It's
opened
not
that door
legal.
already.
Yeah.
To what
We-
extent?
We either do
if
it now
any,
or later.
Well, that wasn't the question,
Mhm.
Mr. Chair.
404 is the name.
Okay, I'll sustain on that objection. Next question.
Yeah, that makes sense.
What, if any, violence did you observe between,
I'll go ahead, finish your question first.
well, if
I'll
I think
sustain the
you're going to
objection
sustain
before
the
you finish
objection,
your
perhaps I
question.
should read.
Maybe we should move on, yes.
Okay.
Ruh-roh.
Did Vanessa ever claim that Johnny ever physically abused her?
Objection
No.
foundation, also hearsay.
All right. Hearsay objection.
And 404.
Effect
It's
on the
not,
hearer.
it's not offered for the proof of the, it's what she observed, what she heard. She was the personal manager, Your Honor.
Claim
That's
to
would be
use.
hearsay.
Is it for the
Sustain
truth or is it not?
Yeah.
It is being used for the truth, though. Yeah.
Yeah.
Did there
Exactly.
come
He
a
stopped
time
himself from saying
when
that.
Johnny and
Then
Vanessa
he stopped
separated
himself.
after
Like, wait, no, it
15,
is.
14 years.
Yes.
How would you describe their relationship today?
Same objection, 404.
All right.
And calls
She-
for hearsay as well, and foundation.
I don't think it calls for hearsay, Your
No,
Honor.
describing their
She's the-
relationship.
Especially today.
she's his-
Yeah.
I
Sister.
understand, but
You
it's
were
the character
understanding
evidence
of their
issues. I'll sustain the
relationship today.
objection.
You know,
Oh, sustained on character basis. Okay.
Who is Amber Heard?
He's trying. I'll give him credit.
My brother's ex-wife.
When did you first meet Amber Heard?
I first met her when she came to the office for casting on Rum Diary, probably late 2008, I think, somewhere in there.
Did you see Miss Heard on set?
Yes.
What, if anything, did you observe?
when she was working on set,
She was in the
I
bathroom
mostly
a lot.
observed, some of the, I was there for some of the scenes, and in between, she was a bit sort of like, standoffish, had all, people, coming around her, but I don't really have that much time with her on set.
When was Rum Diary actually released?
2011,
Was Johnny in that movie?
yes.
Interesting. that
What
he didn't know
role,
she
if
wouldn't be
any,
able to
did you
speak to
have
that.
with respect to Rum Diary?
I was one of the producers.
And after seeing Ms. Heard on the set in 2009, 2010, when was the next time you saw Ms. Heard?
I think the next time I saw her was we were promoting Rum Diary towards the end of 2011, I think. I was not able to go on the full promotional tour where we do screenings for people around the country. But I was able, because my mom was sick, but I was able to attend the one in Los Angeles. So I saw her at that event.
What did you observe? So you attended the
Chat,
premiere?
these are Johnny Depp's
I
attorneys that are
attended the
asking
premiere
questions.
and the dinner afterward, yes.
Would you please describe for us what you observed at the premiere?
She's got quite the
At the dinner.
RBF.
At
I'm
the
not
dinner.
gonna lie.
Because I sat outside at the premiere. I didn't
Talking about
actually
Amber
watch
Heard.
the movie. I'd already seen it.
You kind of have to have RBF in this situation, though. I mean, because
Yeah.
any
I
expression
sat
is
at the
going to be
same table,
interpreted both ways.
with
Yeah, true.
some of the
true.
other people involved in the cast. So I saw
No emotion is better than having emotion being misread in all situations.
Johnny and Amber,
Yeah,
they
I
were
suppose.
seated together. I saw them talking quite a bit, and she seemed very friendly that night. Yes.
Did there come a time when you learned that Johnny and Amber were romantically involved?
Yes.
When was that?
I don't recall exactly. I know it was sometime after the Rum Diary premiere.
To what extent did you have occasion to observe Johnny and Ms. Heard together early in their relationship?
I would see them. There were times when she would come and visit our mom, I would see her then. I would see the two of them then. I didn't really spend a tremendous amount of time with her.
Had you formed any impression of Ms. Heard at that time based on your observations?
I did. I did. Look, I didn't know her very well. And I would spend time, like I said, she would come to my mom's house. I've sat with her and my mom.
Check on 404. What was your impression of Amber?
Based on her observation, she's describing what she observed, Your Honor. I don't think that's right, Your Honor. I think she's describing what she observed.
Right. Okay, we want to approach for a moment. We'll just
Is it a hearsay objection?
Sounded like.
Because he's defending it with what she actually observed.
Yeah.
It's kind of odd to have her say, I don't know her very well, but do you have an impression of her? Sure. Okay.
Yeah, there could be a foundational issue with that as well, to say like, well, on what basis would this witness really be able to tell what kind of an impression they have anyway, if they don't really know them or they haven't had much interaction with them? You're like, how helpful is this person's testimony on this question
Yeah, this
to the
specific
jury?
subject, yeah.
Exactly. Because I mean, at the end of the day, what's coming down is just how helpful is the testimony to the jury to determine up or down, yes or no, on a specific question.
Did there come a time?
I think the
when
objection was 404.
your,
So it's about her character just My
Did
impression
there
is
come
she
a
sucked,
time when your
basically, is what she
brother and
wanted to
Miss
say.
Heard
Got it.
started to live together?
Yes.
And when did that occur
Sorry.
approximately, if you recall?
I don't recall the timing. I don't recall the time frame. I believe they had moved downtown to the Eastern Columbia building, but I don't remember exactly when that was.
What type of structure was the Eastern Columbia building? Was that a freestanding house or was it apartments?
It's apartments, and he had the penthouses on the top floor.
How many penthouses did your brother own on the top floor of the Eastern Columbia building?
I think it was 5 apartments.
Do you know who lived in those 5 apartments when your brother and Miss Heard went to live there?
I know. I know who lived down there. I know Isaac, a friend of Johnny's named Isaac, lived down there. I know Amber's friend Rocky and her boyfriend lived in one of the penthouses. Amber's sister Whitney lived in one of the penthouses.
When you say Rocky, are you referring to Rocky Pennington?
Yes.
And was her boyfriend Josh Drew?
Josh Drew.
Did Rocky Pennington and Josh Drew pay any rent to your brother?
No.
What about Miss Heard's sister Whitney? Did she pay any rent to your brother?
No.
Do you know why your brother allowed them to live rent-free in his at the ECB?
Because they were.
Wait, hold on. I'm sorry, ma'am.
I'm sorry.
Foundation, we asked, do you know why? So if she knows, she can answer.
Yeah. That's a fair question.
She was his personal manager.
That's fine. Go ahead.
Did you arrange for handling a lot of your brother's bills?
I would give them to the business manager.
Yeah.
But I believe they were Amber's family and friends. That's why he let them live there.
I believe sounds like she doesn't really know.
How often did you see your brother when he was living with Miss Heard at the ECB penthouses?
We didn't see him as often. I didn't see him as often.
What the heck
He
does
pretty
5
much
penthouses cost?
Stayed down there. He didn't come back.
In downtown Los Angeles, no less.
You know, towards where we were in West Hollywood, very often, unless he had a reason to.
And on those occasions when you did see your brother, what observations did you make?
He was always in a hurry when he was able to come back. He could never sit and spend the time. It felt like he was always trying to, get back downtown. He just seemed so much sadder. He did not seem himself. He was always his person was much just sadder.
Did in that time period when your brother and Miss Heard were living at the ECB, did you have occasion to observe them together?
On occasion.
Would you please describe for the jury what you observed on those occasions when you saw your brother and Miss Heard together?
I mean, there's different occasions. I've seen them together when they've come into the office. I mean,
she seems pretty unwilling to
when
commit
you saw
to
them
this line
together,
of
did they
subject matter.
appear to get along?
objection, Your Honor. Vague and leading.
All right, I'll sustain as to leading. All right, next question.
Did you ever witness them arguing?
Objection, leading.
I'll sustain as to
really?
leading.
That is not leading. That is not a leading question.
That's yeah.
Clearly
Great
speaking.
question.
Yeah, I don't agree with
In
that
your
decision.
capacity as Johnny's personal manager, do you know whether
Yeah, that
your
was
brother
bad.
and Amber ever traveled together?
That would also be a
Yes.
leading question. If
Right,
did you
they did
ever do
travel
this, or
together.
did they ever do this?
Yes.
Is a leading question.
There
Yeah.
were,
Yeah.
I mean, there were times when, when Johnny had to go do press or
Yeah, that last one was a
Film.
mistake by the judge.
they traveled together.
What type of travel arrangements did you make for the two of them when they traveled together?
We would get a private plane that took them to whatever the destination was, and make sure that we had, the hotel accommodations taken care of. Part of what we did was to always make sure that we anticipated, everything. So we would do the travel, the hotels, cars, drivers. I would make sure that there was an extra hotel room, for trips when they would go.
Why did you make sure there was an extra hotel room when Johnny and Ms. Heard went on trips together?
Because they're,
Objection to the extent that the answer calls for person.
All right.
I don't believe it does.
Okay, that's fine. You can answer, ma'am.
oh, thank you. I booked the extra hotel rooms because if Johnny was at home or anywhere like that, he was able to, if they argued, he was able to leave the room, leave the argument, and go like he's always done and hide in a different room to get away from it. When they
What
were
do you think her
traveling
lawyers are
for,
going to say he did in that room?
the different reasons for press or whatever, and we booked the hotel rooms, I wanted to make sure that there was an extra room, because it wasn't unusual, for them to have an argument.
Does
So I
this
wanted
not
to make sure that there
show
was
to
an
you that
extra
there was
room.
obviously domestic violence
Did
going
your
on in
brother
this
ever have
relationship,
occasion
going
to
both
use
ways,
that
most
extra room
likely
that
if you're
you
a
booked
jury
for
in
him?
this case?
Yes.
Objection, foundation.
All right.
There's
She
definitely
has to
something.
book a
David,
separate
foundation, if you
room.
wanna lay
She
a
literally has to
foundation.
book a
I think the
separate room for him
foundation
to
was
go
she
to
made
because
all
they
of the
fight so
travel.
much.
Well, I
Yeah.
can actually lay it through some
Okay.
other questions as
Okay.
well. She was personal manager. Whose idea was it to book an extra room for your brother when he traveled?
It was my idea.
And why did you do that?
It was my idea because, I saw a repeat happening in life when we were kids and arguments and fighting would start to happen. Our first thing was to go and hide and, get away from it. And since I recognized what felt to be a pattern that was a repeat pattern from his childhood, I wanted to make sure that there was a place that he could do just that.
Mr.
he's
Chu, the
got- and
question
then what
was,
pattern is that?
Did Mr. Depp ever use the extra room? And the objection was foundation. So if you want to lay a foundation of how she would have known that he used that extra room, and if not based on hearsay, that's the issue.
Yeah, she would have to have seen him use it.
All right, I'll strike that. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you.
Or been called from the other room, right? I mean, I don't know.
Did you ever
video
book
chat.
an extra? Did you book
Yeah.
your brother's hotel accommodations during
Because
the
he would
14
trash that room
years
too, maybe. So they
that
had to pay
when he was
pay
with
for both
Vanessa
of them.
Paradis?
Yes.
Did you ever book an extra room when he was with her?
Objection, leading.
No.
Overall, I'll allow that one. Go ahead.
If you could repeat it, I don't think the jury heard that.
I'm sorry. No, I did not.
And all this goes to his
Did
major
you
issues. I don't
ever
it doesn't
hear-
establish.
Your brother and Miss Heard argue.
Objection calls for hearsay.
Was the answer no?
Oh, I'll overrule that.
Yeah, because that's not exactly hearsay. If you just
So
hear
Definitely.
them
you may answer
arguing
that.
Right.
No,
without asking for the
Did you
specific statements.
ever see or hear any physical altercation between your brother and Ms. Heard?
no.
She just said she never heard them
What
argue.
can you tell us about
Yeah.
what you did observe
Why
But
would it
she
be
got
her
a second
idea?
room.
of your brother
Why would it
and
be
Ms.
her idea to
Heard
get a hotel room
together?
if she never heard them argue?
Exactly. Makes no sense.
Yeah, that's not a very good point there for them.
What to me,
I honestly don't believe it's
when
her
I saw
idea.
him, to me,
I don't believe her on that then.
he was always trying to make sure, he was always trying to make her happy. He always made effort to sort of make her happy. I think she had she has a very strong personality, and my brother's personality came off much more soft at that point to me.
Did you observe any occasions in which Ms. Heard was nice to your brother?
Yes, I've seen her be nice to me.
Would you please explain that?
I've seen her be nice in offering to bring him a drink, or get him whatever. I mean, just a typical nice. I've seen that.
Have you witnessed any occasions on which Ms. Heard wasn't nice to your brother?
I have, actually.
Would you please describe those to the jury?
Yeah. We had, I had on one occasion, because this one really stayed with me. On one occasion, I was at the office, and I'd had a meeting with Dior, who had wanted to sit with Johnny and talk about working together. And Amber had come in and asked if she was interrupting us, and we said no, and we weren't supposed to really talk about the meeting with anyone. But Johnny told Amber that I had just had a meeting with Dior, and that they were interested in him. Her reaction to that was she was in disbelief and sort of disgust, because she said, Dior, why would Dior want to do business with you? They're about class and they're about style, and you don't have style. So it was the insulting kind of taking away that one moment, that insult is there.
Okay.
I've seen the insults.
Okay.
Multiple times, actually.
I mean, they got
What,
divorced.
if anything, did you hear Ms. Heard say about Mr. Depp's physical appearance?
She called him an old fat man.
How did he respond?
I believe he's heard her call him that himself.
Now, Ms. Dombrowski, I'd like to ask you about a specific event that is relevant to this case. And just for the background, I'll say, did there come a time in 2013 when your brother was working with Keith Richards of the Rolling Stones on a documentary?
Yes,
Were you present?
yes, I was present at the,
Was Ms. Heard there as well?
yes.
If you could please tell the jury how physically close you were or how far you were from Ms. Heard while the three of you were on the set.
I was right next to her. They had gotten there, and I was close enough that I hugged her, and was standing next to her. It was a small set.
And when you were standing next to her and when you were hugging her, what, if any, marks or physical injuries did you see?
I didn't see anything.
Did you observe your brother's interactions with Ms. Heard while the three of you were on the set?
Yes.
What, if anything, did you observe her doing?
They were fine. She was laughing and happy and holding his hand and, leaning on him, hugging him. Yeah,
Did your brother hug him back or hug her back?
yes, but it was mostly her hugging.
And switching subjects from that time on the set, did there come a time when you learned that Johnny was going to marry Miss Heard?
Yes.
And this is a little complicated, so I'm just going to ask you in a narrative form. I understand there was a wedding, and that there were a couple of ceremonies. If you could just please describe that to the jury.
There was a wedding celebration that was put together on the island. So they had a wedding ceremony on the island. But prior to going to the island to do that, they actually got married in Los Angeles because they had to get married in Los Angeles because they couldn't get married, paperwork, etc. on the island. So they got married in LA.
How did you learn that they were going to get married?
Objection calls for hearsay.
We were already working on the celebration part, and I knew that the date was at some point. They were going to pick a date to try to get married in Los Angeles. But I didn't know the actual date that had been decided until he called me, which was pretty much right before the date.
What was your reaction upon hearing from your brother that he was going to marry Miss Heard?
I was scared. I was devastated, actually, that it was going to happen as quickly as it was being pushed for. I actually tried to talk him into just waiting a little bit longer, just a little bit, and not rushing.
Why did you want him to wait a little bit longer?
There had been conversations about a prenuptial agreement that had been going on for a while. And as the date was approaching, for the island ceremony, there was no success in the prenuptial conversations. And I knew it was important. His representatives had explained the importance, and I knew it was important to him for his children. And we were rushing to do something without his children being protected.
Specifically, if you could explain to the jury what involvement you had in those discussions about a prenuptial agreement.
Objection is foundations. Discussions with them.
She's testified about her.
I'll allow it. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. I think, what was your involvement
They're
in the
really quick on those
discussions involving
foundation objections.
Yeah.
prenuptial agreement?
Now that they found that tendency, I think.
Mostly it was,
I guess, but in that case, she had just talked about knowing about a
the attorneys
prenuptial
and the
agreement.
representatives.
Yeah.
So that they explained the importance of it and they explained the reasons behind it.
To strike hearsay.
I'll allow it.
Yeah, no.
That means you can keep going.
Okay, so I'm sorry. So that we could have further conversation and with Johnny.
But too trigger happy on
and
the hearsay objections.
there was an attorney that they coordinated with for Amber. So that was where I was involved in the coordinating that part.
Which side wanted a prenup?
Johnny's side wanted a prenup.
And I believe what you said may have gotten lost. Why did Johnny's side want a prenup?
Well, the prenup was to make sure that his children were protected.
That's Jack and Lily Rose.
Jack and Lily Rose, yes.
Did your brother and Ms. Heard ever sign a prenup?
No,
Why not?
Amber didn't sign it.
Did you end up, despite your misgivings, did you end up attending the wedding the ceremony between your brother and Ms. Heard on the island in the Bahamas?
Yes, I did, but I also attended the actual wedding in Los Angeles.
And that preceded the celebration in the
Yes.
Bahamas, is that correct?
Yes,
Did you have occasion to speak with Ms. Heard either at the ceremony, the formal ceremony in Los Angeles, or the celebration in the Bahamas?
I did. At the actual ceremony in Los Angeles, they had the ceremony at our mom's house, and at that ceremony, I didn't have occasion to really speak with Amber. She, Rocky, and Whitney, I don't believe wanted necessarily to speak with me on that day. I did after the ceremony was done. I was standing not far from them, and they were having a conversation. They were having a conversation actually about, about should they leak the information that they had already gotten married at the house to the press, so that maybe they didn't have to worry about the island when they did the celebration. And Amber actually reached out to me and said, because I was standing 7-8 feet away from her, asked my opinion, what I thought about that, which I basically said I didn't know why they would do it, since all the information for the island was already out, and it wasn't going to help them. I didn't know why they would want to leak it at all, but it was up to them. I saw her on the island as well, but on the island she was actually extremely friendly when I got there, because if I'm honest, I debated going. I didn't really want to. I almost didn't, but I took my dad. Dad wanted to go, and I wanted to make sure that I showed up anyway, because I wanted to make sure that, honestly, that my little brother would know that I was always going to be around no matter what. But Amber was extremely friendly and thanked me for coming to her special day. It was a very big day for her.
Can you remember any other interactions you had with Ms. Heard or your brother on the island at the celebration?
Interactions on the island? Not really.
And when was the next time you saw Amber Heard after the celebration on the island?
It would have been when she came back from Australia.
And I will get to that, Your Honor. Is it possible for us to take a very quick break?
Sure. You still have quite a bit of direct left, I assume?
I do have a fair amount, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, well, we go ahead and have you take your afternoon break of 15 minutes, okay? Again, don't do any outside research and do not
All
talk
right.
to anybody about the case. I know you're going to hear me say it so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
I wonder if they're going to do any.
I haven't said yet. So let's see. I'm going to make sure. I haven't said yet. No, it's okay. I usually wait till the jury goes out so we can make sure. All right. So why don't we just go ahead and make it at 3:30 then? So it's close enough. Take 15 minutes for 3. Okay.
Your Honor, may I just
Yes.
one request?
Sure.
Would you mind instructing the witness? I think this will go for all the witnesses on the grace, they're not to discuss their testimony.
All right. You understand that ma'am, since you are right now on the stand, you can't discuss this case, not even with the attorneys, okay? So don't discuss it with anybody till we get you back here in 15 minutes, okay? All right, thank you. Thank you.
Cool. Okay, so it looks like, yep, we are on a 20-minute break. So what do you guys think so far?
I'm interested in a way their objections with her. From this perspective, it kind of looks like they might be trying to interfere with her emotional responses.
Yeah. Ooh. Yeah, her emotional responses are definitely very, very powerful, right? Because as you said, she is a very sympathetic witness. And so she's somebody that if you get her into a role and especially if the jury is particularly keyed into the things that she's saying, objecting is a very good way of interrupting that flow and interrupting the questions, interrupting her responses. They can either be making the attorney flustered or maybe the witness flustered, that maybe she loses her train of thought. But it seems like at least the attorney he's pretty good at jumping back into it and just getting the next question in right afterwards. For her, maybe she's losing her train of thought a little bit from time to time, it seems like, based on these objections.
Well,
It
it's
might be
hard
the
to
objection.
continue
Oh, I'm
having
sorry.
an emotion when you keep getting interrupted.
That's
true
too.
A lot of it's genuine emotions, and especially all of this is relatively, not recent in time. You have to kind of put yourself back there in a way, and objections are constantly taking her out of that state that she's, put herself in to give the most accurate testimony.
Yes, absolutely.
And yeah, I think it's interesting. I don't know whether she is trying to be polite, but there are certainly lines of questioning that it would appear the attorneys think are going to lead to some strong thoughts about Amber Heard.
Yeah.
And she's not willing to go there. Unexpectedly, maybe in a couple of places where she demurs and says, "I didn't see her that much," or my thoughts were she was fine. And it doesn't strike me that was what the intent was. I don't know if that's politeness or what. It comes across a little odd.
You would almost think that they would have some knowledge of which way she would answer that question or not. Like they would have interviewed her before.
Oh, they definitely did, right? Like that's what's interesting there is whether or not, and this goes to emotionality, whether if she's in a certain state of mind, she's more willing to say what was a concern, right? Like even in my kind of overall impressions of what she was talking about, you were getting, she was unhappy with the wedding. She didn't like something. She'd seen some things kind of, but you don't actually get that real concentrated, this is why you were quote unquote devastated when you heard about that wedding. It's still, at least for me, a little bit of a question mark. You get the impression that she didn't like the relationship for certain reasons, but it's not as crystal clear as I don't know whether I would assume the plaintiff's attorneys thought it would be when she continues to kind of back off those, go in on Amber type questions. She's like,
I wonder if she's trying not to come off like heavy-handed. Do you think maybe that's a possibility? But I'm sorry, Natalie, what were you saying?
No, I was going to say, personal experience. Sometimes it doesn't matter how many times you prep a witness.
Sure.
It's a completely different feeling when you're in there and
Mhm.
you're in a heightened environment. It's your little brother who's sitting there.
And you're
And
looking at
it's,
the person. Amber's in the room as well.
yeah.
Yeah.
And I mean, there might be things that, you know, you said at one point in time that, you know, in an interview that they're trying to direct you towards, but you in the moment being overwhelmed by the situation aren't necessarily, you know, getting back in your head to where the attorney is trying to take you. Because I mean, that's happened to me all the time, where it's like, no, I want you to say say what you said when we prepped.
Right, right.
Not don't say it like that now.
Well, you
You know,
can see
and
a
you
little
try
bit
to
of
lead them that
surprise.
way.
Yeah.
And you know,
You saw him
it,
pause and be like, okay.
It almost sounds like there were a couple times where she kind of had this look on her face where it almost looked like she's like, I know that there's somewhere that you wanted me to go with this, but I can't remember. you know.
Or I really don't
So
want to attack this woman in this environment. Like, you don't
right.
know what's going through a witness's head.
mhm.
But yeah, that definitely came across to me a couple of times where they keep trying to get her to the water, and she said some stuff, but she was far more willing to say she was nice, for instance. Like, that took a much shorter period of time for her to say than here's the not nice stuff. So that's interesting.
Well, and
Yeah.
all of this, I mean, they're obviously close. They worked together for so long.
Right.
I mean, she's sitting there staring at him,
Yep.
and he's, you know, she knows exactly all the idiosyncrasies, all the little things that he's doing to hide his emotions, indications of all these other things that, you know, we as members of the public aren't necessarily picking up on. I think,
Mhm.
you know, having your sister testify something about that's, you know, entirely incredibly embarrassing is, you know, going to be difficult for everyone.
Well, he gave a little half smile to her saying, essentially, I wanted to stop the wedding, give or take. And that was an interesting reaction. It was almost wistful. It's like, yeah, we had that conversation and then we wouldn't be here, kind of thing. And I thought that worked well from us. I don't know the jury sees all those kinds of things. It was the camera switch that worked really well.
Yeah.
But that did have an air of truthfulness to at least that description of, you know, I talked to them about this.
It did look like yes, I know, older sister, I should have listened to you.
It
Yes,
had
I
that.
know.
It
You
had a
know,
little bit
like
of
it
that.
just like that kind of painful, like, yes. It did very much look that way when he kind of had a little
It
bit
was
of
a
a
half
smirk or
smile.
a smile or yeah. Yeah, for
Yeah.
sure, for sure.
And I think
But
it's
what Oh, go ahead.
I was saying, I think it's a bit hard for her to really come with concrete of how she feels when she also said she doesn't really know Amber that well as well. So it may be hard for her to say, well, yes, she was mean. And she also said that she didn't hear them argue, but then she felt the need to get them an additional room. So is Johnny telling her that they argued, or is her basis more hearsay than actually witnessing?
Well, I think that's kind of what they were prepping with the whole mother's history. Like, the one thing she does say before that is, like, she felt the vibe from Johnny that he was going through that same kind of relationship. But that's so attenuated for me. Like, okay, so he had this childhood history. We ran away from things, and so I got a hotel room. That's not, generally speaking, that's not an inexpensive type of extra thing, especially from a third party. So I don't know.
I think that the answer that she probably wanted to give, but she knew that they were getting hearsay answers, was I booked the hotel room because Johnny told me that he needed
Right.
it, because Johnny
Yes.
told me that he was going through this issue, and there's no way that she can testify to that because of the hearsay issue. So
maybe you can't testify.
Sorry, Lita, I gotta head out. I have a meeting, but I'll
Okay.
stop in
Right.
another one of these days. It was great seeing everybody.
Plenty of
yeah,
days
thanks
to
for
pop
joining
in.
us.
Yes,
Bye,
maybe
Natalie.
in
Nice
the
seeing you,
morning or
Natalie.
something.
Yeah, for
Bye.
sure. Bye.
I also think that his lawyer, by the way, could be framing some of these foundational objections are overreach or ridiculous, but some of them are, well, all right, you have to frame the question that way. And I'm not a litigator, but the difference is kind of minor, which is why you might not object to it every time. But
Yeah.
he was definitely like jumping half a step ahead of some of the things that she would have already testified to having known.
Yeah. And I think that, yeah, some of the foundational objections are legitimate that they brought up, because it was, Yeah, well, let me just finish saying this. I'm having like three thoughts at once. It happens to me all the time. So towards the beginning, especially, I think their foundational objections were probably pretty legitimate because he was kind of jumping into like this happened, right? And
Yeah,
so
no,
they
there
needed
are a
to
couple
sort
of
of
leading ones there.
take a few steps to lay that foundation. So that thanks, Mom. I've got sandwiches.
What?
Those are nice.
You have
Yeah.
enough for everybody, right?
I know, of course. I'm gonna share it with all of you guys. So normally when I'm back in my normal studio overseas, I've got Mr. Bites handing me plates of food. Now I've got Mama Bites
It's
handing me
good
food
stuff.
here. So I'm very, very lucky. But I think that they were starting to get a little bit nitpicky on some of their objections, especially on the hearsay objections, when it's like almost as if they just instinctively were like, I heard a question about a statement or about
Somebody
a
else saying
conversation, so
something. Yeah.
I'm going to object hearsay. But the problem with that is that you're going to start to develop a win-loss record, and the jury may or may not start to take notice. So they may start thinking, okay, you're objecting to something for whatever reason, you're not going to win. Like either I want to hear what this person has to say and you're interfering now, or I just don't trust your objections because you have a tendency to lose these things. Like that's something that they start to run the risk if they over object and they start to lose on those over objections.
Well, that's even the trick on the foundation stuff that they win. If you can ask the same question with slightly different wording, I mean, where are we really at?
Yeah.
And the jury's going to see that and say, why do we waste all that time?
Right.
Yeah.
Especially when we know this is all coming out one way or another. If they don't bring it up now, Amber is going to bring it up when it's her turn. So,
right.
Yeah, I think they've been a little overzealous, but I also understand these guys have been raring to go for a while, so I bet it'll die down after a bit.
Yeah,
they're prepped. Yeah,
and I think that also Johnny's attorney Ben Chu, I think that he's also going to smooth into his flow with asking the proper questions to set the foundation first, and then so both of them have to both sides kind of have to sort of like ease into what is going to be their smooth sailing, that they have, or maybe this is just a sign of what's to come throughout the next 4 to 6 weeks.
The most contentious 6 weeks. The representation will just take on the characteristics of their clients, and it'll just be a complete fight. I mean, I think his cadence is really well done. I think you can hear that he's got a direction. You can trust it to some extent. I don't know.
Ooh, hey, I mean, looks fun.
They're always the same kind of spam bots. So I don't know. At the very, very start of the testimony, I really was like, why are we talking about childhood and different people? Like there was 15 minutes where it's not even Johnny, it's mom and dad and her and all this stuff. So, it's not a rip-roaring opening to like, we're finally starting the trial. But I definitely think as you get closer in time to what you're talking about, it's more interesting. And seeing it in full, or at least as full as we are right now, you can tell that they're trying to tie in model concepts. This is how he reacts to abuse.
Yes.
The tricky part there, of course, is, just having knowledge that he has had abuse modeled for him and had that relationship. I mean, his sister talks about switches and violence against people. There is a version of cross-exam or even another kind of defense that says, well, this is what you knew, and these kinds of things. So it's interesting. It is very interesting to me just psychologically to have, we're talking about Kentucky, we're talking about switches, we're talking about these kinds of things. And then, I don't know, 20 minutes later, we're talking about TriStar and Sony and movie development and, what penthouses we're in. It's like, that's a wild witness because it's a wild life for the two of them.
Yeah.
Jetting your kids around the world in a private jet. Yeah.
From the start. And I think they do the start there, even though it's slow at the time, to try to establish what we talk about, which is when you meet a celebrity or when you otherwise, have a client that's famous and that kind of thing, is that they're people at the end of the day. They might be narcissistic, they might be evil, they might commit crimes, but they're still people of some kind. And so that appears to have been step one. Let's establish roots. Let's establish he was a person first. Then we'll talk about 5 penthouses in LA. Then we'll talk about these various things.
Yeah.
So I don't think there's any problem with that. The objections are a bit much. I do like the cadence of his attorney. It does feel like you're being guided to a place where he's going to say something that's going to be related to this case. Even if I don't see it, we can wait 10 minutes to get there.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't have any problem with that.
And maybe that's why she's first also, because the jury also is fresh. So they have maybe a little bit more patience to
Your
sit
super
through,
slow boring part. Yeah, that's a good point.
to sit through this part about the family, about his childhood, about, like, so that they're like, okay, like this is going to go somewhere. We're going to be here for 4 to 6 weeks. but they at least are relatively fresh, and they probably have patience at this point. Whereas if this was a week in, maybe they would be like, all right, I feel like we kind of know these people at this point. what is this all about? Let's get to it.
Well, and to some extent, when he does appear to be out in the wilderness and you have no idea where we're going, and he does deliver at least a cogent theory, right? We understand why that modeling was in there, what they're going to try to attach it to. You don't have to believe it. You don't have to agree with their theory.
Yeah.
But at least for putting money in the bank, I look at that and say, okay, I have a certain amount of trust that you're not just going to be completely out there and then dismiss the witness. And why were we doing this? You had a thought, you had a theory, you had a direction to go. And so on day one, yeah, maybe the next time we're out in the wilderness, you can say, well, he cashed it in last time. Let's stick with him before we charge it against him.
Also, it's, a week in, we're in a week into the violence, the craziness. I mean, the jury's going to be enthralled by that. And then we go to his sister who, well, yeah, I did this, I did that. I was a secretary for TriStar and Warner Brothers, and then I helped Johnny set up, his plane rides.
She doesn't have enough severed fingers in her testimony, right?
Yeah. It's not going to captivate anybody. So I think it's a good idea to go this way.
Yeah.
I don't have a problem with it. I'm interested in what we have a lot more direct is. I mean, we're right up at the marriage, so we'll see what that is. Again, I think I already expressed my concerns during the opening statements about the entire stress of this case not being about defamation statements very much. So it'll be interesting by the time they get their jury instructions. You're like, wait, we only have to decide on these things?
Right.
That was
I think
4 weeks of a lot of info.
Well, and because I think that it's the biggest factual evidentiary part is the truth aspect, whether or not the statement is a lie, because that's really what all of this has to focus on is whether or not it is true or false that Johnny Depp was an abuser during their relationship.
And I get that.
That's a lot of time.
And I get the
to prove a negative.
Why you do this. I just have to say psychologically myself, right? If I'm sitting on the jury, I don't love nobody ever saw him abused. He ran away when his mom and his dad were fighting. So that means he couldn't have or wouldn't have an abusive relationship in his future. I get setting character. I get these kinds of things, but every situation is different. And certainly what I take from the sister's testimony is there are red flags that at least a third party is seeing at that moment in time. And I say, well, then that's a fundamentally, potentially different relationship. And if the question at the end of the day comes down to, did Johnny Depp abuse Amber Heard? All of this is kind of on the outside of that to me, because you're trying to establish things that aren't directly related to that relationship. And this particular witness seems reluctant to talk with specifics about that relationship, even insofar as she observed it. And so it's of limited use. Obviously, there's going to be 100 witnesses. That's fine. But that's how I tend to look at it.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know why she's afraid to go down that road, because I think we've all either been that guy who's been in a crappy relationship, or you've been that person trying to say, hey, you need to get out of this. This is really bad for you. So I think a lot of jurors could relate to that. So I don't necessarily think it's a bad idea to.
I think she's examining her own feelings on it as she's getting examined, right? Like, what do I actually want to have in the public record about this other person that I'm also realizing maybe I didn't know super well while I'm making these judgments, right? Because you're right. You've had judgments about your own partners, your siblings' partners, whatever it might be. And maybe if you really get in there and Socratically examine them, it's like, well, honestly, maybe I jumped the gun on some of this stuff. And what you're willing to say in open court might differ a little bit from even how you truly feel, because you feel like that feeling was maybe a little bit unjustified. I mean, I think all sorts of things can happen with these stakes and in this context.
I wonder if another aspect here is, I mean, the fact that she is his sister, she's also been his man. Did she say how long she's been his manager?
I don't feel like they said the dates.
Basically,
It
yeah.
sounds like it's since 2003 or 4 when that
Basically the beginning.
developmental, that whatever Nile company
Okay.
started.
Okay. But so she's been his manager for a while. I understand that Johnny Depp has never liked being in the public eye. He's never really liked being a celebrity. So the fact that all of this is going on, having his dirty laundry aired publicly is obviously going to be pretty painful. And I wonder if there's a part of her that also is kind of conflicted in playing a role in helping to air that dirty laundry in the process of this whole litigation, if part of her role has been to sort of keep things calm and quiet and private for so many years as his sister and as his personal manager.
But I also think the purpose is to prove his case of that Amber is probably a bad person, and she's not willing to do that and assist him on his side of the case.
Yeah.
It's not the questions aren't saying like Johnny Depp is bad.
Before he takes the witness back, Your Honor, you'll be pleased, we have that second order fully
I am
endorsed. so-
very pleased.
Yes,
Put it in
both
my-
of them are completed.
That's great. I'll have an entry for my diary. Thank you. Thank you so much.
I do think that for the most part, this judge is making good decisions. There was one hearsay call that she made that was incorrect, in my opinion, but I think
Have you ever seen
otherwise
him
she's been
arguing?
mostly
Yes, sir. Yes, we're ready.
doing fairly well. All right, now we're continuing.
Well, we got to walk people in first.
Just heard that person cough. Try that a year ago, and that courtroom would have turned into pandemonium.
All right. We can be seated and we're ready to start again. Okay, yes, Mr. Chu?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon again, Ms. Dombrowski. I'm told that both you and I need to speak a little closer to our
Oh,
microphones.
I'm sorry.
Thank
Okay.
you. And when we took the break, I think you had just testified that the next time you had seen Ms. Heard was when she had just returned from Australia.
Yes.
What, if anything, did you discuss with Ms. Heard when she returned from Australia?
We, excuse me, we met for dinner a late dinner, and she was telling me that she and Johnny had a fight in Australia, and I was trying to talk to her about the idea that kind of fighting is not normal. It's too much, it's not okay. But she told me that I needed to basically get down off my cross and mind my own business. She said that Johnny
She's fidgeting with her bracelet.
liked that she was feisty.
That's what that is.
She was feisty, and then he loved it. And that Jerry Judge and I needed to stay
That
out
was
of
Johnny
her marriage.
shaking his pirate gold.
So that was the basic conversation.
Did you respond at all when Ms. Heard told you to get off your cross?
I just kept saying that fighting is not normal. This kind of fighting is not normal.
How close were you to Ms. Heard when you were having this conversation?
We were right next to each other, right? Like right here.
Did you see any marks or any discoloration on her face?
No.
Now, Ms. Dombrowski, I'd like to shift gears again and ask you about the period in April and May of 2016 if you could please let us know, as of April 2016, what was the state of your mother's health?
Excuse me. Mom had been, she had been in the hospital for quite some time, and like a long, steady pace from November. So by April, she was, we knew that she was towards the end of her life. So that's what April basically was, and it went into May. In May, we gathered everybody to come say goodbye to her.
How often, if at all, did you visit your mother in April 2016?
She was in the hospital, so I was with her pretty much every day. I was a 24/7 when I wasn't, at the office or something,
Did you ever see Johnny at the hospital?
Yes.
How often did you see Johnny at the hospital in April 2016?
I don't know how often I saw him. I mean, he would come and see her, regularly. Even before that, when there was a period we were trying to help her communicate, and he, brought in, different type tools, pens, pencils, drawing, crayons, just to try to help her communicate. He came as often as he could. He was there quite a bit.
And when you said you called the family together in May, would you please explain what you meant?
We were told by the doctors that Mom was at a point where there was nothing else that we could do for her, and so that we should start calling anybody that wanted to, come and spend a little bit of time and say their goodbyes. So we did that. We did that in May. But,
And moving ahead to May 19,
mm-hmm.
2016, what was your mother's condition that day?
She was basically in a coma. She was medicated and just on machines, life support, where it was, slowly going away on May 19th.
How do you know that?
I was with her.
Did you see your brother in the hospital that day?
Yes.
What happened the next day, May 20th, 2016?
Well, mom passed away that morning. We had all the family was there. Johnny was there with his kids until the wee morning hours of May 20th. My kids, my sister, we were all there spending our last bits of time, and everybody else had gone home. And Mom passed away probably a few hours after that, maybe 5-6 hours after that.
Who was with your mother when she passed?
I was.
Who, if anyone, told Johnny that your mother had passed?
Sorry.
Imagine getting a hearsay objection to that one.
I did. I called him, and I called my our other siblings to tell them.
And I'm sorry, I know this is painful. How did Johnny react when you told him that your mother had passed?
Well, he was sad, but there was there's a relief that suffering is done. So
she is coming across very sympathetically.
Definitely.
That was a smart move to take that break.
I was mostly trying to make sure that I was okay, and I was going to leave and not stay there and sort of take on everything by myself.
So he asked about how you were doing.
Oh, yes, that became quite a big topic. Yes.
Ms. Dombrowski, did you see Johnny the next day, Saturday, May 21, 2016?
I did. I'd gone to his house the night we lost Mom. I think we all kind of gathered our children, right? And I had my sister with me, so I had driven her back on the Saturday, and we were going to go to the funeral home. So I was while I was waiting for her, I went to go check on Johnny and see if he was okay, and wanted to go.
And did you check on Johnny Saturday morning, the 21st?
Yes, I went to see him because we had talked about maybe he would also go to the funeral home. But when I got there, he seemed upset because he and Amber had been fighting.
What else happened when you first met with your brother on the morning of the 21st when you were talking about going to the funeral home?
I went to go see if he was going to go with us. I got there, he was upset. Excuse me, because they were fighting. I got upset because of the day that was chosen to fight. But I went ahead and left and went to the funeral home with my sister, and then came back that evening.
Why were you upset about their fighting on that day in particular?
We had just lost our mom the day before. So I feel like that, there might be the need for a little compassion, no fighting on that day.
Did Johnny end up going with you to the funeral home that day?
No, I went ahead and went, and he was gathering his stuff because he had to go pick up some items because he was going to go on tour.
Did you see Johnny again that day once you left him to go to the funeral home?
Yeah, I came back that evening. I came back. I was taking care of my sister for a bit, and then before I left to go home, I stopped at his house to make sure that he was okay, and I saw him then.
And what happened when you went over to see that he was okay?
He was talking to a couple of people. I saw him briefly. He seemed to be all right, and I spoke to Jerry Judge, and they had just come back from him picking up items down at the downtown at the loft.
So when you met him the second day, that time, strike that, when you met him the second time that day on May 21, did you meet with him at his Sweetser house or at the ECB?
No, I went to the Sweetser house. He had gone down to the penthouse to pick up some of his stuff because he was going to be leaving, to go on tour. And I just stopped by after they had just gotten back.
And as of that time, the evening of May 21, your mother had just passed. What plans, if any, had been made for a funeral service for your mother?
We hadn't made any plans for a funeral service. We wanted to wait until we could get, all the friends and family, because we weren't expecting the date necessarily. But we wanted to wait till we can get all friends and family to come together to have more of a dinner, like a celebration like Mom would want at her favorite place. So we waited. We decided to schedule it like a month or so out instead of immediate.
So you had referred to your brothers having plans to go on tour that next week, obviously not knowing that his mother was going to pass.
Right.
What, if any, other formal events had been planned for that next week before he was going on tour?
Well, he had the premiere for Alice that was on the Monday night. Mom passed on Friday, and the premiere was Monday night. And then he was going to take a flight after that, immediately after the premiere. He had to get on a plane to go to New York to meet the band and go on to Europe.
And when you say Alice, just so the jury may understand, if you could please explain to them what Alice is.
Oh, I'm sorry. Alice, and I'm so sorry right now. I don't know if it's Alice Through the Looking Glass, maybe was that one's name, or the Alice in Wonderland Disney series where he played Hatter.
The second one, I can't remember.
And so that premiere for Alice in Wonderland was going to be on Monday. And what day was Mr. Depp planning to go on tour with his music band?
He had to be there Tuesday morning. So we had to schedule it. It was very tight. We scheduled a plane for him immediately after the premiere. He would get on the plane.
So he was expected to leave on Tuesday. So how long was he supposed to be on tour?
I believe it was a couple of months, something like that.
Going back to the premiere, how, if at all, did your mother's passing affect the premiere of Alice in Wonderland?
We didn't let anybody know that Mom had passed away. We kept that really close to just our, just family and friends, because he had to go do the premiere, and with the premiere, he's on the carpet, and on the carpet he does interviews, and it didn't feel right on many levels to have him where people knew that Mom had passed away and
would ask him questions.
While he's trying to do interviews,
Sure.
to sort of, give their condolences and their sympathies and all of that. So we kind of kept it just with us so that it wouldn't become a worldwide thing, and he could just do what he was supposed to do and do his job. And
Did you think he could handle hearing all that sympathy at the premiere?
I didn't think he should handle. I thought it would be very hard on him. It would be very hard, question after question, and condolences. And
Did there come a time when Ms. Heard filed for divorce from your brother?
yes,
When was that?
I learned that she had filed on the Tuesday morning. After that premiere, the Tuesday morning, I was at the funeral home and I got a call from the attorney to let me know that she had filed.
Where was Johnny when you learned that Ms. Heard had filed for divorce?
He was already in New York and getting ready to travel to Europe for the tour.
How did you react initially when you heard from Mr. Depp's attorney that Ms. Heard had filed for divorce?
I mean, I think understandably, the timing of this, it made me sick, actually. It really made me feel ill. It made me sad, frustrated. I can't even find the word to describe how I felt when I heard that the divorce was filed the day after, while I'm at the funeral home.
You didn't think the timing of Ms. Heard's filing was appropriate?
I did not. I thought it was, I thought something like that might have been able to wait.
Did there come a time when you learned that Ms. Heard had also filed for a restraining order against Johnny?
Yes. Yes, I think I heard that also from the attorney. I believe the day before. She was. I think it was a Thursday. I think I learned that one.
So this was 2 days after your brother had left for New York?
Yes. Yes, because I was shocked at that. I was shocked at that, and concerned that he was out of town and didn't know if he needed to be there. He was gone, you know. And I was asking the attorney, and they said, no, he doesn't have to be there. No one has to be there. Amber won't be there. No one will be there. Just attorneys. It's a very simple process.
Did Johnny attend the restraining order hearing?
No, he was not in town. He wasn't in the country.
Did you see any press coverage of the restraining order hearing?
Yes, I did.
Would you please tell the jury what you saw or read?
Objection calls for hearsay.
Not asking for the proof of what was in the articles. It's a present sense impression.
Yep.
Relevant. Why is it relevant?
All right, I'll sustain it to hearsay and relevance.
Okay.
Okay.
Did you see was there press coverage of the hearing?
There was a tremendous amount of press coverage.
Did you read any of it?
I did read some of it. I did, I saw some of it.
Putting aside the truth or falsity of what you saw, what did you see?
Relevance
Why is that relevant?
and hearsay.
Was the
All right, I'll sustain the objection. Next question. Okay.
How did you feel when you read the press?
Relevance. How the witness felt is irrelevant.
What's the relevance?
I think it's relevant to her testimony, Your Honor, but I can move on.
Okay, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Moving ahead 2 years in time,
I wonder how it would be relevant.
did you see Ms. Heard's Washington Post op-ed when it was published in December 2018?
Yes.
What did you think Ms. Heard's op-ed was about?
Relevance.
It's entirely relevant. They're trying to argue somehow that
It's not about Johnny Depp.
people
I think
didn't
that's right.
understand what
Yeah.
the
That's an
op-ed
issue.
meant. We
Going
heard
back
an
a step,
opening
man, that
where there
timeline
was
with
Yes,
everything
right.
else out sure makes Amber Heard look bad. That the funeral, the divorce, just on its own without extra context, I thought that was a particularly good sequence of questions and describing of what that felt like at the time.
Yeah.
If his mom was important to him, that was a hell of a sequence of events that week.
Yeah. Yes.
I mean, this has got to be relevant, right?
Yes.
What
Yeah.
do ordinary people take from that article?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I was on mute, but yeah, I agree. No, I don't know how it's not. It's not a stretch to go down this road.
Yeah, it really is not. I think he's going to be successful here.
Well, it's a long pause if he was.
Ms. Dombrowski, have you had any discussions with your brother about the op-ed?
Hearsay.
Yes. I
Object to anything for yes is hearsay.
I'm not sure if it is or not.
It's a yes or no question.
Okay, all right, next question.
Okay, so they're pretty tough on their leading question standards here.
As Mr. Depp's brother and as his personal manager, do you have any understanding how the publication of the op-ed has affected your brother's career?
Yeah, he's standing up on that one. That's
Call
the same
for
concept.
speculation.
Well, she does it as project manager.
Oh, I apologize,
Yeah,
Your Honor.
that's fine.
But
project manager.
she's worked with her brother for
I'll
several
allow that,
decades.
but let's see where the answer
The
goes.
thing is, he's also able to kind of signal to the jury
You
why
may
this is
answer.
significant and why she's particularly,
You get to roadmap
I'm sorry,
it as
would you
you
mind asking?
respond to objections.
yeah.
Do you have an understanding of how the publication of the op-ed has affected your brother's career?
Legitimate.
Yes. The op-ed, the op-ed is written with the way it was written, the wordings within the op-ed make it very clear of a time frame.
Director, to answer that question again, maybe you should ask it again.
How has the publication of Ms. Heard's op-ed, putting aside for a moment its relationship to your brother, its references to your brother, how has it affected his career?
I believe there's a negative effect on anyone's career when there's accusations.
Why are you believing? You're the witness.
As there have been.
You can just say he hasn't
How
gotten any
has
work.
it affected him personally?
Right. What is this answer?
Objection foundation.
I think she's trying to
his
give
sister.
the smart answer.
Not she's his sister. She works for his production company.
Yeah, she knows better than anybody. Yeah, she's just trying to give the smart answer. It's like, no, just be forthright.
Personally, I know he doesn't want people to feel that
This is not
that he could
responsive
ever
too.
be that type of person, which he isn't. And to know that actually that is something that is attached to him now, which trickles down to his children, where I think
tell you
that
what,
part,
knowing
more
that
than
she works for his production
is the
company and
part
that
that
this is
has
the question that she was asked, the
bothered
fact that she
him.
can't say he lost
The
work,
fact that his
I'm kind of
children
taking in the
have
other
to,
direction.
have
Yeah, this is
in their life.
Yeah, they
This is-
need her to just be very direct and say, look, he hasn't had the same kind of roles
Ms.
that he had
Dombrowski, do
before.
you believe
The phone's
that your
not
brother
ringing. The letters
physically
aren't
abused
coming
Ms.
in.
Heard?
Blah, blah,
Yeah.
blah.
There's no scripts at my door.
Oh.
And I don't get this. They would have prepped the crap out of her to get ready for this.
Yeah.
Do you believe that Ms.
It
Heard
makes
is a
it seem
public
like it
figure
didn't stop
representing
the work.
domestic violence?
No, I don't. I believe the opposite.
Excuse me, I'll sustain the objection.
Thank you,
Thank
Ron.
you. You strike that answer, please. Thank you.
Yeah. Yep. Do you believe if we win our case? I do.
Objection calls for speculation.
As his sister,
Do you believe Amber's a
and
scumbag?
as
Yes.
his personal manager for decades, are you aware of any occasion on which any woman other than Ms. Heard has ever accused your brother of any type of physical abuse?
Objection foundation hearsay.
I'll allow the answer.
Foundation.
No.
Have you heard?
Yes. Ma'am, do you know how your ears work?
A little bit. Yeah.
How has Ms. Heard's op-ed impacted your life?
Objection relevance.
What's the
Relevance.
I don't have any work.
Thank you,
but
Your Honor.
she's
That's
not-
all I have right now.
Oh, you never want to end on an objection.
Cross-examination?
Oh, you bail,
Yes,
man.
sir.
That sucks. You don't want to
Yeah.
end on an objection. I mean, he'll get to do redirect, but still.
Just make
It's
something
always
up.
Yeah, just something. Something.
Hey, Lead, I'll be back. I'm going to go run around real quick, say hi to Nick.
Sounds great. Sounds great.
See you guys in a minute.
See ya.
Man, she could not say he lost work.
Good afternoon, Ms. Dombrowski.
Yeah. That was a missed opportunity for sure.
So I believe we covered some of this, but just want to make sure. So you're employed at
a company your brother owns, right?
Yes.
It's called Infinitum Nile.
Trying to get to
Yes.
Is that
bias.
right? And it's Mr.
Yeah,
Depp's production
You're,
company.
you're incentivized to not have him
and
crippled,
you're the
right? Is
president
that
of that
correct?
company, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And that is your only source of income, correct?
I have other projects that I work on the side.
It's your only job, right?
It's my full-time job, yes.
Right. And job-wise, you don't have any other sources of income other than Infinitum Nile, right?
Other projects, I have the opportunity with other projects to make more money.
All right.
We're all gig economy participants now. Counsel, we occasionally go on YouTube and
Your
talk
Honor, may
about
I
things.
approach?
All right, if you could just show counsel what
Sure.
you're approaching with.
A few reams, Your Honor.
Rick, this one's for you. Oh, get Colin Moriarty on the show. No reason, just do it.
Just giving, I think he's just giving copies, Mr. Chair.
Yeah. Outside of his super busyness, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what he would say
Thank you.
on a stream like this.
Yes, please.
I mean, he's been on the channel before, but you know, he could comment on pop culture, right?
Sure, why not? Bring 'em all on.
Non-video game pop culture.
Ms. Dombrowski, do you remember giving a deposition in this case?
Yes,
And just a couple months ago, right?
I believe so, yeah.
And you remember before you started that deposition being under oath, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And you swore to tell the truth?
Yeah.
Okay. And you were asked questions by counsel for Ms. Hurd and you gave answers, right?
Yes.
Could you please take a look at page 19 of that deposition transcript in front of you?
Are they
Yeah,
going
we're
to
on-
teach her?
We're on page 5. We'll get in there.
And do you see on page 19, line 8 through 10, you were asked the question, do you have any other sources of income other than from Infinitum Nile?
You're going to hit her on
Nile?
this?
And you answered no, job-wise, no.
Right,
Do you see that?
I do.
And was that testimony correct?
Yes.
Okay.
But it's the same as what I said today.
I
Now,
agree.
you have a huge financial interest in your brother's career, right? The money that Infinitum Nile makes comes from money that Mr. Depp makes, correct?
It hasn't always historically known.
What
I'm
else
not
does
sure
it
I
come
would
from?
describe a production house that
We've
way
had-
exactly.
Deals with other entities, companies.
And for the most part, the better your brother does in his career, the more money Infinitum Nile makes, though, correct?
I don't think it's exactly like that, no.
And you have your brother has done projects that Infinitum Nile has been the production company for, correct?
Yes,
And you have a financial interest in that company, correct?
I'm an employee.
Are you employed by his other companies as well?
I'm employed by Infinitum Nile.
Are you employed by the other companies that your brother has?
No,
Where do you receive your paycheck from? Infinitum Nile?
Infinitum Nile.
Yes.
And you have a financial interest in how Infinitum Nile performs financially, correct?
Yes. I would prefer to have a job.
I have a salary that I get, so that's not a financial interest if you're asking if I get a piece of the pie. No,
I
You
don't have
wouldn't
equity.
consider salary financial interest. Is that
He
your
hasn't-
saying?
I consider it.
She's trying to say
a
it's not
salary, yes,
equity.
but it sounds like you're asking something
Yeah, it's
different. I'm
not
sorry, maybe I
equity.
misunderstood.
Yeah. So the bottom line is you draw a salary from Infinitum Nile,
Yes,
and that's your brother's production company, correct?
yes.
That's all
I'm
he
not
needs
positive
to say.
you
He doesn't
know-
need to fight
you
with
feel
her on that.
protected.
I'm not sure you want to
Your
jump
younger
out this
brother.
hostile.
Always have,
I mean, I
right?
know it's the
Yes.
opposing witness.
And you testified
she's sympathetic
earlier
so far.
today about Mr. Depp's reactions to some of your mother's anger growing
It feels
up.
like Hollywood just rolled in.
How old was Mr. Depp during the periods you were talking about? Like when he was a kid? Is that basically what you were talking about?
The reactions to mom's anger began as when we were children, and we had the same reaction always, was to leave.
Right. And when you were testifying earlier about Mr. Depp's reaction being to leave, you were referring to when he was, before you left the house, when he was a kid, right?
Yes, but we left the house not too far apart from each other, but yes.
When Mr. Depp would leave as a child during the times when your mother was angry at him, was he addicted to drugs back then?
No,
Was he addicted to alcohol?
no.
Aggressive.
You testified a little bit about Mr. Depp's former partner, Vanessa Paradis. You were friends with Vanessa, right?
It was a family, so.
Right. You considered her family.
Yeah,
Right.
she was part of the family, yes.
Right. And you were friendly with her?
Yes.
You liked her?
He's not leading.
You were happy that your brother was with her?
And it's cross.
I was happy that my brother was happy.
Yeah. And you didn't want to see him split up from Vanessa, did you?
You know what? I wanted both of them to be happy. It didn't matter to me if they split up or not.
You were devastated when they split up, weren't you?
I don't think I was devastated.
Were you happy about it?
No, I wanted my family to be okay.
What were your emotions when you learned that your brother was splitting from Vanessa?
If I had to say, I was probably, a little sad for both of them, but beyond that, I don't really recall big emotions.
And you were sad because you were losing her as part of what you just testified was your family, right?
No.
You weren't sad about that?
No.
Now, on May 21st, 2016, you were asked some questions about that. And I know your mother's passing must have been very tough. So I'm not going to ask specific questions about that. I'm going to ask questions about the next day just to make sure that I had your testimony.
Your generosity
right.
is overwhelming, counsel.
Can you remind me, you said you saw your brother the morning of May 21st?
I stopped by there at some point in the daytime, in the early part of the day.
Approximately what time?
I honestly don't remember.
Was it before lunch?
I don't remember the timing. It was just daytime.
It was daytime. And you testified that when you stopped by there for the first time that day that you were upset because it seemed like he and Amber had been fighting. Is that what you said?
I said that they had been arguing.
She said
they had been arguing, and I've said that I didn't love that they were arguing on. It was
that's neither here nor there, but she used the word fighting.
And that was your testimony was that you were upset that they had been arguing when you stopped by that during the daytime, right? Okay. Now you have no understanding of any of Amber or Mr. Depp's communications leading up to May 21st, correct?
I don't know that I have a lot of that, no.
Okay. But your testimony is that when you stopped by during the daytime on May 21st, that they had been fighting and that made you upset. Is that right? I'm just trying to understand what you testified to.
Yes, you did say this.
Mm-hmm.
It's not that it made me upset. I found it upsetting.
Oh my. Okay.
But to be fair, he's being very aggressive. So I
Yeah, no,
don't.
totally.
Did you ever
totally.
become aware that they
people that
hadn't
don't
actually
understand that,
seen
you
each
can probably
other or
see it on your
communicated at
screen,
all before
but
he
it's
came over
quite a
at
thing
8
to get
p.m. on May
cross-examined.
21st?
Yes.
Foundation.
She's testified that she said that they were fighting earlier in the day. I'm asking her if she ever became aware that they hadn't actually seen each other or talked that day.
I'll allow the question. Just go ahead.
Wait, no, that isn't that.
I'll ask it again. Did you ever become aware that Amber and Mr. Depp hadn't seen each other or talked that day before he came to the Eastern Columbia building the evening of May 21st?
No, I just know that what I understood was that they had a fight, whether it was over the phone or I don't know. They were arguing.
He could have been upset from an argument the day before.
Now, when
as
your
well.
mother was
Mhm.
in the last days of her life in the hospital, Amber visited her, right?
Amber did come one time by herself, if that's what you're referring to. She did come one time, shortly before Johnny was also coming.
And she visited her actually more than one time, correct?
I don't recall her visiting on her own more than one time, no. I remember her coming one time because I didn't know she was coming. And Johnny was actually also coming.
Right.
So they ended up there together.
I guess I'm a little confused because you just testified that she only visited one time.
Alone. This is what I'm saying. I only remember the one time alone where
That is
she
what
showed
she
up
said.
alone. I only remember one time.
That's what-
And Johnny came shortly after she was there.
And other times she visited with Johnny or other people, is that right?
She visited with Johnny sometimes.
I think the goal here is to try to convince the jury that she doesn't know what's
During
going
the
on.
time that Amber and Johnny were together, you became aware that he was using drugs and alcohol excessively, correct?
Excessively.
Your Honor, she's testified to what she observed during their relationship. I think it's within the scope.
No, I'll overrule the objection. You can ask the question. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's that they know that it's gonna come in, so they shouldn't
It's the-
try to hide it from the jury.
Don't try to
Did you wanna
fight
ask
it.
the question again?
I
Yeah.
do, yeah.
Okay.
During the time that Amber
In fact, it
and
should
Johnny
have come
were
up
dating,
on direct even.
did you become aware that he was using drugs or alcohol excessively?
I don't know about excessively.
I became aware that he had been drinking.
Right.
And during the time they were dating, I became aware of, at one point, a certain medication, yes.
And you formed the opinion that not only had he been drinking, but that he was drinking excessively, correct?
Is she in the depot saying that?
How is she?
I don't
know?
I don't know that I formed
If it's excessively or
but
not.
he was
Right, I'm not a
drinking.
doctor.
You
Yeah.
became aware that he was using booze,
Calls for
right?
an opinion.
Right.
I knew he
There
was
should be an
drinking.
objection on
And you
that.
knew he was using cocaine, right?
I never saw him do that, so
You became aware that he was using cocaine, correct?
I never saw him. Do
I
that.
never saw him
Here's-
There you
use
go.
anything like that. I became aware of people saying that.
And you became so concerned about that
I
that
wouldn't have-
you
She shouldn't have said that. But that's
told your
fine.
brother to stop using cocaine, correct?
Plenty of
I
time to
don't- I
object.
don't know that I remember telling
Okay.
him to stop using cocaine. I think I might have told him anything that he was doing, he should stop doing.
Heather, can you pull up exhibit 214, please?
I wonder if they prepared her for this questioning.
Yeah.
Your Honor, I'll obviously move for admission before it's published to the jury.
That's fine.
Well, I mean,
Make sure it wasn't going to be on their
she
screen.
was pausing on direct, so you knew this was going to look like this a little bit when put
Yeah.
under cross.
That's true. That's a good point.
But I agree with you, Alita, that maybe direct should have brought up and sympathized the addiction component of the
Yeah.
relationship.
Yeah.
To begin with.
Mhm.
Can you flip it?
And especially if she only saw drugs starting when he was in a relationship with her. You know, like even if he was using before, but that's the first time that she saw it or that she knew about it, like
She's
but
definitely
realistically, that's probably
opined
not the
as to
case.
toxicity here. The question is like what direction it goes, what happened, etc. There's
Yeah.
I don't think there's any question that anybody should have that this was not a relationship that was
Yeah.
going
Just trying to
very
figure out
well.
how to rotate this, Your Honor.
If it's coming from her computer screen, you have to rotate it on there. I mean,
I figured. I'm
all this is
poking
doing
at
is
the
mirroring
screen.
whatever was on.
So they
on-
have
on
to
the
they
computer
have
screen.
to go through the foundation in order to admit this exhibit at trial. Sometimes they do this ahead of time,
Sorry for the delay, Your Honor. Appreciate your patience.
but they are doing this in front of the jury here so that this is all happening in front of us. Different courts do it differently from time to time.
Now, they're not going to show it to the jury before foundation is laid.
Right. Right. Exactly. It has to be admitted into evidence before they can publish it to the jury.
Yeah.
Right.
So, and that's when we would see it as well. I would imagine that this is a photo of drugs or something.
Okay.
Like a letter or something that she
It's
wrote.
definitely something that isn't rotated correctly. So the question is, are they reading or not?
Yeah.
You wanna Unplug it and plug it back in. Just to
I mean,
see.
it could also just be a photo of, I've seen photos of like cocaine
system.
on a table or something that's supposed to be his or something like that.
Well,
I mean, from a
I think they
picture,
brought it
Your
up
Honor,
in.
it could be baby powder, could be sugar.
Well, he kind of brought it up after he asked, did she tell him to stop using it? And she said no, she
fair
didn't
point.
say that.
There could be text messages. She said something
Mhm.
about,
Did you use the word
That she-
cocaine?
Right.
I mean, like that's what
yeah,
they're on
that
about.
would be bad for her.
All right, I think we have it.
Yeah.
It would be
Check
bad for
off
credibility,
and
certainly, since you
hooks
just
and
said I don't think I ever used the word
That's right.
cocaine.
That's
Yeah.
the secret.
I mean, again, you're talking about what words did I use however many years ago?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But she specifically said she didn't use
looks
it,
better.
so not the best.
I think she said I
for
don't
her.
believe. She uses believe a lot.
Ms. Dombrowski,
Yeah.
I'd like to direct your attention to the four texts in the middle of the page.
Yep.
Did you write these?
Okay. Yeah, text messages.
If you look in the from column, there's a name that says Christy Dombrowski and it has a number. Is that your number?
Someone in the chat, stop using cocaine excessively.
And are those texts from you
That would be
to your
bad.
brother?
You are excessively
Johnny Depp.
using that cocaine.
Yeah, exactly.
You
And
must
those
stop.
texts were sent on or about February 5th, 2014.
Yes.
Your Honor,
All
I
right.
move for the admission of
Foundation laid.
Defendant's Exhibit 214.
Any objection to 214?
Can I just say something?
No,
though?
just wait, ma'am. Just wait for a
I'm
question.
Don't say anything.
Yes, sure.
Please don't testify right this second. Thank you. Well, all right.
Yeah.
Plaintiffs have some kind of issue.
Well, because this also is going to go to, if it's from his phone, then there's probably less of an issue with authentication. But if it's anything from Amber Heard's phone, there may be a discussion about that whole authentication problem.
But you just had the witness say that's me, and that was from that date.
Yeah.
I mean, it's fair. It's fair. The plaintiffs are saying don't trust anything from Heard's side at all. Metadata, phones, electronics, whatever. She's using her stern eyes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I wonder what their reasoning is to not admit it.
Yeah, it's very.
Well, it could be
curious.
the way that it was cropped. That could be
Can't see
you
the
know.
context.
Exactly.
yeah.
There could be all kinds of reasons. I mean, it could also be that they haven't agreed that actually comes from either of their phones. That
Right.
it wasn't recognized. It came originally from Amber Heard's side as opposed to from Johnny Depp's side in
Yeah,
discovery.
To roll
There's
in
all
and say
kinds of
the witness, we know what she just said. She overstepped. This is all. She can't remember this kind of stuff, et cetera, et cetera.
yeah, exactly.
It is interesting. This is pretty in depth.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I have to say, I like this judge's demeanor.
Yeah.
She seems
Yeah,
to be,
she-
trying to corral the attorneys and talk to them as people and not from on high.
It does seem
Mhm.
so. Okay, here we go.
Perfect time to talk about drugs at 4:20 on the court clock.
You noticed that too.
Of course. How do you miss that in this conversation? Absolutely. We're right on topic here to start on day one of Johnny versus Amber. Okay. Looks like defense might have had something happen because they're huddling about it.
Yep. They're not going right to admitting it, doing the foundational stuff. So maybe they are scrambling to pull up maybe something else instead.
I would say as far as scoring today, that's a lot of important objection type wins for plaintiff's side, the substantive stuff.
Yeah.
Defendants won a lot of you framed that question wrongly type things.
More ticky-tacky kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
And let's be fair. I mean, plaintiff's attorney could have done better with the framing of some of those questions and some of the things there.
Yeah.
I think
the thing about it too is that all that the defense has done with those objections is it forces the plaintiff to get better with their questioning, which only helps the jury to understand their testimony better. So it's like sometimes even when they're making those mistakes, those foundational mistakes and whatnot, sometimes it's almost better to just let them run on their own errors.
And as you pointed out, getting that explanation is often useful.
So you're
to be
moving
like, what
in
is this all about?
214, we'll receive it redacted.
Yes, you're
correct.
It needs to be redacted.
Brought in other stuff.
Over objection.
That's
fine.
that's the issue here. Is it needs to be redacted.
And you wanted to publish just the redacted parts, correct?
Yes, you're right.
That was the huddle. Can we throw black lines on this?
Fine. Right now, you just have the dates up. Is that what you want to start with?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. You can publish
Thank
that
you.
to the jury.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ms. Dombrowski, just because we can only show part of this page, do you see that these, you just testified these were text messages between you and Mr. Depp, right? And do you see that these text messages were sent on February 5th, 2014?
Yes.
The bottom three? Okay. And those bottom three, you just looked at when we saw the whole page, and I know it's a little cumbersome for the jury not seeing that, but you testified that the bottom three were text messages from you to your brother, right?
Yes.
Okay. Heather, could you just scroll to the right?
For the record, I also would not remember text messages from 2014.
Right.
That's good. Thank you.
I don't know anyone who would.
So on February 5th, 2014, you sent 3 texts
Not
to your
good.
brother. You sent one that said, stop drinking, right?
Mm-hmm.
You said one that said, stop Coke, right?
Yes.
So
She didn't say
I assume
cocaine.
you weren't talking about the
Caffeine
soft drink,
kills.
right?
Yeah, you know what? Too many
It
sodas,
doesn't appear
man.
to be.
You were talking
Yeah,
about
she did
cocaine,
not say
correct?
cocaine.
I don't know what these are in reference to, so I remember they brought this up at my deposition.
Her hemming and hawing
and
doesn't help.
These are
Just
something
give it
that
to
they're,
him, right?
I don't
I mean,
know.
I think you could
I
have
don't know if there's more
generalizing.
context to them.
Stop
I don't
doing
know
bad
what they're in
drugs.
reference to.
Yeah.
Coke
I know
came
what they
into my
say,
head.
but I don't know what they're in reference
She
to.
said
And what they
pills,
say
you know,
is that
these
on
are
February
generic.
5th, 2014, you were telling your brother, Johnny Depp, to stop using cocaine, correct?
No, I wrote those words, but that's what I'm saying. I don't know that I was telling him to stop doing that. You know, in context, it would be different.
That's
It could be a
horrible,
different scenario.
horrible answer. Sure, I
Yeah.
said
Well,
stop
let's
Coke,
take it
but
word by word. Coke, when you wrote Coke, you meant cocaine, not the soft drink, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And when you wrote pills, you meant prescription pills, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is
So you were telling
Prime
him on
fodder
February
for Amber
5th,
Heard's team right
2014
here.
to stop drinking, stop Coke, and stop pills, right?
I wrote the words.
yes, you wrote that.
And did you have any reason to believe when you wrote that Mr. Depp had been on a bender recently?
I don't recall writing this, so I don't recall the context of it. I understand that the words are there.
this answer
But
would
I
have been
don't-
fine if she
I
hadn't
don't
just
recall the
been
timing
hemming
Yeah.
and
or
hawing.
the
Totally.
writing
As I
of
said,
it. I
it's
don't recall
2014.
anything
How many
about
text
it
messages have I written
necessarily.
since then?
You weren't joking when you wrote that, right? It wasn't a joke, right?
I just told you I
I
don't know.
probably was not joking, but you know, maybe I was repeating something that someone else told me to write.
You were telling your brother to stop drinking, stop
That's not a good
cocaine,
answer
and stop
either.
pills because you believed that he had a problem with drinking cocaine.
Right. Well, she
and
needs to
pills,
stick
correct?
with, I have no idea what I meant.
I didn't believe he
Yes.
had the problem as much as someone else was trying to make me believe that he had the problem.
Did you have any reason to believe that Mr. Depp had been on a recent bender?
I didn't witness benders. I don't, you know what I mean? So I'm not involved in the benders.
Understood. I'm asking at the time when
Not
you
involved
sent
in the
these
benders
three
makes it
text
sound like the
messages on
benders actually
February
happened,
5th,
though.
2014,
It sure
did you have
does,
any
doesn't
reason to
it?
believe that Mr. Depp had been on a recent
Consider her tripped up.
I
Yeah.
couldn't tell you about February, whatever date that is back then, and what I would know at this moment.
Yeah, but you
Did
just
you have
stick
any
with it,
reason
say
to
only
be
that,
worried
and
about Mr. Depp
make your lawyer jump
when you
up
sent
after
these
he asks it
texts?
5 times.
Just repeat,
Right.
repeat,
Again,
repeat.
I don't know what was happening in life at that time. I don't
Yep,
recall that
yep.
period,
Sure,
the dates. I don't
sure.
recall where
Stick
we,
with
I
that.
don't recall
And then
anything
ask it
about
2 more
that
times and
time.
have your guy jump up.
These texts,
Just stop talking.
I know what the words are, but I don't know what the context is of them.
Right. And so I'm asking you a question as best I can, which was, when you sent these texts, did you have any reason to be worried about Mr. Depp's use of
I think I
alcohol,
might object
cocaine,
right
or
now.
pills?
Look, she's answered the question.
Again,
Yeah.
I don't recall the time period of sending these texts, so I
Yeah,
don't know
now's
that
a
I
good
would have
time to
any
start
reason
jumping up
at that
and
time. I don't
objecting
know.
for sure.
Would you have sent the text if you didn't have a reason to be worried about his use of alcohol, cocaine, or pills?
I could send those 3 separate lines like that, 3 separate texts. I could do that if it was, there's different reasons that maybe I could do that. It doesn't mean that was me giving him a message.
Have you ever sent texts to anyone else to tell them to stop drinking, stop coke, or stop pills before?
I mean, I don't remember these. I don't know.
Again,
Right.
I don't know that I'm telling him to stop drinking, stop coke, and stop pills. That's what I'm saying. It's the context of this.
Yeah, I think
And I appreciate that, but that wasn't my question. My
this should be a
question was,
jump up.
have you ever sent texts to anyone else in your life telling them to stop drinking, stop coke, or stop pills?
Please recall your
Why is
lifetime
that
of
relevant?
text messages.
I don't believe I've ever
Right.
told anybody to stop doing any of those things in a text message, but I also don't know that that's what I was doing
That's
here,
the answer.
is what I'm trying to say.
But
Jump
you wrote
up
those
now.
words to Mr. Depp.
Object.
Yeah. Object.
I wrote those words.
He's thinking about it.
And you didn't love the behavior
The
that
problem
Mr.
is
Depp
they
was
objected too
engaging in
prematurely
around this time
before
frame, did
when
you?
they first started talking about the drugs, and then they lost on that. So
I,
now
I
it's
don't
like,
know the
do
time frame. I don't know.
we
what
jump
time
up
frame
and
you're
run the risk
actually
again? And now we look
quickly
like we're
have
extra
the
alerted
ability
about
to
this
jump
stuff?
up and say
In the
you're
days
honored.
leading up
She
on
doesn't
or
know
around
why.
February
He's asked
5th,
them in 20
2014,
different
you didn't
ways.
love the behavior that
Yes.
Johnny Depp was engaging in.
She has said she has not seen
you?
any of this kind of behavior.
I don't.
Honestly, I think
don't
you did good defense.
recall
Your
anyone's
evidence stands for
behavior
itself.
from February 2014. I don't recall February 2014.
Would it refresh your recollection perhaps to see other text messages that you sent on or around this time to determine whether or not you were worried about Mr. Depp?
I wouldn't know. What do you got?
If there's other context, I guess. I don't know.
Why don't we do this?
I'm not
Heather,
counsel.
can you please pull up Exhibit 210?
Yeah, they totally should have. They totally should have gone into the drugs and stuff on direct to sort of take some of that sting out, because now it is particularly stingy right now with the way that she is hemming and hawing and the way that they tried to object to not talk about it. And
Your Honor, may I approach?
She's clearly an intelligent person, but I think part of the prep should have been, don't try to over intelligent this. If you look
Yes.
like you're hiding something, that's going to be interpreted on you.
yeah, just be open. Just be open and let it in.
And don't try to
essentially.
explain. I don't remember.
Yeah.
I don't remember. I
Yeah.
don't remember.
She's using too many words.
But no, I mean, they got her. Defense got her on that. She
Yeah,
knew
they did.
something, and she said it, and that's a loss. But move on.
Yeah.
I don't really actually think this hurts credibility that much that I didn't remember saying coke in 2014 in a text message.
Yeah.
But
She said, She said she didn't remember saying cocaine, and she didn't say cocaine. So
I
I
was gonna say,
don't think
didn't
it
say
was a
cocaine.
lie.
It's a text, not a talk. I mean, it is what it is.
Guys,
you pull
Manny
up texts from me in
says,
2014, I'm not going to remember them.
Manny Fabani says, Legalbytes merch t-shirt 1. I was not involved in the benders. And t-shirt number 2, stop drink, stop coke, stop pills. I don't know if I would want to sell those though, because they're not particularly good for Johnny Depp.
You have to admit, I wasn't involved in the benders. Is pretty good.
I know. Well, but
It's
it's
good for
not.
a shot glass. You know, you
It's
fit all that in.
yeah, that might be a good pint glass actually.
Okay, yeah, a little bigger, a little bigger.
Oh, but no, but it's even that statement is not good because it kind of assumes that those existed.
Oh yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah. No. The entire framework of the second half of that sentence is, the Benders.
Yeah.
I was his sister, and I'm his production manager. The Benders. I wasn't there though.
Right. But
It's
you know
like, all
about
right.
them.
Yeah.
But you're right. I don't think anybody doesn't know that that's a part of this story. So
Yeah, I mean, and this is the thing is that Johnny Depp's team they knew that this kind of stuff was going to come up. They knew, and so they had to have a plan for how to deal with this information because it was going to come in. So this idea that they were trying to object to, try to prevent her from going into it, it's in my opinion, it's not the best idea. They should have just talked about it first. They should, just talk about how like, okay, yeah, so he's a Hollywood star and sometimes this stuff happens. And he also had issues that he was dealing with from childhood, like
there's a
sometimes
lot of addicts and a lot of
there
people that
are
don't beat
ways that
other
we
people.
try to
Yeah.
numb the pain sometimes that we go through just being humans walking through this life. You know what I mean? There was a way that they could have actually really humanized him with that
Right.
testimony about those kind of struggles that he's had with addiction. But by trying to sort of protect it, they've turned this into an issue, and they've turned it into an issue that is now going to be very interesting to this jury, as opposed to before they could have been like, well, yeah, he was an addict, but he's human.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, and I really
Or
think
even if he used it, doesn't necessarily mean that he's an addict, which he tried to establish by saying excessively. But
Yeah.
again, that's an opinion unless he went to a doctor and said, okay, you're an addict at this point.
right. And it's another leap to say that then he beats his wife, but it
Right.
all looks bad when you're hiding it. And
Mhm.
I think definitely
Yes.
step one should have been don't try to outthink cross-examination. Try to be honest, and
Yes.
we'll worry about it as it comes.
Yes.
But she's clearly trying to, production manager president around these questions.
That's a good
It's
point.
like,
She's used to kind of taking on that role of I guess taking damage control for his life.
yeah,
And
probably
so
from
that doesn't
journalists.
really mesh well with being a
Yeah.
witness that has to just trust, just say
admit
and
it.
trust.
You have your counsel team; they're going to handle it, or
Yeah.
not. but you can't do this from that
Well,
seat.
and also another aspect too is that is it one of the reasons why I had asked when she had started working as his personal manager, I think she took over for Tracy Jacobs, who is going to be testifying to a lot of bad stuff. So it may also be that someone else who came into our inner circle then came out and did a lot of damage for Johnny Depp, so that
Ms.
they may be even
Dombrowski,
more protective
do you
because of that.
recognize this document as a text message chain between you and Amber Heard
So
on
it's supposed to be the
February 3rd,
contextual text
2014?
messages.
Yes.
And you see the chain starts at about 5:20 p.m., right?
Yes.
And there's messages from Amber to you are the ones on the right, correct, in blue?
Yes.
And messages from you to Amber are the ones in gray on the left, right?
Yes.
And if you go, well, take a minute and just read that first page, please.
Heck, if she can't remember them at all, I'm not even sure she's foundation, really.
Does this refresh your recollection about a text conversation you had with Amber on or about February 3rd, 2014?
Well, I can see this as our text exchange.
And does this refresh your recollection about concern that you may have had about the behavior that Mr. Depp was engaged in on or around that time?
Again,
I'll allow that. Go ahead.
The captioning,
Does
I
this,
love
I'll
it.
ask you again, does this refresh your recollection about behavior that Mr. Depp may have been engaging in around that time?
I remember this period and what Amber was believing that he was doing. Yes, at this period.
But does this refresh your recollection about your worry and concern for your brother Johnny Depp around this time?
I still don't recall having a severe worry around this time.
Okay. Well, before you didn't recall having any worry. So does this at least refresh your recollection that you had some worry?
It's a good counter.
Honestly, I don't recall having a worry. I've had worries in the years, but I don't recall having a worry at this time. I don't recall it.
Did you have any reason to doubt what you were reading from Ms. Heard in these texts?
To be honest, she would write things quite often or explain things quite often, and it's a bit more dramatic.
Yeah, defense left that one wide open.
We understood it to be.
No, honestly, she's manipulative.
Maybe even sometimes the instances were different than what she was describing. So
she didn't say she said it because of what other people
But in any
said,
event,
not necessarily what
this
she
conversation
believed.
that you had with Ms. Heard
Yeah,
gave
and
you
that's what
concern
Sharonda was
enough
saying, right?
to tell your brother,
Amber
stop
Heard was doing
coke,
this.
stop pills, stop booze, right?
no, I don't think it did.
It didn't. And I've asked this before,
A
but
better answer would have been, well, yeah, but that was based
is it
off of
true
what
you
Amber
didn't
was
love
telling me.
the behavior?
She
was
got
Which is
right up
what
to
she
the
said
edge.
earlier.
She got right up to the edge.
That would have been such a good answer to be like, yeah, well, even I was duped by
Again,
Amber's BS.
I didn't witness a lot of the behavior.
She did say
that
it was because Amber was
people
overly
are telling-
dramatic
that
about things.
You guys are
Yes.
referencing. I didn't witness a lot of it.
Take a look at page 2.
The problem is she's
please.
been hemming and hawing for a long time now. So it's like
Mhm.
that would have been such a compelling answer if she had just been straightforward the whole time and very
Right.
open about stuff and then been like, I don't really know.
Oh,
This is
yeah, I
what
mean, if
Amber
you're-
told me. So
yeah,
I got
you're
concerned based on what she
evaluating-
said.
Just take a minute to read that.
If you're
Wouldn't you?
evaluating
Questions about
sincerity at
both
this
of the
point,
pages.
it's way down there because it's so calculated. You can see the wheels turning as to what she wants to say.
But I feel like she's sticking to her story, but the attorney just keeps asking, and it's probably confusing her, honestly.
Yeah, I think so. I don't think she's deliberately being untruthful. I just think that it's
What you had been told
not
by
automatic
Ms. Heard on the first
responses.
pages of these texts
Right.
gave you
She's been
concern
put off
about Mr.
by
Depp's
him, I
behavior
think.
and made you not
Oh,
love
yeah.
anything that he was engaging in behavior-wise around this time, right?
What I had heard from her in these texts, I didn't really love where life was at the time.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admission of these 2 pages in their entirety for the reasons that we discussed, both as impeachment of the witness.
All right, there are other statements in here that I do find as hearsay, so we can work with it.
Gonna need to redact.
I'll reserve on that for this time, maybe, and we'll have other issues with it outside the presence of the jury, and we'll work on redactions, okay?
That sounds good. Can I,
Great. She's in
can I
charge.
ask her questions just about her language?
Okay.
And then we can work on redactions.
Yeah, yes, sir.
Now, guys
Okay,
people that are
yes, sir.
watching, this trial is very early. So just because things are a little bit rough for Johnny Depp's team
On the
right
first
now,
page, Your Honor,
it could totally
or,
turn
sorry,
around with the
on the
next
first
witness.
page, Ms. Dombrowski.
Oh, I mean, I
So-
think this is essentially
you
angels
write,
on the head of
"Where are
a
the
pin,
kids?"
impeaching her on this ground
Why
and
did you
everything
write that?
else. These are wins for the
I
sake
don't
of
know.
wins.
I
Yeah.
don't know. I mean,
Yeah.
I remember they asked me that at the deposition. I'm not sure.
It's making
You
her
wrote that
very
because you had
uncomfortable. It's
concerns
kind of
about where Mr. Depp's kids
setting
were
her
at
off
this
a
time,
bit, but
right?
it's
Well, if she was saying he wasn't home, I was asking where the kids were.
Because you were concerned for the kids' well-being, particularly when Mr. Depp was in this sort of state, correct?
No, I was curious about where the kids were if he wasn't home.
Were you ever concerned about the impact on the kids of Mr. Depp's drug use and alcohol use?
No.
So when you
That was a
wrote
fast
where are
answer.
the kids, you had no concern for their actual well-being.
Whoa.
Is that right?
Whoa.
Correct.
Yep, that's the right face to that. That's the right face,
The
witness.
concern, it's not that kind of concern.
There you
She's
go.
saying he's not home. I was wondering where the kids were so that they weren't alone.
When
That
you
was
wrote
a
her on
decent answer.
page
It
2,
was.
Not that kind of concern.
do you want to come to office to talk? You wrote that because you were concerned about what was going on with Mr. Depp at that point, right?
No, actually, I wrote that so that she could come to the office so that we could talk about all of it,
All of what?
of her text.
At a certain level, that's a great answer.
Your Honor, I'd ask for permission to publish the bottom text on page 2 that I think.
No, I asked to
It's
talk
not
with
a-
her so that we could
Just let her
talk.
text.
Right.
And I guess while she's pulling that up, I'd move for
It is
partial
factual.
admission of Exhibit 210 with redactions to be.
Is it helpful? I don't
Again, I'm
know.
gonna reserve on that.
Well, she's getting a little sass back in her,
All right,
isn't she?
that's-
Yeah. So she's not complete.
I'm
Yeah.
still gonna
she's-
reserve on the admission of it, so I'm not gonna show it to the jury at this time. Okay,
Okay,
Thank
okay,
you. But you can
Hmm,
ask your questions
okay.
about
okay. Thank you, Your Honor. When you wrote Miss Heard on February 3rd, 2014 at 5:42 p.m., Ms. Dombrowski, worry about everything. You were telling her to worry about everything and all the types of behavior that Mr. Depp was engaging in at that time, right?
I was not telling her to worry about anything. That's the way I wrote that sounds like I say, I worry about everything.
You're saying that you're worrying about everything?
Certainly could.
Is
We
that
can't
right?
see the things.
Yes,
Yeah.
as a whole.
Okay, so in contrast to what you testified a few minutes ago, you actually were very worried around this time frame, correct?
No, isn't that?
I was worried about what life was. That's what I had said.
Right. And the life that you were referring to here, what was going on in life was Mr. Depp's drug and alcohol abuse, correct?
I don't know.
It's a lot of stuff.
What was going on in life was someone who constantly wanted to point out some sort of drug and alcohol abuse.
Is that unfair for a spouse not to want their husband to abuse drugs and alcohol?
It's not unfair at all.
So was that a negative to you that Miss Heard didn't love that?
I'm sorry?
Was that a negative to you that Miss Heard didn't love Mr. Depp's drug and alcohol abuse? Was that unreasonable of her?
To me, it was exaggerated is the problem, so.
It was exaggerated, but you testified that you personally have no personal knowledge of your brother doing cocaine.
I never saw him do it, no.
Okay, but you had enough concern to text him, stop doing coke, stop the pills, and stop the drinking, correct?
No, I really don't think that's what I was doing with him.
She
And-
keeps
Well,
fighting
because
on that.
I mean, I
What
think
were
it's
you
like,
telling?
Yeah.
as
You
you,
weren't
as
talking
you
about
pointed
the
out,
Super
it was at
Bowl,
Amber Heard's
right?
behest.
You were talking
right? I mean,
about
like-
Yes,
drinking.
they-
Yeah.
Amber
I
keeps texting
understand.
me,
Coke
so
and
I
drugs.
said
Yes.
it.
But the way it's written, and I know my writing, the way it's written, I don't feel like what I was doing was me giving him an order to do that. I
Because
wouldn't
I
typically
believe
do
it.
that. So
You're recommending-
there's other context somewhere that,
The problem
that.
also is the
Right, and
way
that's
that
what
he's
we're trying
asking
to
these
explore is
questions right
what
now
is
is a
that
little bit
context? Because
confusing.
Mm-hmm.
You're very
So
direct.
even
in
the
those
jury might
texts
be
that
getting
the
a little
jury
bit
just looked
lost
at.
right now.
Stop the booze.
Well, I honestly
Stop
think
the
they
pills,
won
stop the
on
coke.
impeachment. Like,
So if you weren't
here,
telling
with,
him to
like,
stop the
those
booze,
statements
stop
say
the
stop
pills, and
doing
stop
this
the coke,
stuff.
what
So
were
you
you
knew
telling
that
him?
something
doesn't
was
need to-
wrong.
He doesn't need to keep hammering it.
I could have
Exactly.
been telling him
Yeah.
that,
He's trying to go for
You
the
know-
the full jugular, which is always an
because I've
You
had
know,
this
it's always an
conversation before,
instinct
I
that
could have
lawyers
been telling
have,
him, that
but you
in
don't
order
need
to make
to.
her
He's leaving himself
not,
wide open for her to say this
constantly
is Amber
accusing.
Heard's fault.
Yes.
Yeah,
because
this
she
is
didn't
what
she
she
didn't say that before when the
would
texts were initially introduced.
need.
If he had just moved on
You didn't
completely,
write those
she
words in
wouldn't
your
have had
text,
any
though,
time to
right?
do it. But now
No,
she's
I
having
didn't.
time to be like, oh well,
And
actually.
when you said in the February 3rd text message exchange with Miss Heard, I don't love any of it. I really want to be able to talk with him. That was you expressing concern about Mr. Depp's drinking and drug use, correct?
That was me expressing concern about what life was. And there was arguments all the time, and it felt like there was just constant unpleasantness.
Right. And would it be unfair? Well, let me ask it this way. That unpleasantness, to your knowledge, was caused in part, at least, by your brother's drug and alcohol abuse, right?
I don't know that.
Did you ever reach your own conclusion that your brother had a problem with drugs and alcohol?
Objection
I knew
calls
my
for
brother was
speculation.
drinking.
I'm
but
sorry.
I knew my brother was drinking. But in terms of like drugs, honestly, I had only one medication that I really knew of that, was an issue for him.
And what was that?
I don't remember the name of the medication. It was a prescription medication.
What was it?
It was like a pain medication that he had been taking for a long time.
And that was what you were referring to when you said stop pills, was prescription pain medication, correct?
Back to I have no idea.
Again, I wasn't necessarily referring to anything in particular. I know I wrote those words.
Yeah,
I
no, it's
don't
a
know
very
the
generic
context
set of
the
messages.
words.
Okay.
Yeah.
It is.
But in any event, you
Stop doing
you
bad
don't
stuff.
dispute that on
Also,
February
there's like
5th, 20
there's like literally like 52,000
20
exhibits in
whatever date
this
that was.
trial.
On February 5th,
So,
2014,
there may be a
you wrote to
lot
your
of
mother,
text
"Stop
messages that have been
drinking,
passed
stop
around
coke, stop pills."
that are evidence. So
Right.
they may not have prepared as well for this.
I wrote those
just
words,
thought
but I
about
don't know the context of the words.
just because of that.
Now, February 2014 wasn't the first time that you had communications with Ms. Heard relating to concerns about drug and alcohol abuse, right? By Mr. Depp, correct?
I don't know.
Heather, if you could pull up exhibit 163, please.
What's the exhibit number? I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
She
Your Honor,
testified that she didn't have
163.
independent concerns, so I'm interested in what else they've got here. Because if they're all led by Amber, that's its own kind of evidence.
Yeah.
Although presumably the Depp team isn't honestly going to fight that he didn't have certain issues with substances.
Yeah.
So this is all about trying to prove that she is
While she's
being
pulling that up,
calculated
Ms.
and,
Dombrowski,
getting
let
close
me
to
ask you
lying
this.
on the rest.
You knew
Mhm.
that Mr. Depp's drug and alcohol problem was affecting his relationship with Ms. Heard, right?
She complained about it.
I knew that she would say that. I mean, I knew that she would say that she had issues with, him with drugs and alcohol.
And you knew from those communications that it was negatively impacting their relationship, right?
She knew what she was told.
That's what Amber said.
Yeah.
I knew that she would write me about them,
Ah.
and I
there
knew
you
that
go.
she would,
There
I
you
know
go.
that she would, try to talk about them, and I know that she would say that they were negatively impacting. I don't know that that was the whole situation that they had
There you
going
go.
on, to be honest, though.
It was
Well, you didn't
based off of what
disbelieve
she
her when
said.
she told you that, right?
Exaggeration.
When she told me,
What you just testified to. That
Whoa, come
drinking
on
and
now,
drugs
counsel. What are you
were
talking
negatively
about?
impacting their relationship. You didn't disbelieve her, right?
I didn't necessarily think it was true, no.
You didn't think it was true?
That it was negatively impacting their
That's a good answer.
relationship.
And it's a great answer.
I
Yeah.
didn't necessarily think it
She's
was
found her.
100% true,
That's the
no.
right line.
Well,
Yes.
Attorney
you
is
just
so
said true and then
annoying.
100% true. So
True.
I'm trying to figure out, where you're going with this.
You're asking
Is
the
it
question,
your
counsel.
testimony today
Right.
Yeah.
that you never believed Miss Heard?
Wherever
when
you're
she
going
talked
with
to you
it,
about
dude.
Johnny's drugs and drinking?
Right.
No, I think you're taking it to an extreme.
Well, that's what I'm trying to get at. I'm sorry if I am. So just explain to me what is, that's not your testimony. So,
I think she exaggerated things quite a bit.
She said that before.
but you tried to help Amber deal with Mr. Depp's drugs and drinking, correct?
I tried to make sure that I was helpful to Amber as best I could. Yes.
I tried to help Amber.
If you can look at the document in front of you, Exhibit 163, please. This is a text exchange between you and Ms. Heard on March 22nd, 2013, correct?
Yes.
And do you remember earlier you testified about being present during the filming of a documentary about Keith Richards?
Yes.
This was right around that time frame, correct?
I don't know.
Do you recall when that was?
I don't recall the dates.
And actually, one thing I wanted to ask you about that while we're at it is you testified earlier about not seeing cuts or bruises on her face. You remember that? Or do you have no knowledge whether she was wearing makeup or not that night, right?
I don't recall if she was wearing makeup
Really going
or not.
all in
She
on
typically
makeup.
did not.
Okay. And you weren't specifically looking for cuts or bruises because you suspected that Mr. Depp had abused her, right?
I would have no reason to look for cuts or bruises, but I would think if they were there, I would see them.
Okay. So if you look at page one, exhibit 163, and Your Honor, I'd move for permission to publish.
I'm going to sustain that objection.
I figured you would, but
Okay,
can
okay.
I do the same thing and ask her about her words to misheard? And then we can reserving the right to publish it to the jury.
You can
depending on
ask
Your
if
Honor's
it
ruling.
refreshes her memory about
Right.
the conversations you're trying to
Sure.
discuss, yes.
Thank you. So, Ms. Dombrowski, do you recall having a conversation
The
with
head
Ms.
roll
Heard
from plaintiff's counsel
on or about March 22nd, 2013, in which Ms. Heard was expressing concerns to you about Mr. Depp's behavior?
Are literally
No,
all these
I don't
conversations
recall
led
dates,
by
so no.
Heard?
Okay. Why don't you go ahead and take a
Seems
look at
like
this
it.
document, please?
I assume they'd bring one up if it was led
let's
by
just-
certainly this witness.
Let's start with, just tell me when you're done with page one, please.
Pillow Notice says, don't show us your crusty feet. Show us Indy. I know. I'm sorry. Indy can't join us today, guys. She'll be on with us next week.
I think under this cross with that lawyer, she's much more willing to talk a little bit more negatively about Amber than she was on direct.
Right.
Well, I think that because she's been put
Ms.
on the
Dombrowski,
back foot
I
enough
think
that
that's
she's
you
finally
on
willing
the
to
screen,
kind of
which
push
is
back
okay
a little bit.
if you want to
it
mark
seems
it out.
like.
We can clear it up. We got it.
I didn't.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, okay. Doing their own redactions.
Okay.
It's a weird comment. Okay.
Okay, I've read it.
Okay, so when you texted Miss Heard, well, first of all, does this refresh your recollection about a conversation that you and Miss Heard had on March 22nd, 2013, relating to Miss Heard's concerns about Mr. Depp's behavior?
It really doesn't, but I see it here. It
But
doesn't.
you don't dispute that it is a conversation that the two of you had.
This is a text exchange between the two of us, yes.
Okay. When you wrote, "Don't be sorry," exclamation point, I am not completely sure if what is going on or why, but I don't love what it is. What did you mean by that?
That's what they got?
I'm not 100% sure. I believe I probably meant, once again,
Their whole relationship.
how life was.
Right. Life, including Mr. Depp's conduct toward my
This
client.
honestly
Amber Heard,
sounds both to me. If again, I'm sitting here on the jury listening to this, it sounds like a woman trying to
And
assuage.
when you wrote,
another
"It is
person
sad and
from
I'm
whatever
sorry
their
you guys are
complaint
going
is.
through this.
Yeah.
I'm here if there's anything
Agreed.
I can do." You were talking about the chat. You were sad that they were going through the challenges that drugs and alcohol on behalf of Mr. Depp were posing to their relationship. Correct?
How could you bring that to the party there?
I'll allow it if she can answer.
She's annoyed.
I don't think that I'm saying that I'm sad about that. I'm saying that I'm sad, about whatever it is that, that they're going through, but I don't know exactly.
How long has she
what it
been
is.
on the witness stand?
For
And right, two texts
hours, I
underneath
think?
that, Ms. Heard.
She was the
tells you what
first
they're going
witness that
through,
came
right?
in at.
yeah, she's been
Well,
almost 3 hours now. Actually,
She does go into about
it's been a long
yeah.
time.
what they have going on.
And then below that, you say, "I think with anyone in that place, confrontation unfortunately doesn't help, and sometimes conversations can seem like confrontations. Do you see that?
Mhm.
Were you suggesting to
How is
Ms.
that distinct from
Heard
an argument?
that she shouldn't have a conversation with Mr. Depp about what drugs and alcohol did to him because it could seem like a confrontation?
No.
'Cause I'd be a bad witness. I'd
No,
be
I was
laughing
not
through this.
suggesting that at all.
What did you mean by it?
Honestly, what I was trying to do is trying to Amber, Miss Heard, she could be very, very vocal. And so what I was trying to do was, if they were having a conversation, if it wasn't going well, I was trying to tell her that, maybe, sometimes conversations, if you're vocal, really loud, they're more confrontational, like just to, whatever it is, just have a nice, easy conversation.
Okay, well, let's just go to I just want to look at one more text on the top of the next page, Heather, please. When you write Miss Heard on March 22nd, 2013, you say disagreeing, reasoning, nudging, all can seem like confrontations. I am not sure of the volume or when some is likely to wear off, ? First of all, when you were talking about volume or when some is likely to wear off, you're talking about drugs or alcohol, correct?
She said in the text prior, right?
She can't attest to that.
I'm asking what.
No, I understand.
Yep, this is the right objection.
And I'm
Is
asking
it
what
me
problem
or does
you're
Johnny
referring to.
Depp have like no neck?
Without
right
referring
now?
to Miss Heard's
It's
text
like
prior,
shoulders
when you
and
say,
This is the
I'm not
problem with
sure
this
of the
whole
volume or
methodology,
when
Your
some is
Honor. You
likely to
can't
wear
do this
off.
half and half.
What are you
She wants to
referring
talk about what
I
she
don't
was
know. I mean,
responding
that's
to,
what
and
I'm,
she
that's what
can't.
I'm trying to say is, she had all kinds of things that she said in the text prior. I'm referring to
That I'm not allowed to talk about.
volume of, even just
So
voices.
his sister's wearing a turtleneck and he
Even
has
you can see
little
where
or
I
no
say
neck.
like, the nudging and all of that.
They don't
There
like
was a
necks in that
certain
family.
way that you learn to
Yeah,
try
what's
to
going on
talk
with this
to
family and
Amber
necks? That's the
to
next
keep things
question.
calm.
What's on your neck?
And when you said when,
hiding?
I thought she was.
All right, finish your. Mr. Chu,
Nate with
that's
the real
fine.
questions.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I understand. I'll let her finish your answer. That's fine, Mr.
Johnny looks
Thank
dead
you.
right now. Like, oh, shit.
There was a certain way that, ultimately you learn to talk to Amber, to sort of keep things calm. So you
Defense
would
walked
pacify
right
her,
into
you
all
would
this.
sort of,
Oh yeah.
just
yeah.
go along with all of her conversations, whatever, so that we would placate her all the time. to
Placate.
keep
She's saying she's
things
a drama
calm.
queen. This is
That's
what we had to do.
did.
And so when you said disagreeing, reasoning, nudging, all can seem like confrontations, were you telling Ms. Heard that she shouldn't voice any concerns about her significant other's drug or
Obviously
alcohol
not what she
abuse?
said.
Is this direct or cross?
Cross.
This is cross.
Voice any concerns to
It's
These
not a
are
very
just
good one right
open-ended.
now.
Yeah, this is
That
just
she
like tell
shouldn't
me a
nudge him
speech,
about it
right?
or
What
try to
happened to
reason
the,
with
what happened
him
to
about
the
drug and alcohol
fundamentals
abuse
of
or
cross
his
examination?
behavior?
It started off
Well, he
pretty
hasn't
tight.
Is
had
that what
and
you were
it's gotten
saying, that she
very
shouldn't
loose.
do that because it might seem like a
Yeah,
confrontation?
these texts are terrible because he
No,
goes and
she
says,
was more
weren't you
confrontational.
saying that this
She
was
was
the
much more
problem and
confrontational,
it was that
always
Johnny murdered people
confrontational.
in
And
the
I was
street?
trying to say
And
that
it's
all
like,
of these
what are you
things
talking about?
can be
Yeah.
confrontational, and maybe
He's-
take it down a notch.
He's
Okay,
trying to
so
go
you
for the
shouldn't
jugular and
disagree
he's
or
not
reason
quite
or nudge.
getting
Is
it.
that what you were
So
saying?
it's causing him to sort of, it's like trying to wrestle with a
No.
pig in the mud.
In
Or a
the
greased
way
up
that I
pig.
know that it
That's
would
why
be
you
done.
ask
She was
only
much
leading
more,
questions. So there's no, there's no pig to wrestle with. Yes, no, maybe
She
so.
wasn't a
Explanations are not allowed. I just
there
asked
wasn't
you
a
yes or
comforting
no.
Do you-
conversation.
But she's
I'm
not
sorry.
having it.
Were you
Well,
done with your answer?
She's regained control in this
I
cross
think so.
examination now.
Mhm.
Or do you believe that
Johnny's
brought
ready.
Amber
Looks like
into
he's about
this.
to-
She wasn't going
trying
to be involved
reason
at
with
all.
them or nudging them
Yeah.
justifies them getting abused?
All right.
Next foundation.
As the foundation, I'll sustain as the foundation. If you
Okay. Do you have any,
That threw him off. That threw him off.
Mhm.
Yeah, that was his build-up
have you ever
question.
disagreed with or reasoned with or nudged anyone in anything in your life?
Have you ever nudged anyone on anything?
What does that mean?
all right.
I mean, these are the words that she wrote.
I know.
These are the words that she wrote to my client. Disagreeing, reasoning, nudging, all can seem like confrontations.
I'll allow the question.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Have you ever disagreed or reasoned or nudged with someone in your
I
life?
have, in fact, argued
Yes.
with people.
Okay.
Mhm.
Do
What
you
is
believe
it?
that
Right.
doing any of those three things would justify your being abused?
What in the
What?
hell?
What?
That's an objection. There it is. Yeah, you gotta object to that.
Yeah, that's a dumb
Asking them for a
question.
legal conclusion.
How much
His
more do you
chair
have?
almost fell over. He jumped up so fast on that.
Yeah, that was a good objection.
All right, got it.
What the
Okay.
hell?
All right,
Obvious
ladies and gentlemen,
objection.
since it's 5 o'clock, we're going to go
Oh,
ahead
they
and,
ended on an
release you
objection.
for the day. Okay. Just a reminder, as always, please don't do any outside research. Don't talk to anybody about this case. Don't look at the news. Don't watch anything
What happened
on
to the
TV.
judge? The judge
Don't
was
read
totally
papers.
different than this morning.
No, it's the same one. She's just wearing glasses.
Have a good,
It's the
calm,
Superman
peaceful night,
effect.
okay? And we'll see you tomorrow bright and early,
all
okay?
right.
Thank you.
I'm like, this judge looks
They
like gender
stopped right
neutral.
on
I
the
don't know if
dot.
this is a guy or a woman, but I'm assuming it's a woman
woman.
because you said it earlier.
Her
All
name
right.
is Judge Penny Ascarate.
She's yeah, that ending on that last question is quite the memory to go into night one with.
Yeah.
That was the total slime ball. That was the total, here's who lawyers are in a bad Disney movie with some mustache twirling. When did you stop beating your wife type question? That was like textbook bad.
Yes.
All right. Ms. Broski,
Yeah.
just a reminder that you are still under oath and you're still testifying. So since you're still testifying, you can't have any discussions with anybody to include Mr. Depp's attorneys or his legal team, okay? All right, and we'll see you
Discussions
tomorrow
with
morning,
anyone?
all right? If
Have
you
to
could
go into
leave the courtroom,
solitary?
I just have a few
And does
housekeeping matters I
that
need to take
includes
care of.
Mr. Depp as well, correct?
Correct, and Mr. Depp, yes, anybody, okay?
That
Just don't talk about
anybody.
your testimony to anybody, okay? All right, that's fine. If you have a seat outside the courtroom, I just have a few housekeeping matters I want to take care of.
My first question would have been, what is a woman? What? I know. I'm a petty man. I'm a petty man.
Man, that last question was something else.
Yeah. But you got it in. And the jurors aren't, they're not legal academics, so it may land with them a little differently
Sit with
than it
them.
landed with
It's
us.
possible. He came in so hot. I don't know.
You
It
can
was a
sit down.
large
It's
jump.
okay. If you want to stand up, that's fine.
My housekeeping
I
items
just
aren't
wanna-
that short, counsel. Sit down.
Let me finish this one issue first, okay? I'd appreciate it. All right, going back to the text. So on 163, are you still trying to admit that into evidence? That was the last one.
Yes.
All right, there's an objection to that. Okay, good. All right. Yes, sir. Anything further to say on 163?
Well, I think, yes, two things. At a minimum, Ms. Dombrowski's text should be able to come in because those aren't hearsay. Even if we have to redact out
Right.
all of Ms. Hurd's text, which if that's what you're undergoing is we can. The problem is, and the reason I think it's not hearsay, is that it's impeachment under 607A7.
I understand your impeachment issue, and I understand that, and that we'll go back to 210.
But
and
it
I
still's
think
got to
there's
survive
an issue
hearsay,
with
even if it's
impeachment there.
impeachment.
But here I don't see any impeachment basis to have the extrinsic evidence in. You got the testimony in, but I don't see a basis to have the extrinsic evidence in.
And I would still ask that her texts come in, not for impeachment. They're not hearsay. They're probative to this case that she's expressing concern. And even if the jury can't see the context, because she can't see, they can't see.
Since they don't have the context, I'm not going to allow them in. So I'm going to deny, I'm going to sustain the objection to 163. As far as 210, the only impeachment basis was when she testified that she didn't recall anything about a bender or him being on a bender. So I think for impeachment purposes, just the only part that comes in is the, as far as Ms. Hurd's text is the JD is on a bender, and not even the last part of the, that's it. Okay. Everything else would have to be redacted.
Sure it does. 607A7.
I'm going to allow that, just that one part.
Making sure that impeaches
That
her.
one part of everything else gets redacted
didn't-
as far as her
she
text.
wasn't on the
Ms.
bender.
Dombrowski's text can come in, except
she
you have to
didn't
get rid of her identifying information as far as her phone number. Okay?
And just to be clear,
Mm.
That's it. Okay, I understand. Okay. All right, that's fine. Noted. Thank you.
I object
Church
to the
lady.
whole process.
That's the judge.
No, it
Judge
was.
is church lady.
That's exactly right. Not the last two words and not
Well,
the
isn't
sentence above it,
that
and not
special?
any of the sentences below it or any of the other texts, but Ms. Dombrowski's text come in, but you gotta just take out her phone
Johnny
number
Depp
for
looks
me.
like he's either high
Okay, so if
or
you can
he's
give
about
me,
to,
you
I
owe me
don't know
that,
what
and
he's doing, but
I'll
he just looks
allow the
weird.
redacted one
Like
with
the way he's sitting.
evidence. And you can owe that
Honestly,
to
more
me
than high, I'd say. If
tomorrow,
anything, he's
okay?
on like a little bit of sleep
And you also
drug.
owe me 214 tomorrow too,
pills.
correct?
yes.
I don't know.
On that one, if the last two columns, if we redact the personal identifiers, can we then show the other columns, the corresponding?
So the Amber one was part of it was let in because it was what she said, and the other part was the hearsay part, which we're
and get rid of the
They
objections.
allowed
so
in
that, is
all
that
the-
where I'm getting?
All right,
They
that's all
allowed
I
all
had.
the
Yes,
statements
ma'am,
from the
you had something.
witness. They redacted, eliminated everything that wasn't from the witness, except that she's allowing the phrase, not the sentence, something about a bender from Amber
Yeah, the
Heard.
JD is on a bender.
Mm-hmm.
And she said not even the rest of it. So whatever that sentence goes on to say,
Yeah.
it's all ellipses.
Okay.
Yeah. Ooh, okay. So it's kind of a mixed bag for both sides today, I think. Especially in terms of this first witness. She wasn't particularly great for Johnny at the end of the day, but the defense also was really losing their cross. They started off, they came in really hot. I honestly think that they came in a little bit too hot as in terms of aggression, because
Very
she
mean.
started off a very sympathetic witness, talking about their childhood, talking about their mother, talking about when their mom died the week that Amber Heard filed for divorce and filed for a restraining order against Johnny. She was a very sympathetic witness, and he came in very, very hot. And I think that the purpose of that was to try to trip her up, and that succeeded. But how will the jury take that? I don't know. The jury may see that this was somebody that was, that was a sweet lady that was talking about some very emotional stuff, and then just kind of like came in with like the rug pulled under her or something.
And I think she was calculated enough that I think like Hollywood producer came through quite a bit on cross, I think, to the defense's credit, but they hit 400 times what they had already won at the start. And I think they lost a lot of ground doing it.
Yes, I completely agree with you on that, because that was in trying to get that perfect cross. When you try to get that perfect cross, sometimes you can it's like trying to hold a bunch of sand in your hand, the tighter you try to hold it, the more it falls out. That's kind of what can happen with a cross examination if you try to go in too hard on an impeachment. All you need to do, if they had stopped their cross, if he had stopped his cross right at the point of saying of the like stop coke, stop pills, stop it right there, end the cross examination, boom, you're done. You've got drugs in, you've got her trying to cover that up, and also her not getting in that the only way that she knew about that was through Amber Heard. She was able to work that in later because he kept trying to hammer it. And so, you're right. They definitely lost a lot of ground on that, and she was able to work that in, but it was not her best performance as a witness either, because if she had been, either because of the preparation, or maybe it's nerves or something, but if she had instead said, look, those text messages, I don't remember exactly, but what I do remember is that any knowledge that I had of that was because of what Amber told me.
Yep.
Right.
And she got there like 100 questions later.
It flips it right back on Amber again. That is like the smartest thing to do. I mean, especially if that actually is the case, right? Because we don't want her to lie on the stand.
Assuming. We're not trying to coach lies in open court.
Of course.
We're assuming that is in fact the case, because she wound up saying that over the course of an hour instead of the 2 seconds that it should have been at the beginning.
Yeah.
I'm going to disagree.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm going to disagree with you guys.
Fair enough.
I don't think anything that she's going to say right now is going to matter. And I'm saying that because
I think that's true.
The first day of the Rittenhouse case, who was the first to name the first witness, the second witness, right? You can't remember any of them. Matter of fact, the opening statements, most of them, don't remember, right? And and you're talking about, that was a 2-week trial. We're talking about a 7-week trial, right? So
Likely,
I think,
since they prepped us for 6, it's probably 8.
So I think, yes, she didn't have a great
Natalie
time on the
Wisco remembers it was Dominic Black.
Dominic Black. Well,
that's right. Natalie does remember.
She would remember.
Natalie, because she would. But that's what
we got.
What we were talking about. She got me right. The lawyer who was on the case. I hate you.
You've been
I think if they did get a refund, I'll go to charity. I'm not.
Whoops, sorry.
But what I'm saying is that even in that case, it was most of the witnesses just, even if they did good jobs or bad jobs, it didn't move us to at the end. What we were talking about were those real moments, the video moments. Did this prosecutor earn its burden? Like the conversation changed. So I think 2 things. Number one, sometimes you want to put your bad witnesses on early in the trial. So those bad witnesses don't kill you. As a prosecutor, you always are going to have bad witnesses. Sometimes your victim is a bad witness, but you want to put that witness on at a certain point in time where it doesn't really destroy your case, especially if you have forensics or something behind it. You put the forensics on guy last because you want the jury to go in with, oh, his DNA was everywhere. Really, the witnesses, whatever. But I also think in this particular instance, everybody just kind of like filling it out. Let's fill each other out. Let's fill out the jury. And we're going to do it on this one witness who's really not that explosive to the overall case. So tell me, like in a week or two, when we're starting to get to those middle witnesses, to those ending witnesses, to those big names, now we're talking about, because I'm telling you, if Johnny Depp testifies tomorrow, nobody's going to remember anything that happened today.
That's true.
Well, I will say this, though. I mean, I think the cross-exam comes out, and especially towards the end, when they're bringing out text messages that say nothing, and then he tries to attach drug use to them. Then he tries to attach domestic abuse straight up to them. The one thing I remember from that is you are clearly lying about what we can all see in order to try to better your case. And that's cashed in the back of my head that whole last half hour was frankly bullshit. And that's what I remember going to sleep tonight. And so you're right about the actual testimony from the sister. I don't think it moved the needle very far at all. But you did start to get credits in the various places of the teams involved here. And I think one credit that I'll have in my brain, again, pretending to be on the jury, is that whole last part was nonsense. She's clearly trying to assuage her sister-in-law about something, and you're attaching what that something is again and again and again.
Yeah. Yeah.
I agree. And I feel like,
right.
yeah, a lot of her testimony kind of didn't go towards the abuse. It was more about his character. So even impeaching her based on his character, I don't think it's going to make too much of a difference as far as proving whether he did the things that Amber Heard said he did.
She's his sister. She's eminently impeachable by its very nature. She gets her salary from him. She loves her family. She's his sister. So she's impeachable, right? She's clearly on Johnny Depp's side. And that's, that's known.
Yeah.
Yeah. And bias is always relevant to
absolutely.
So one thing though about this witness, because obviously it's a sister, we know he's going to be pro Johnny, that's what we expect. But I don't know what we got from this witness today, other than Johnny's a good guy. We had a couple of instances. She was tough to understand, but there's nothing that I can write now. What's the headline? What would you guys consider the headline for today for this witness, not even for today?
Truthfully, I'd say her getting into effectively calling her manipulative and overly dramatic was probably the biggest stuff, and that comes from Cross.
Yeah.
Assuming that they were paying attention, of course.
It is long. It's a long day.
The point of having her was to convince the jury that Johnny Depp does not respond aggressively when someone is aggressive to him, right? Because they started off with the mom being, kind of abusive and him just running and hiding.
I'll tell you what other big ticket item, though, I had on this, Nate, was Johnny Depp's sister and production manager, who is as tilted towards him as possible, can't sit there on the stand when lobbed a softball and say that he lost work because of the Washington Post op-ed. Like, it was lined up on a tee, and she refused to say it.
Yeah.
Ooh, that hurts the case big time.
Honestly, that it was set up. They went around the horn, asked it 3 different times, and then she just did not.
Yeah. That was not very good.
Why would she struggle with that? That doesn't make any sense. As an attorney, that's a question that we think is coming up, right? You're gonna, this is, like that's prep. I don't understand how
well,
they
and she answered not only that, it almost looked like avoidance as it happened. She started answering different questions, and the judge actually said, "Ask it again because this is pertinent." And he asked it again, and she says, "I believe anyone who has an op-ed like that would have a negative career effect." I'm like, "You're his production. What are you talking about?"
Right.
So
did someone pull out?
Yeah, someone was confused about what actual knowledge she had or what she was willing to say about it. And whether that's politeness, whether that's because generally speaking, Johnny Depp likes to keep his business matters, down and not talk about them. I don't know.
Or because that's also implicating her role as his manager, that maybe that's also part of her work. Remember how she talked about how she had the meeting with Dior for him. So maybe she's thinking like, well, that's also kind of my responsibility, and maybe I've done some things to follow
what a poor time
in my role. I don't know.
Self-interest. It's like, oh, I don't want to implicate myself. No. Honestly, I
Because
thought she could have twisted around the opening to the cross-examination, which is they're trying to say you get your salary from Johnny Depp, right? If his career ends, you're in trouble, right? And says, yeah, that's why it's so important that we have to talk about this op-ed because his career was harmed by it. I mean, it's like,
yeah, my job was
all these things were missed because he just comes out screaming at her about you make all your money from Johnny Depp, and he skips what is the second half of that, which is, and so if his career were ended, harmed, or otherwise implicated, you'd lose your piggy bank. He doesn't actually connect those dots. He goes on to different pastures, but it's yeah.
Well, partly because she kind of fought back on him because she's like,
she fought back weird on that.
I think what you're trying to say is that I get some kind of a piece of the pie, but I get a salary from him if that's what you're saying. And I thought that response was fun because, if you feel like if you've been testifying for, an hour and a half at this point, and then right off the bat, you get this opposing lawyer that comes off really hot.
Oh, yeah.
Like it's appropriate to respond like, hold on, whatever you're trying to say, I don't think that's what actually was the case, but this.
She wasn't speaking off the cuff, which is good. That's great. She's not just responding emotionally to whatever's saying. She was too considered in a lot of her responses. And one of them was, yes, you can say you make money off of Johnny Depp's production company. It's okay. Yes, that implicates your tilt and your bias a little bit, but it's not the end of the world.
Oh,
yeah.
But I think the way he said it as a financial interest almost makes it seem like she got something out of it. And then on top of her being that manager, you want to separate his production company from Johnny Depp as an individual. And I think that
she was doing a good job of that because he was implicating like anything Johnny does goes straight into this other company. And presumably they're doing things that are not just Johnny Depp, acting. So
have you guys ever heard of the 10 Commandments of cross-examination? There's like a law school series when you do trial advocacy at my law school, they would give you this. They would teach us cross-examination.
I'm trying to remember whether that was a sign. Yeah, no, I don't think so.
But one thing they have in there is you have to be careful not to ask. You can't ask. There's like a question that you can't ask. It's like you don't ask the final question.
Yes.
You answer the final question. It's summation. So, for instance, if I say, were you at the murder place, the place with the murder, at the murder site with the gun in your hand, and the person says yes, then you don't ask. Well, that means you shot him, right? You could sum up with that. He was there with the gun in his hand. Obviously you put it together. But if you ask, did you shoot him? Then that could go to hell, right? He can say, well, no, I didn't shoot her. That's when I got pushed. But it's a way to allow you to close, but to still keep your narrative without the witness asking the question. And there's a famous case where there was a father who had died, and the family was trying to get money from him. He had died on a railroad track, and the family was trying to sue the railroad company to get money. And the railroad company was cross-examining the son, and he was like, the father was on the tracks, laid out the father, but he was a drinker, so they were saying that he was drunk. So the railroad guy said, well, you bent down and checked on your father. Yes. So that was it. He could have finished there. But he asked the one too many question. He said, what did you say to him? And he said, no, even though he was a drunk, he was my father and I loved him. And that lost him the case. That was he didn't have to ask that question because he had got there already. And I'm thinking that it's in this scenario, he shouldn't have asked that last question. Like now he can close with that. Now he can go there and say that same exact thing.
Yes.
Like, hey, she, when I asked her, and in closing, obviously she's going to be crazy without asking that question because she could say something else. Oh no, I have a trust fund, I have this, I have that, or she can fight it, and now you have to worry about it in closing. But now you could just literally, that's part of your closing. Are you going to believe this witness whose whole life and career is based off Johnny Depp?
Right, but I think he never quite even got to the second to last question, which is if Johnny's career goes under, won't that have negative implications on the viability of infinitive nihil. He didn't even tie it enough for my liking, even before you get to, which is the equivalent of, and wouldn't that make you a dirty lying bastard that has every incentive to get out here and report it? But I understand what he's doing.
But he did ask. He did ask. So you have a financial incentive. You know,
Right, and
which
she
is
spun it around for
one of
equity.
those jugular questions that you don't ask them, because then they're like, well, what do you mean by financial incentive?
Right.
Which
Well,
she
what do you mean
did.
by this?
And I think she
You know,
did. Mhm.
and so she exactly she used that space to say like, well, there's a lot of ways of interpreting that. You don't give any questions with any kind of phrases that the witness on cross-examination can interpret a certain term in multiple ways, because they will use that, especially if they are you know,
On their game. Yeah.
if they're on their game. Exactly.
No, and I thought
But
she had a great
otherwise you
moment
use
there.
very simple questions, nothing compound, no double negatives. That was also something that this guy was doing on
Big.
cross-examination too at one point.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Well, and I think she had a good moment after it got very confused, where she essentially said she was trying to separate her financial interest into jobs and salaries and potential money, essentially,
Mhm.
from
Right.
projects and things. And he tries to get her on a lie in depo, and
Yeah.
she even included JobWise. She even had JobWise in that deposition answer. And I'm like, I mean, that's pretty much what she said, dude. And she
Yeah.
Right.
says, that's what I said. And I'm like, if I'm sitting there, I'm like, she's right. So like he starts out this very hot cross-exam. And when you pull out the depo, you best be able to silver bullet that with the
Yeah.
sentence that you're going to reference.
Right.
And he
Yeah,
didn't.
that was a failed impeachment. And that
Yeah.
doesn't look good, because then it just looks like you're overly aggressive and for no good reason.
And he
So
started and
then the
finished there.
jury starts looking
He
at this
did.
witness almost defensively against the attorney.
So hold on, he pulled out the depo and the depo didn't. So what happened with the
It
depo?
said exactly what
So
she
she
said.
says, yeah. So he's saying, do you have a financial
Oh.
interest in the company? And do you have any other income outside of this? And she says, I only have this salary, but I have other projects. And so she's trying to say I'm not entirely dependent. Again, she's trying to lawyer while she's on the witness stand. And so she said, I'm not entirely dependent. And so he goes, we're depoing this. And so he pulls out the reams and he says, well, you read page 19, line 81 or whatever. And the statement is something along the lines of, is infinitesimal your only source of income? And she says, yes, JobWise, give or take. It's a longer sentence than that. And I'm like, well, that's what she said.
Yeah. And then she's like, and that's essentially what I said today. It's you can't really disagree with that, to be honest.
It's
And
like
the
she
thing
really
is,
did
that was,
separate between job and gig. I mean, she did.
She did.
and also
Ugh.
it's not really a point that you need to impeach upon, because there's already, you know, she's already said, yes, I get a salary from this company that is, you know, essentially Johnny Depp's company, and yes, I am his sister. Like, those are already 2 points that she's already been open about,
She's
that
biased.
that are
You know.
potential points of bias that the jury is going to pick up. They're going to understand. You don't need to win super hard 100% on every single point, and this guy did that from the beginning, and I think that's why his cross started to sort of fall apart and loosen up. You need to get in there, have your questions be tight, get in, get out, and then,
Well,
Yeah,
then
it's a
go
commando
on.
raid. It's not a date. It's a commando raid.
I'd argue in one of those huddles, when they're discussing text messages and things, and the team is talking, I would argue he comes back and tries, and I'm not sure it was very effective, and I don't know that he limited himself. He tries when he first gets back to be a softer touch, because he comes out like hair on fire, like,
But then-
and it
But
felt
you know
like
that's probably what the
Hollywood.
client wanted to see too. You know Amber's going to be like, the way you came out, I like what you did.
Yeah.
You know,
Well,
that
the
might
other
have just
thing
been for the
too,
client.
that I was thinking about during this cross-examination is that these two sets of attorneys, we may start to see a different style and a different approach between the two, where, and I don't know if this will actually end up playing out, but where Johnny Depp's side has a little bit of a softer touch, and then Amber Heard's side is much more aggressive, and that will have potentially the subliminal message that kind of more supports Johnny Depp's side,
She's the
saying
aggressor.
she is the
Yeah, she's the
aggressor. Her
aggressor.
attorneys are the aggressors. We're trying to be chill about this. We are trying to be straightforward, but look at them attacking all of these people.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
you could
That's a
definitely
good
see
point.
that his lead counsel is chill. His lead counsel almost feels, I don't know, Midwestern. It's very chill, and they really that cross X, which look, it's cross examination. You're trying to trip someone up, but
I going back to the depositions. He asked that means if he asked the question and the depo said exactly what she said, then that means he was asking questions he didn't know the answers to.
I'm not
Like,
sure
he
he
was kind of
remembered it
jumping
had
around.
jobless in the middle of that sentence, because
Okay,
it's right.
okay.
It's like an aside, because I was with him. I was like, okay, you got her, and then she says job wise, And I'm like, nope, that does enough. You didn't get her. And it's like, why would you pull this out?
Yeah, somebody should have been on call with that and maybe researched it, and then maybe even read it and was like, all right, we're gonna not ask this question. Withdrawn.
I mean, fourth chair or fifth chair should have been like, this doesn't work. Pull it back.
Somebody with the laptop in the back. Yeah, for sure.
They were too busy going, what exhibit do you want?
So how do you guys think that this is going between Johnny Depp and Amber Heard so far? I know it's early days. It's super early days. But so far, based on the opening statements and on the first witness.
I missed opening statements, but as far as this witness, I really don't think she gave too much into what the actual case is. Like I said earlier, I feel like it's more she was trying to establish his character and that he's not aggressive. And we know that she gets paid by him, and Amber reached out to her about some of the concerns that she had. But as far as whether the statements are true or anything like that, I don't think she really added too much to it so far.
Yeah. That's fair. That's fair. What do you think, Rick?
I think she was most successful in the back half after the break. I thought the early stuff wasn't that useful. I think I said at the time, to the extent you believe Johnny cared about his mom and these kinds of things, that timeline for that week makes Amber look very bad in terms of her husband. Obviously, things had broken down by that point. She's filing for divorce that same week. But even then, I think there's a certain amount of decorum that you usually attach to people in that circumstance, and that clearly wasn't present there. I think Cross-X was more interesting. I still look at it, if I'm just on the outside, and I really do see Hollywood producer more than I see all the stuff from the beginning. I see a very calculated person with obvious biases. So essentially, I'm going to agree ultimately with Nate, which is that I'm discounting most of this, but now I have a feel for some of the attorneying. And frankly, I have a certain amount of distrust for Heard's attorneys that I don't have for Depp's after the end of day one. And that's just impressions from day one. And Cross-X can have that tendency more than direct, I would argue, especially if you paid it, if you did your job on direct. So I want to discount even that. But at the end of day one, didn't much care for that Cross-X. And my God, that last question, I'm trained in law, right? So maybe Nate's right. And I said, well, you're thinking about it as a lawyer, not necessarily as a jury member. I look at that and say, man, that is not within the ballpark. It is not within the league. It is not within the concept of baseball. So get out of here with that.
Yeah, for sure.
Great leap.
Yeah.
It's always just so wild because you never really know what the jury is going to find to be important. Because there's been so many cases where we look at what happened in the jury room and like the juror believed that, that thing we all thought was a nothing thing. She's guilty because of that. Yeah, that was the key point.
Well, so, I will say one other thing, which is I'm not sure, and even after the opening statements and watching this, we got a lot of days left. Obviously, I'm very concerned we're not actually going to try a defamation case, and that it is going to be a divorce court, domestic violence case, substance abuse, Hollywood parties, whatever it's going to be, which admittedly entertaining, but the lawyer in me does say, based on the opening statements, based on the Washington Post article, I still find myself, regardless of everything else that happened, saying, no, those aren't really so much statements about Johnny Depp. I lean at the start towards a non-defamation finding, and it'll take some mileage for me to get there based on the law, not on who's right and who's wrong about who's hitting things and throwing bases and severing fingers, but on the statements that appear in the Washington Post.
Yes. And part of that has to do with the fact that finding defamation for a public figure is very difficult, because as we've discussed before on other live streams and whatnot, it's super difficult because of that actual malice standard that they both will have to meet because they both are alleging defamation against one another. Right. So it's a little bit easier when you're alleging it against the direct person that would have personal knowledge. So it's like if the jury believes that Amber is lying, they would probably also believe that she knew that she was lying about it, and vice versa for Johnny Depp.
Yeah, and that's why they're trying it this way, right? So I think that's probably right. Is if she's a lying liar who lies, and she was, and he didn't domestically abuse her, and maybe even she was the abuser, then we'll fine for this because that's what's in front of us, is to punish the lying liar that lies.
Yeah. Let me get some super chats on here because we've got a bunch to catch up, starting from this morning even. Fanto5692 says, do you think this really has the potential to become this generation's O.J. Simpson trial? I don't know about O.J. Simpson, just because that was a criminal trial.
Murder
and so it has different implications than a civil trial. But I mean, what would this be compared to in terms of like famous civil trials? I don't know, because there aren't that many that are made publicly available.
Celebrity versus celebrity is a big deal.
Yeah.
And the one thing I did note in the opening statements, which is usually where you get hyperbole. Remember Jussie Smollett's sentencing hearing about how he's the greatest actor that ever lived and things. And you're like, okay, all right. Johnny Depp really did have that kind of career for a period of time. So when they're talking about like he's being put in movies to deliberately make billions for Disney and Jerry Bruckheimer and these various things, it's like, no, he really is at that A tier and comes down. Now, I think part of their problem is he comes down a little bit before and as part of all this, before certainly 2018. But that I remember thinking, oh, they're not hyperbolizing this. This is a big freaking deal. When OJ happened, he was a couple of years removed from movies and things like that.
Yeah, for sure. Greg Cormier says, oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I wanted to ask you about those three statements because I'm like Hogue. I read when they were doing the Washington Post stuff. I was like, defamation case, I don't really see. There's a lot of opinion in there, or whatever, But it seems like this is surviving this defamation because they were a part of their agreement, right? Their marital when they got divorced, their NDA. So
that wasn't brought up in the opening statements, was it?
I don't think so, but we talked about it. We talked about it.
This is the glories of me only having that to go on. Is like
yeah.
I remember because I remember that the one of you guys said that she had violated some.
Yeah. I said that. Yeah.
Oh, so what happened? Am I wrong? Because I'm assuming that's the reason why they allowed this to go forward. Because if they're part of a settlement, you don't say these things, and then you say them, then obviously maybe it may be defamatory because of that NDA.
Wouldn't that be
like it's not actually no NDA, but like she's already admitted that they're defamatory.
Oh, I see.
Okay. I don't think so. The legal argument that went on in the motions to dismiss in this case really had to do more with whether or not the statements can stand as defamation by implication. And there is Virginia case law, appellate case law that's been longstanding that does uphold that idea that you can have a statement that is defamatory by implication. So for there's a case in Virginia. Actually, I think it was the Virginia Supreme Court. Actually, there was a case where there was a mom whose child had died at school. I think died because of an allergic reaction, and this was she had provided an EpiPen, or she tried to provide an EpiPen. She had a whole treatment plan that she had talked with the school nurse and everything. And then something went wrong. And they had told her, no, don't provide us with an EpiPen. We have one, don't worry about it. Anyhow, something happened with an allergic reaction with this child. The child died, and then she sued the school. And so the school, in responding to publicity about this issue, made statements to the parents and to others, basically implying that, well, this is why we have, why you need to ensure that parents have a treatment plan for their kids if they have known allergies. This is why we ensure that parents provide an EpiPen to the school if they know they have allergies. Like all of these things that she tried to do, but the school legitimately messed up on. So the implication in all of these statements to the public about this whole issue was that the mother was the one that was negligent, not the school. But so she sued for defamation. The court, I can't remember if it initially was dismissed or not, but basically it ended up all the way up until I think the Virginia Supreme Court, and they said, yeah, no, you can have defamation by implication based on the context of the statements. So,
yeah. I mean, but to me, that's more obviously. These statements are implying that this person didn't do these things, versus I take the three statements in the Washington Post, and what they want me to be able to read is Johnny Depp is a domestic abuser. And I don't know that they do. for what the framework is in the Washington Post op-ed, which isn't to say that they can't prove it to me. I'm saying just looking at those things on their own in isolation, it is not as strong a case as we talked about with at least that third statement they brought up from Johnny Depp's attorney, which I think they still have issues like making that Johnny Depp statement in the context, et cetera, et cetera. But that statement is they weren't happy with the police response, so they got together and faked a crime scene. That's, you know what? That is something you can prove or disprove.
Yeah.
Right.
So, and I think that the statement that Johnny's team is using from the Washington Post op-ed, I think the one that probably is the strongest one is the one that has a reference to 2 years before.
Yep.
About, something about violence 2 years ago, because that is something that you can point to very, very clearly what happened 2 years prior. And the fact that there was this domestic violence restraining order, et cetera, et cetera. So, hey, Kurt, welcome back.
So you all still alive?
We are still alive.
We
Still
made it
alive.
through day one just fine.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, this will be
was
the nice
good.
before picture of how you guys looked long ago before it all started.
By the end, it'll be me as a skeleton in the corner, like,
yeah.
this trial changed me.
See, yeah, I mean, the problem I have is, so that statement is, then 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing a domestic abuse, which, again, she is,
Yeah.
regardless of the truthfulness of the domestic abuse claims in the first instance, right? So I just have trouble with this. I'm not going to go full First Amendment, free speech, rah, but it's just not as strong of a case as I thought it would be, not knowing the statements before I sat here this morning.
Yeah. And I believe I said the same thing 8 hours ago when, basically that the major problem or the easiest defense I saw was the statements were about or concerning Johnny Depp. And that's exactly the same problem. These statements don't seem to be about or concerning him.
But that's how they
get there and over.
But Kurt, in Virginia, you can get by implication. So,
Right,
I understand that. I understand you can try to get there by
negatively.
implication. So I'm not disputing the underlying idea. I'm just not sure that you're there.
Well, even if you read it as negatively as you possibly can, you can read it as 2 years ago, I accused Johnny Depp of domestic violence, right? Even if you said that sentence, that's not false. That's what you did. So we're talking about her status as representative and accusations. And yes, it can have negative effects. They're going to attest to that having negative effects. But as the defense rightly said in their opening statements, even though they wrapped it in a little bit of patriotism, is that we hold defamation to be very, very, very narrow because we believe in freedom of speech so much in this country.
Yeah.
But in that point, I think he's arguing the law. He's not even arguing the facts at that point in time.
Well, I mean, he did, right? He did it the way like the internet talks about these things, the First Amendment and speech and ideas. And do we really want to muffle the voice of a strong young woman trying to speak out against the mores in front of her?
Speaking truth to power.
Yeah. No, I mean, but that's it's an opening statement. It's fine.
Yeah, no, for sure. Britt Cormier says, quote, I was getting death threats, unquote, is becoming the new, quote, I was just walking down the street, unquote. With the internet, they are just going to be a thing, especially when they are just things like, quote unquote, you should die.
Well, I mean, I certainly, I've received death threats. I assume that's the bulk of us here.
I don't know. I haven't received death threats yet. So
I don't know about death threats, but I have gotten some bad comments.
Some of them were from me, Richard. So I mean, those don't really count.
They're death threats from you?
Yes.
Yeah, that checks out.
Matt Bond said, could, quote, she was careful to avoid that, unquote, hurt her? She was careful to avoid that. I'm not sure what that's referencing. I'm sorry. Samantha June. Sorry, go ahead.
Simultaneous super chats.
I know. Samantha, I know. That's why I'll try to work them in between stuff tomorrow.
Yeah, that's what I usually do when I don't know the answer. Sure. What's the next question?
Samantha June says, thank you all for your time and expertise as we all watch the legal system at work. I truly appreciate it. You're welcome. Ingrid Johanna says, has he not heard the tapes from that event? I think what Inger is responding to is the tapes about Amber talking about throwing pots and pans and basically, well, Johnny Depp saying that she threw pots and pans and Amber not exactly disputing it. I'm sure that audio is going to be played out during this trial.
Yeah.
Luminia M says, Legalbytes, thank you for gathering this group to discuss this important case for JD. Of course. Dragon's Treasure says, Legalbytes, make sure to stay hydrated. Do you know of a good way for the chat to stay hydrated and save money? Hashtag smooth shill. Yes, of course. You can go down to dragonstreasure.com and enter the promo code Amber Turd for 10% off. And it does also help to support this channel financially as well, because I do get a small portion of the sales. And of course, you get really, really great tea from Dragon's Treasure. It's absolutely delicious.
Always solid with the disclaimers, Alita.
Of course, I got to. If I don't hit that mark, I know that the FTC is going to come after me.
Yes, probably not, but yes.
I'm sorry to say it, guys. I don't believe Johnny's got a good case. I'm like looking at the statements. I'm doing everything possible to say yes. If all this is true, absolutely true, how can he win? And I don't.
Nate,
there.
I'm on your side of where this is likely to come up legally. I think you made a great point at the top of all of this, which is the point is to get testimony saying she's a liar and here are the bad things that she's done. I think it's a struggle to get that to a full defamation win, but we'll see.
Mm-hmm. We'll see what comes out in terms of the evidence here. Shanna's Mix says, if you're quote unquote clean, any mud that's flung will show. Admit you're a little dirty. Mud that's flung will blend. No one is clean remembers that. That's so true. That's so true. That and that really would have been much more advantageous, like I said before, if they had gotten ahead of the whole drugs and alcohol thing with his sister, Miss Dombrowski. It would have been way better if they had just said, all right, did you have any knowledge of any drugs or alcohol? How did you know that? Or how did you come to understand that? Then she could have had, in a much more relaxed way, she could have said, it's my understanding that he was. The only way that I knew that was because of what Amber told me. Mm-hmm. It would have taken out the sting, and they could have also controlled the way in which that narrative sort of played out. And they also could have talked about let's talk about addiction. Let's talk about struggle. Let's talk about, being a normal human in this life. And it could have been a much more humanizing kind of moment. But I want to take a minute to welcome Spidey from Behavioral Arts.
Hey guys.
Welcome. Happy to have you here.
Hey, what's going on?
How are you guys doing? Crazy stuff going on.
How are you? So for anybody that is not familiar with you, why don't you introduce yourself?
Hey guys, my name is Spidey. I am a behavior and body language analyst and a professional mentalist. I built a whole career as a performer before I got seriously into this. My background is in social psychology and a certification in criminal interrogation. And I basically look at body language and sort of try to figure out what's going on in someone's mind based on what we're seeing in the behaviors.
Oh, good. Yeah. I should definitely
Any
do this.
Particular kind of
I just closed the camera. All right, I'm out.
I don't trust any of this now. No.
Yeah. Any particular kind of criminal interrogation? Are you a read guy or what?
I don't use read. No, I basically focus mostly on just sort of keeping. I actually specialize more in my career with interview rather than interrogation, like for a high position, like recruiting. But I don't use read. I find it a little too aggressive. I just encourage open communication. We talk about socializing, rationalizing, sort of keeping just very casual conversation and getting to the truth as effectively as humanly possible.
Absolutely.
This is why, friends, I tell you, don't talk to the police, don't talk to this guy. Then you don't have to worry about tricks. If you just keep your mouth shut, he can't trick you. It's easy.
Exactly.
Just say, I want a lawyer. It's really easy.
Also,
trick me out of that,
Spidey had a really great video on the Will Smith, Chris Rock slap situation. You broke it down so phenomenally well. And that video just completely blew up too.
Insane. Yeah, I don't even know what happened. It was crazy. But yeah, to your point, the gentleman to my right, if you see one of me, call one of them.
Preferably before you talk to them, that'd be great. That'd be helpful.
Absolutely. Yeah. We're very good. We're very good at pretending to be your friend.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Is that what you're doing right now? With me?
No, I actually am. I actually, yeah.
It was going so well.
So what are you guys talking about?
So we were just talking about the first witness. That was Johnny Depp's sister, Christy Dombrowski. She had an interesting testimony, I guess we could say. But some of it was kind of a mixed bag, but probably at the end of the day is not going to be particularly helpful one way or another to either side. But it was interesting to see the different styles of the two sets of attorneys kind of start to come out to see what we can expect for the rest of trial. How much of today did you have a chance to see?
So I just basically I just finished filming my video right now, and I decided to jump in here.
Yeah.
I watched a little bit of the opening, and I already started to see some interesting stuff I basically saw a chunk of the opening statements from Johnny Depp's side. And there was some really interesting stuff happening. If you look at the contrast between the two of them, so she is very focused on public perception and I think even you guys commented on this, that they had the camera on her for a really long time, and she was looking at jurors going from one to the other. She's counting in her head who's on her side. She was trying to see instantly who's connecting with his lawyer. He didn't have a lot of that, and to the point where Johnny Depp had surprisingly little of that. He was just in his own shell, sort of withdrawn. His lawyer's talking, and he was just sitting there very withdrawn, a little bit what we call turtling. So the way a turtle retracts.
Nate mentioned his neck.
Exactly.
His neck. Nate mentioned that earlier. Yeah,
Yeah,
sorry, go ahead. I totally interrupted.
Disappeared.
Nate, high
so
five,
sorry.
man. Are you high fiving? Nate, I can't see you. Are you high fiving?
In spirit. Yes, he's a believer. Oh, I'm lying. I'm not high. I am high fiving.
I'll high five for him. There you go.
No, I don't know what to say.
Nate is absolutely right. Turtling is something that we do, and it's so aptly named because turtles, as a defense mechanism, everything withdraws. So we are one of the only animals on the planet whose reproductive organs and main organs are exposed, right? Because the way we evolved, everything is exposed. So when we're stressed, arms come in to protect the sides, head goes down to protect the neck. This is all very sort of vital areas. So we did see quite a bit of that with him as he was sitting there sunken into his seat. He also looked, I don't remember who it was, one of you guys mentioned, he almost looked like he's going to throw up. Like he didn't look healthy. So I think there's a lot going on in his head. I think he is concerned, but it's weird how he never once looked up to the jury like to gain that sympathy. I don't think he's that focused on that. The other really interesting person was the lawyer sitting immediately to her left, Amber's left. I don't know the names of the lawyers, but did you guys notice how he was sort of jittering on that swiveling chair?
Oh, I didn't notice that.
Yeah. So while Johnny Depp's, by the way, I love swiveling chairs. Like if in every interrogation or interview room, I can have a swiveling chair, I would, because it tells us so much. The way somebody anchors in with their legs to stay in place when stressed, or the way they fidget on it, you could see a lot of movement because everything's amplified on a swiveling chair. So on a swiveling chair, if you see like slower movements like this, someone's talking, I move here, and someone's talking there, so I slowly move there on my swiveling chair, that's fine, that's normal. But this guy, if you guys go back and look, while Johnny Depp's lawyer was doing his opening statements, the lawyer immediately to her left was extremely fidgety. It was like these jittery back and forth. His blink rate was severely increased. When blink rate goes up, this is stress, it's nervousness. I think he was hearing things in the opening statement that he himself thought like, damn, that's pretty good. I think he in his head was like, this is good stuff. We're going to have to shift gears here and be a lot more aggressive than he initially thought he had to be. I think just
interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Well, I mean,
That
that
is
was
cool.
sort of our, or at least my view of the start of it. It was really, really good, really, really positive.
Yeah.
It went on too long, and the second person, the Amber Heard's people, went on way too long. It's like we don't need to try the entire case. We're just trying to provide an architecture, not give you every fact ever. But yeah, I mean, there were definitely good points for both sides. There's strength for both sides. I think Depp started a little bit better in the day. I didn't watch any of the testimony, so I couldn't comment about that. But
from a legal standpoint, like, what do you guys think in terms of like, is there a side that has a lead, has a better start, has a better chance, has a better, like, are you inclining one way or the other?
I think it's a tough case to win. I mean, I think it starts out on Amber Heard wins, I think.
or at least on Johnny Depp doesn't win.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, because it's they could actually both lose, since they are both
Yeah.
both are alleging defamation.
Oh, I think that's
claims.
most likely. I meant wins on the main case. Yeah, absolutely. I
Yeah.
don't think either one of them wins their defamation.
Yeah.
The main case is the main case defamation or abuse?
It
They're
is
both
defamation,
defamation.
believe it or not.
Oh.
But the defamation is a lie about
right.
it's an alleged lie about domestic violence. So like that's what's is still at the very heart of this case. Even like it's basically a domestic violence case housed within a defamation case. So the lie that is alleged here is about whether or not Johnny Depp abused Amber Heard. So that's why there has to be a lot of time spent on this, because throughout the relationship, there are many opportunities during which he could have abused her, or she could have abused him. So they kind of have to go through almost their entire relationship from the beginning to go through all of these different incidents to say whether or not this happened.
Right. So let me tell you guys where the challenge is for this from a behavioral standpoint, if you guys care to hear it.
Yeah.
Sure.
So I don't know if you guys have heard the name Paul Ekman. I actually happen to have his book right here. He is like the godfather of microexpressions. Like, this is the guy you guys bring in for jury selection to look at the face and be like, that guy's on your side, that guy's not. Like, this guy researched all the small things that happen in the face that reveal what someone's thinking. Anyways, in his research, he determined that someone who is being honest but is scared of being perceived as dishonest will have very much the same tells and behaviors as someone who's actually being dishonest. It's almost indistinguishable. And in this case, both individuals have that fear because there's someone else of a certain reputation who is saying that they're a liar. So a lot of what we're seeing in the deposition from Amber is really trying to sell, because we usually say truth tellers tell you a story, liars sell you a story. And there's so much focus in what she's saying on embellishment and making things worse than they are. Do you guys remember in her deposition where she said, she was asked, the wine glass shattered, and she said the broken glass hurt her. She was asked where it hurt her, and she said she can't remember. And then she said, my hands, my knees. Actually, no, wait, not my hands. Do you guys remember that?
It was, yes. Yeah.
What a disaster. There is no situation in which you are injured and you remember being injured, but you don't remember where you were injured. It doesn't make any sense. To remember being injured, you have to remember where the injury was. That's how memory works. I can't tell you I hurt myself without telling you which part of myself I hurt. Doesn't make any sense. So, but that was her taking this situation where he threw a bottle. I believe that. The glass shattered. I believe that. She didn't get damaged, but she's trying to make it seem like a bigger thing than it is. And in that conversation, she kept redirecting to make him seem more monstrous than he is. Because she said things like, oh yeah, no, the glass shattered. I don't remember where it got me. It got me in the hands and in the knees. Actually, no, wait, not the hands. And she said, but it wasn't that bad. It definitely wasn't as bad as Australia. Because like she kept going to these things. Like, now Australia was bad. So she kept redirecting. So she kind of has this vibe of that person who's pissed off at the store, wants to talk to the manager, and is like really embellishing things to make it seem a lot worse than it is. I would never be the person who says, I don't want to be the insensitive person who says, this didn't happen. She's making it up. This is something that needs to be taken extremely seriously.
Yes, true.
I just think there are certain situations in which, and rightfully so, I do this too. When something upsets me, I try to present it in the most aggravating way possible for you to connect with my pain. So I don't blame her for doing that at all. I'm just saying there are instances in this where I feel she's really buttering it on there.
Yeah.
Well,
no,
you
and that also fits into the two different themes that the two sides sort of put on today in their opening statements, where Johnny Depp's side says she's being dramatic. She's being dramatic. She's being dramatic, basically like she's laying it on thick. Whereas on Amber Heard's side, they're saying Johnny Depp is a monster. He's a monster. He's a monster. That's the word that has been repeated on that side. Yeah. So
something very cliche about that, though, like, just the worst of stereotypes of women and men, right?
A little bit both, right?
I thought you were
She's crazy and he's an abuser. Yeah.
But if the facts do start to show that she has these embellishments, number one, in any kind of a litigation, that is not a good thing, because consistency is key in any kind of testimony with any kind of evidence. And when the jury starts to see that things don't start to line up according to your narrative, that's when they start to not believe you, and then the wheels start falling off the train.
Is embellishment in the legal sense considered a lie?
Not necessarily,
I think it
because
depends on how
it depends
much.
what you mean a little bit by it, because it's especially for lawyers, especially in writing. I think it can be said as a general rule that you're trying to emphasize the good and diminish the bad. So you don't necessarily want to lie, but you don't necessarily have to bring attention to the bad. So you might use stronger language or more powerful language with good facts and try to bury the bad facts in the middle sentence somewhere, and hopefully no one notices or something like
Yep.
that.
Primacy and recency, right? Start and end strong, bury
Exactly.
the nonsense in the middle.
Yeah.
But you can also see how embellishment as just a characteristic comes out negatively, right? We saw in this first witness that one of the things she wound up getting to was effectively, I was assuaging her because she's overly dramatic. And it didn't even seem like she wanted to say that. It was really yanked out of her in cross-examination. But if you do establish that with that witness and more witnesses as you go along, then you start to call into question like everything ever about what she said, including the op-ed. But like everything that she's saying even now is, if that's her tendency and they were reacting to it 8 years ago, 7 years ago, 6 years ago, that really puts her in a bind. And it would be the same if that turned out to be a characteristic of Johnny Depp. It's not a male-female thing. It's about whether or not they just have a tendency to, and not just kind of frame it as Kurt said, which is emphasize the best and negate the worst, but really embellish, add ornamentation to what occurred, a little extra. We weren't just having a fight, it was screaming matches and the walls shook and that kind of thing.
Having flashbacks to Dead Poet Society with Robin Williams saying about how you're using those adjectives to to emphasize things and make it sound more reverent.
Yeah, totally.
But again, these are actors, right? Like they're so used to doing this. Like they're trained to really build an image. In his deposition, when he was talking about the event, I feel like I could smell the room they were in. You know what I mean? Like he was so vivid in his description. He goes, the bottle went whoosh, and he made that sound effect. And he's like really building like metaphors, often using metaphors. He was like, my finger looked like Vesuvius. So when you offer those metaphors, you really paint a clear image in people's mind without necessarily embellishing. It's such a great storytelling tactic.
Right, exactly. Based on what you saw of Johnny and Amber, how much can you tell us about if it looked like they were they struggling with putting a face on? Because again, they are actors. So I'm trying to figure out like how much of this is their like, is this just an RBF, a resting bitch face, or is this like a very strong, like, I'm just trying to hold my face this way so I don't make faces?
Yeah, so that's something that's really hard to tell because we can analyze behavior, but it's so difficult to analyze intent. I think she is very much concerned with her image. And I think this is the expression of someone who's realizing that she's not as loved as she thought she was.
Oh.
We see a lot of sort of like, not shock, but sort of like trying to rationalize to herself what's happening in this moment. Another thing I want to talk about with her baseline, which we didn't see much of today from what I saw, but we see a lot of her on interviews. And I don't know the polite word for this. What's the polite word for snobby or elitist?
Haughty?
Erudite?
There's no good way of saying snobby without bringing in a little negativity.
It's hard to, anyways, but I'll tell you why I think that. It's something she does that I'm very familiar with, not because of my work, studying body language or with my degree in social psych, but as an entertainer. Have you guys noticed? What's that?
In the chat, some people said aloof.
Aloof.
That might be a kinder way of saying it. Maybe
we might have way overcompensated. We went way to the other side now. But yeah, let's go with that. So arrogant, pretentious. Yeah, but pretentious too. It just sounds mean. But anyway, so have you guys noticed she does this a lot when people are talking, even on interviews, on talk shows? Her eyes will just fly across, like someone's talking to her, like you're talking to me, and she'll just go like this, and at the very same time, we see the mouth kind of open a little like this.
Have
you guys noticed that?
I have not noticed this, but okay, I leave that to you.
Okay, so I will. Can I screen share? I'll show you. Can I?
Yes, please do. I will. Just share your screen, and then I'll put it up on the screen.
Okay, so share screen. I have to open system preferences and stuff, but I guess that's just this. And then give me 1 sec, because I want you guys to see what I'm talking about. Yeah. Because it's very clear in her demeanor. Here we go. That's good. Oh, it's gonna
Not
make
arguing in the
close my
chat.
browser and come back. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm gonna close my
Okay.
browser and come back.
Okay. Okay.
One
Sounds
sec.
good.
Don't say anything mean about me while I'm gone.
It'll be
Of course
recorded.
not. Let me get some super chats while we're waiting on him. Luna Wolf said the context was that she had done a lot of damage, had been the aggressor, etc., and she knew exactly what she was doing. She was stone cold sober. Oh my goodness! And now we also have my big brother, Based Binger, aka Andy the Game Maker. You're a based version of Binger. What's going on here?
Well, hello. Binger's infamous for taking the back door, so thank you for encouraging me to take the back door, Legalbytes.
Gosh. Oh my gosh. I can't believe
Oh
I'm doing
no.
No. No.
Alita, actually, I want to say, it's been 9 hours here with you, and thank you for having me. But I think I'm going to bounce now.
Oh, when Binger shows up? Okay.
Yes, that's it. Sandy, I'm
All
out.
right.
But no, I did want to say that, and I'll be bouncing in as I can throughout my workday. But I did want to do the whole opening statement here, so I had some idea what we're looking at. And what we're looking at is a really, really, really ugly trial. So thank you for having me, and I will see you on the next time I'm on.
Yeah,
Bye,
thanks,
everybody.
thanks, Rick. Thanks so much. And
Later,
of
Rick.
course, be sure to go and check out his channel.
Yes.
It's linked in the description below. We have
Whoa
live streamception.
Can you see this?
Yes.
No.
Okay, so look at her eyes. This is in her deposition when the opposing lawyer, I guess, is asking her the questions. Look at her eyes while the other person is talking, and notice how they dart across randomly. And very often at the same time, we see the mouth go like this quick opening of the mouth. Check this out. It's a short clip.
Anytime prior to May 22nd, 2016, did you ever commit an act of domestic violence against Johnny Depp?
Calls for a legal conclusion and irrelevant. Go ahead.
Do you understand what I'm asking you?
Okay, now she answers the question. So did you guys see like those multiple? This is driving me nuts. How do we get rid of this screen now?
Oh, here I will. I'll do this.
Okay.
Here we go.
So did you guys notice how like on 2 or 3 occasions she had this sort of like darting across with the mouth going like this kind of thing? So this sort of darting across with the eyes is something she does a lot. Even on interviews, we see her on Jimmy Fallon. She's going bam, bam like this a lot. And there's a couple of reasons eyes dart across like this. One of them is when we're looking for a prepared answer. So if her lawyer before this, and I'm assuming you guys would know better, but I'm assuming her lawyer prepped her for these questions, right?
Yeah. I think so.
She would be trying to access that script. That's one thing. But when that happens, we typically see a bit more of a squinty, sort of slower as they're looking for that answer. So it's not quite that. The other reason is anxiety causes us to do a lot of this, but that usually comes with a lot of fidgeting. We're not seeing that. I'll tell you what that is. We were talking earlier about pretentious or snobby or this kind of thing. When I used to entertain, I used to do a lot of like cocktail parties, high-end events in close-up settings. And every now and then you would see a person who everyone else is watching, engaged, entertained, and you have this one person with their hors d'oeuvres or with their drink, and they're just kind of doing this. And it's basically saying, you're not important enough for me. There's more important things in my life. You're not holding my attention. And it often comes with that, like, it's sort of like, you're wasting my time here. And I think she has this sort of elitist attitude to her to where it's like, I don't need to be here. I don't need to be answering these questions. So I think it's very possible that her lawyer said to her after watching that footage, listen, when we're in court, especially in the beginning, I really need you to not do that. Because it makes you come off as standoffish. Because the clip we just watched, you must admit, it kind of looks like she's dismissive with that sort of eye rolling, right?
It does.
Or brazen.
Yes, absolutely. So I do think it's a very real possibility that her lawyer said, listen, when we're there, try to limit your movement. So I think that's a lot of what we're seeing there is her just going, okay, we're going to try to pretend like we care about these people.
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay.
I think I'm not sure. I don't read too much into it because I think people generally are just not very good at telling when other people are telling the truth or not. And so I don't know that it didn't really mean anything to me. It just seemed, I would just say she's distracted.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't read much more into it. But then again, I'm not the expert. So
no, I mean, listen, we're all human experts, right? We've all
right.
And especially you guys in the courtroom, like whether you like it or not, the amount of time you spent in courtrooms, you're more of an expert on this than I am. So if you're looking at that going, no, it just might be, she didn't have a good night's sleep, so she's just sitting there chilling. That's entirely possible as well. Yeah.
Yeah. Interesting. Very, very interesting.
I'm really glad that I was able to get you to come on.
People
Absolutely.
tell me my eyes move a lot sometimes on stream. I've actually had that comment in my chat. Like, your eyes move a lot. Okay, well, I'm not sure what that means. Now I'm
So that's probably
self-conscious.
just recall. That's probably like just trying to like, 'cause there's like a information overload in the head, and you're trying to just access those files. So that's really nothing bad.
Kurt,
You know,
you
a
got
lot of
switchblade
people-
eyes now, Kurt. Kurt, your eyes turned into switchblades all of a sudden. Come on, Kurt. Stop breaking the guy's balls, Kurt.
Oh man, oh
Just
man.
wear sunglasses from now on, Kurt. That's all you got to do. Just wear sunglasses.
Not the worst idea. My eyes are
Every
so
single
sensitive to
time.
light. Yes, especially when I have the softbox on. Sometimes my eyes get really sensitive to light. So sometimes I'll squint because my eyes are so sensitive to light. But then it makes my face look beautiful. So we compromise.
Exactly.
You and your foundation.
Someone in the comments said she might have ADHD. It's definitely a possibility. People that are like jittery like that and sort of like can't hold their attention, definitely possible.
Yeah, it looked like she was
Interesting.
thinking about something else to me too, but I don't know.
Yeah, interesting.
What happened with that? What happened with that $7 million settlement?
So she got the $7 million settlement from Johnny Depp. And she had, there are multiple statements that she made about what happened with the settlement. Now, number one, she said that she was pledging it to be donated half to the ACLU and half to Children's Hospital of Los Angeles. Then she also went on, I believe, a Danish talk show where she actually affirmatively said, I donated all $7 million. This is not about the money. And that is actually not true. There was a small portion that was donated to Children's Hospital of Los Angeles by Johnny Depp around the time of their divorce, but Children's Hospital of Los Angeles is taking that as a donation from Johnny Depp, not from Amber Heard. Number two, the ACLU, there is some smaller portion that was donated that may have been donated in her name, and it was around the time that she was dating Elon Musk. So there is a question as to whether Elon Musk donated that in her name. So, but either way, and it was something like $100,000 or something like that. It definitely was not $3.5 million.
I think 100,000 is less than 7 million.
Yep.
See those lawyer math skills? Top notch.
No, your eyes didn't even move for that one. You had that was ready for you.
Yeah.
Quick on the draw.
So that is what is up with that. And it'll be very interesting to hear those questions come out, particularly of, I don't know, however they can get it out of one of Amber Heard's witnesses or something, or if Johnny Depp's team, if they call someone from the ACLU as an adverse witness or something, because they've been primarily supportive of Amber Heard, despite the fact that she did not donate this
hospital
money.
person as an adverse witness. That's just way too much fun. It's
Did
Amber Heard donate to you? No. How many children died because of the $3.5 million she didn't give to you? Well, here's a picture of little Timmy. Little Timmy died because of Amber Heard.
And then you have Sarah McLachlan in the background.
Yes.
In the arms of an angel.
Yeah. No, I'm down for that.
What would you have done with that $3.5 million?
Lita, we didn't know you had this singing talent. I think you need to start a separate channel for that.
Thank you.
Another question: how relevant is that? So, if they can prove that she didn't give that $7 million to anyone, how does that play into defamation or into abuse or into any of this?
To be honest, it doesn't exactly play very strongly into the whole defamation, like the actual causes or the elements of a defamation claim in this case, but it's kind of more a part of the narrative. And it's helpful to Johnny Depp's team if they can get this in front of the jury, because it's just another way that she lied as far as they're concerned.
Yeah.
So another way that she
it's
used
more about
this
content
whole
of
thing.
character.
What's that?
It's more about like the content of character, the type of person she is.
Well, yeah, and the fact that she used this op-ed, used the divorce, used the allegations of domestic violence to sort of propel herself forward, to make herself look like she's a spokesperson for Me Too and for domestic violence issues, and that she also, it was not about the money, that it was, it was all about, being this virtuous person, and that really helped her career. It helped her get advertising slots. It helped her, continue on with Aquaman 2 and these other movies. Because truth be told, if you look at her IMDb profile, her
her career went bananas. I think it was in 2016 when they divorced. So she had never been busier than maybe 2015, 2016. And so it was right around that time that she took off while he sort of went down.
Yeah,
that's right. He was no longer in the Fantastic Beasts films.
Mhm.
He
I got
replaced
kicked out of that.
replaced by Mads Mikkelsen, actually, who's in the next one.
Yes.
Oh.
Yes.
Hey, can somebody find the 3 statements that they're suing over again? I know we said them. I was trying to find them, but I can't find them.
So I
They're
can.
trying to
wanna,
read a lot
put my
into these
eyes on
statements,
them.
it seems to me, because they're trying to
I'm
read
trying
not
to
only were they referencing Johnny Depp, but Johnny Depp's lawyers, I mean, are reading a lot into it. So not only were they referencing Johnny Depp generally, which is one leap, but also referencing specifically the claim she made 2 years ago, because that's the problem. Like, if the claim is Johnny Depp is a domestic abuser, just generally, then Amber Heard can pull any one of the 14 parent incidents she's going to try to pull. And there seems to be some evidence that supports that proposition. And so Johnny Depp has a real problem, right? If it's just he's a domestic abuser. They're trying to not only say, is that talking about Johnny Depp, but specifically referencing the specific allegations from 2 years ago where she's making these claims about this March or May 21st or whatever it was incident when he was out of the country. And so that particular statement is false. I mean, we're trying to make these words do a lot of magic. That's a lot of leaps of inference. I don't know, man.
Yeah, I'm surprised it survived the motion to dismiss, because when
at this point, yeah.
When I saw the statements, I'm like, it's not here. It's like I wasn't like, okay, this should be. I'm like, how do we prove this is not a like? It all popped up. It was like I just didn't see it. So that's why maybe I just have to read the statements, but I can't find them because I just don't see how, even if those statements are true, she wins. I mean, Depp can win.
So so here's one of the statements. Let me see here. This maybe. There are 4 statements. One of these may have been struck in the, I can't remember which one, but one of them would have been in the process of the litigation. But as far as these allegations are concerned, so the one statement was, Amber Heard said, "I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change."
She didn't say that. That was the title, right?
It was the title. I believe so.
That title was changed from the print edition to the online edition. I don't think she wrote that.
Unless there was an exchange that they have information on where she agreed to that title or something, some kind of a back end, communication back and forth of like, here's the final print. What do you think? Okay, yeah, let's go.
So for Johnny Depp to win, he has to prove that statement is about him.
Mm-hmm.
Right, and he would be the person who committed sexual assault, right? So you couldn't be talking about anybody else. It's him.
Yeah,
I don't see how you get there.
I think that with those statements individual, sure, but you can read it in the context of the actual thing and put the context together that it was about him. I think, and maybe not all of these statements, but at least one of them.
Well, read that last statement again. She's sooner.
I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath.
Johnny Depp gets $1 million for that. I just don't see the defamation there, specifically with Johnny Depp. Maybe I'm just reading it just too plainly, but I don't see how you get the defamation.
Well, the question is when did she speak up? When did she speak up and publicly to do that? Was in 2016.
Yeah, with reference to 2 years ago when I became a outspoken person trying to recall those specific things.
I think it gets there. I think it does personally. If they have any kind of evidence of her assenting to that title, then that's enough. Even if she didn't technically write it herself, if they just passed it by her for her approval, that's enough, I think.
Oh no, I think I might have to get off on the chain here on the proximate cause aspect. It's like too many steps in the chain. You have to read in too much, I think, for my taste.
Well,
that it becomes
this is
too
just
attenuated.
this is the one of the three.
One of them.
What's the second
Okay,
one?
so let's get another statement. Then 2 years ago, then 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out. This was in December 2018. 2 years ago was 2016. The thing that she was in the headlines for was their divorce and the domestic violence restraining order. That is pretty squarely about him. I think it's easy to read that to him. And I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, talking about the DVRO.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. That's pretty.
No,
that gets pretty squarely on that.
I think getting to him is not so bad for that statement.
Yeah.
But then getting to what the specific statements were 2 years ago is a little bit more tenuous, because you're having to read in not the specific facts, like, because the issue is republication, right? That's what we're trying to do. We're trying to say that this is a republication of the original. So we're going to assume that in the original, right, that we'll just make this assumption. In the original, she's making the specific statement about this one incident, say in this May 21st, whatever it was, about this one slap in particular, that let's say it didn't happen. All right. Let's say that statement was false. All right. 2 years ago. So now when she says, okay, 2 years ago, I became a domestic violence abuser. It's like, not only are you having to read in it's about Johnny Depp, but you're having to read in that she's specifically trying to republish that particular claim. And it doesn't seem like a lot of steps of logic. Is that too much? Am I alone on this? You can tell me.
I understand what you mean. In other words, she's essentially got to prove the abuse. That's what you're saying.
Yeah.
And that's why this trial is going to be 46 weeks.
Yeah.
Because Johnny Depp has to prove a negative, and she's got to prove that at least one of these is abusive.
Well, I think, I don't know. Let me look, because I know I wrote this down. Hold on. All right. So in 2016, their divorce settlement reads, our relationship was intensely passionate and at times violent, I can't read. And at times, I can't read this word, but always bound by love. Neither party has made false accusations for financial gain, and there was never any intent, physically or emotional harm. Amber wishes best for Johnny in the future. I should make this bigger.
Did Johnny Depp write that?
This was their settlement. This was their joint statement for their divorce settlement.
Okay. Yeah. So that kind of doesn't sort of.
So she's saying that
doesn't it kind of nuke his claims a little bit from Orbit? Because if he's saying there was no, if he's saying no, she didn't make it up for financial advantage. It's like, doesn't that kind of kill his claim now?
So I'm thinking he's saying that.
Say it again, or can you send me a link to it?
Yeah, let me blow it up.
Because then maybe we can show it on the screen.
Yeah, hold on. I have it pulled up right here. Hey, Jared Leto, how old do you think he is?
I would say
late 40s.
Yeah.
Depp?
He's 50.
Is he young 50s?
Leto.
Oh,
Jared Leto. He turned 50.
Oh, is he?
I was surprised. 50. Ah. Super boomer moment. I literally had it pulled up. Instead of copying, I closed the damn thing.
I will say that the statement that I think is the weakest one is the statement where she writes, I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse. She didn't say how it protects men who abuse, but it protects men accused of abuse.
Wow!
Yeah,
Wow!
Yeah, so I think you can get back to referencing specifically Johnny Depp. I think you can get there, but you're having to trying to make these specific claims is a little bit more difficult. Yeah. So if the claim is Johnny Depp abused me, that's the claim. If it's a general claim he abused me, then I think she can win.
But underlying these statements is this idea that he abused her, though. So that's where the defamation comes, and Virginia law it allows it in this
Well, if Johnny Depp is really trying to go with the "I never abused her ever," and he's going to have, I think it's a tough road to hoe though, because there seems to be some evidence to the contrary.
I mean, it's definitely tough. I mean, he even if he was a squeaky clean guy with no history of drugs or alcohol, I mean, that's hard to prove a negative from how many years of a relationship, right? Like that's just really, really difficult because she can
Especially if we're going to throw in like emotional abuse, whatever that means, because that's open to a lot of interpretation.
Yeah.
Guys, is there any amount of physical abuse that is not enough? Like, it's such a silly question, but like, is one frustrated shove abuse enough to be charged with abuse?
I mean, it's enough to be charged with battery, right?
Yeah, but realistically, I mean, is somebody actually going to charge for a one shove in a relationship? I don't know about that. You have to have injuries, right? You have to have a harm.
I don't know. I'm asking you guys because I don't know.
Yeah, it's you have to have some kind of a harm involved in order for there to be a proper charge or even a civil claim of a battery or assault, you know.
I love Nate, I think it was you who talked about in the Chris Rock Will Smith slap what constitutes battery versus abuse. Was that you?
I'm not sure. Did Nate step away?
No. I was doing mine is assault, between battery and assault.
Sorry, that's what I meant. I apologize. Wrong word. So you were the one who described the difference between the two and how that was amazing, dude. I didn't know, and I watched you with Eric, and that was awesome.
Yeah. Well, and sometimes
man, I appreciate it.
And some states will call a battery an assault.
Yep.
Which sometimes complicates it, but technically an assault is an apprehension of a pending battery, right? And then a battery is an unlawful touching. So you can have a battery without an assault if you get whacked behind the head and you don't see it coming.
Or in that situation, to be quite honest, because Chris Rock probably didn't fear anything, when he was walking up to him. So I don't think there was an assault. There was battery. He hit him.
What if it was after the fact? What if after he hit him, he was scared that he was going to hit him again?
Maybe
he would have to. There would have to be some sort of a physical movement that Will did to make that fear. So rather than just being generally fearful, there would have. I mean, if he turned around again and started coming at him again and put his hand up, just to make him flinch, that would be an assault.
Got it.
Yeah.
Wow. Crazy.
Yeah.
Technicalities.
Devil's in the details, huh?
Oh, yes.
So Can I ask a question? I'm looking at some of the footage now from earlier. Who's the woman who is standing up in front of the jury with like the short hair?
That is the Amber Heard's female attorney. So she did the second half of their opening statements. That was a little bit unique in this case. Typically you have one attorney do the opening statement for each side, and then one attorney does the closing. You don't really switch around between attorneys between these specific tasks. So this was very unique that both sides actually did this.
Okay, so some of what she's saying, Johnny Depp heavily disagrees with. We're seeing a lot of serious mouth blocking. He does this a lot when he disagrees. Even when he says something that he doesn't fully agree with, mouth blocking is something that we learn as adults to get better at, because when we're kids and we say something we're not supposed to, both hands come up like this. We see this in kids a lot, like this. And then as teenagers, we learn to do it a little bit more like this. And as adults, we dance around it without actually going quite to it. And throughout almost like big chunks of what she's saying here that I'm trying to alternate between listening to you guys talk and this, we're seeing a lot of this from him as he looks at her. And a lot of the time when she says something, his eyes will go to that. And it's really hard to fake, to where you kind of do this thing to where you go, what are you even talking about? What we call the grief muscle up here gets activated. So there's a lot of what she's saying that he is in serious disagreement with.
Yeah.
Is that kind of like,
I read it as almost surprised. Like he was surprised that it was being said, which struck me as odd, because at this point it's been going on so long. How could he be surprised? But that's what I read into it.
Is it me or does Kurt have a surprise face right now? The same way Johnny Depp did.
Surprise.
Andy,
So
I'm
yeah,
gonna turn
listen,
your mic
it
down a
could
little bit.
quite simply be him knowing that the
Balance this.
cameras are on him. And this is something, again, I know I keep talking about Will Smith. We're not talking about that, but a lot of what Will Smith was doing at the Oscars was out of awareness that there are cameras on him. And this could also be Johnny Depp doing the same thing. Like, he knows that if the lawyer says something that doesn't reflect well upon him and he's just sitting there like this, that looks guilty, right? It looks like he's kind of agreeing. But if you kind of go like, no, me, no, then it kind of sort of sells the fact that there's disagreement. So is this disagreement that we're seeing actually him going, what is she talking about? Or is it him saying, this is what I need to portray? Is he playing the role of someone who disagrees?
Who knows? Who knows? It'll be interesting to see. I mean, it would be very hard to hold that kind of a performance for 4 to 6 weeks. So I feel like if that is him putting it on, we would start to see that slip over time, because that's a lot of
100%.
time.
Yeah. Feigning emotion or faking emotion is a lot harder, and it increases what we call the cognitive load, because your brain has to do so much more. When you're truthful, whether it's spoken or in your behaviors, it's very easy. You just say and act the way you're feeling. But when you're being deceptive, first you have to think about blocking the truth from coming out. Then you have to think about what you've said previously and if it works with what you're saying now. Then you have to present the lie. Then you have to gauge how the lie is going. So it's exhausting to keep up a lie for that long.
Yeah, for sure.
I imagine if you had a mental disorder, that might be one of the few cases, or I guess might be more obvious where people might be able to keep that going for an extended period of time.
Would that even be true this far deep? Because this has been going on so long, and these people are so committed that you would think that fatigue would not be as much of a problem. But maybe I'm wrong.
So to answer both your questions, it depends to what capacity they have of convincing themselves of the truth. So if they're still aware of the fact that it's a lie and he actually was abusive, then it will be hard to maintain that because he's aware that it's deceptive. But if at this point he's convinced himself that none of what he did is abuse and she's actually blowing this out of proportion, then we're much less likely to see that exhaustion get to him, because it's in his head, it's not deceptive. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, for sure. Interesting. That's awesome. I'm so glad that we have you on here. This is so fascinating to me.
Thank you. It's such a pleasure to be here. You guys are all so smart, so it's a little intimidating for me because you guys are like brilliant at this stuff, and I'm learning so much watching you guys. So this is awesome.
Oh, well, thank you. I feel like I'm just,
thank you.
I don't know.
Thank you very much.
No, Andy. Andy's another one of our non-lawyers in our like law tube sphere that I like to call them squibs, because it's like in the Harry Potter world, you have your wizards and you have the squibs that live in the wizarding world. So if we're law wizards, then there are squibs. Sorry, not squids, squibs. So let me get a few more super chats so I can try to catch up, because I know I have quite a few. This one actually is quite pertinent. Linda Washington said, have you seen the body language analysis of Amber, the behavior panel on YouTube? Well, it sounds like, Spidey, you're about to come out with a video on the same thing.
So
everybody can go and check that out.
The behavior panel is great. Chase is a really, really good friend of mine. Do you guys watch the panel?
I've seen some of their stuff. Okay. Yes.
So they're great. So it's 4 of the world leading experts on body language and behavior analysis, absolute geniuses in their fields. Chase is a really good friend of mine. I've learned a lot from him. I've studied with him. It's funny how Chase and we go way back without knowing that we go way back, because he was teaching my material in his courses and I was teaching his in mine, and we had mutual respect for each other's work, but had never met. And then the day we met, it was like instant friendship. So they did such a good job with a lot of that stuff. I am covering the deposition as well. I filmed just now. The video will be up in the coming days. And I caught a lot of really good stuff on Johnny Depp and her different scenes from what they did. So if you guys are interested in the body language of that, please head over to the channel, check it out. But I will be back here as well if Alita will have me to comment as the trial progresses on different things that I'm seeing. And I'd love to share that with you guys.
Absolutely. That would be awesome. And he should be linked in the description below. The only reason why I'm at all uncertain is I'm pretty sure my editor is the one that is doing that. If he hasn't, then I will do that at some point for sure, so that people can go and check you out for sure.
I'll pop it into the chat.
And it's wonderful meeting you again. I love the video, the Will Smith video. It's amazing, and I saw it like blow up. We got so much success real quick, but it was
man.
really good
I don't
work,
know what
really
the
good
heck
work.
that was. Like for me, it was this little channel that I was working on just to kind of get a little bit of my analysis stuff out there, and then this thing just took off. It was insane.
Amazing. It was great. It was really great.
Thank you so much. It's tough because like I don't think a lot of people don't get this. I think you guys intuitively do, where behavior analysis, body language analysis is not the end goal. It doesn't give us an answer. It just gives us more insight on where we need to be digging. Nobody ever, and you guys will corroborate this, maybe there's precedents on this that I don't know about, and I'm about to learn some serious knowledge. I don't think there's ever been a single case in legal history where a lawyer made the case of saying, well, we believe that's a lie because our behavior analyst saw an eye flutter and some anger in the teeth and the eyes closed.
No, I'm pretty sure the court would not allow that testimony.
That's what I'm saying.
Some Daubert
And then the judge goes, well, that settles it then.
Reliability.
Yeah. So we don't like what we do. And also that's the way it should be, because like I said earlier, if I see someone's eyes swooshing around, this can mean so many things. And I can tell you, it's been this 1,000 times. It's been this 1,000 times. And even at that, this could be the one case where it's neither of those things. So the more we see, the more likelihood there is that something's going on, but that's not the end result. That just tells us, okay, there's something here. You need to dig a little bit deeper. So in interviewing, all these signs that I've spent years studying don't give me an answer. They just shed a flashlight in the direction I should be going.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a great way to put it. Very great way to put it.
Took the words right out of my mouth.
No. Funky Fudge 11.
Let me ask you this question.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Have you ever been in a situation where you're working for one side and they're interested in the behavior of the other side, and your conclusion is, well, they're just being completely truthful, there's nothing deceptive about them? And how's that work out?
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. And happens all the time. Like so most of what I do, like I said, is interview consulting. So if like a company is hiring an important position and they want to make sure that this person, isn't hiding anything, whether it's in their resume or in their life in general or their intentions. So I'm usually there, but every now and then, so most of the time, so it's rare that anything happens on the extreme. So it's very rare that I came back and said, I think this guy's a serial murderer. You need to not hire him. Or on the other extreme to where I go, yep, there's nothing here, clean as a whistle. It has happened to where I found some serious stuff that I thought were and I'm talking full confession. Somebody who flat out admit to me in an interview that they were pretty much committing forgery at a former job. And this just was blurted out because of the process I used.
So that's not really usually great to admit in an interview.
What's that?
Not great to admit in an interview.
No, not the best move for their career.
Yeah, it's
then
kind of
on
like
the other
telling people
side,
the
I've
gender
had
statement.
a few occasions where I came back and said, look, I'm not seeing anything that's worrying me. And again, it doesn't mean there isn't for a fact. It just means I'm not seeing it. But most of the time, it's somewhere in the middle where I'm like, okay, I would look a little bit more into this. I would talk to this past employer and try to have a sit down with them and get a little bit more details about this specific position. And I would look into this area of their expertise because I'm not sure they're presenting it right. But yeah, it's usually somewhere in that middle without being on either extreme. But there have been situations where I was like, yep, I think this is a great hire. I'm not seeing anything that's causing me stress.
Awesome.
Like all of you guys right now.
Perfect.
All I'm saying is you hide your demons well.
Appreciate that. Funky Fudge 11 says maybe the lawyers could have divided roles better. Her reading the article and doing story time, him doing dry facts and drugs. I think this is in reference to Amber Heard's opening statement. It was so dividing the roles between the man and the woman. I think on Johnny Depp's team, it was very smart to make the woman be the attack dog. To have the more accusatory portion of the opening statement.
Welcome to the behavior. Sorry.
Yeah, no worries. And so it was it looked like they were basically doing the same thing with Amber Heard's side, except that they had the male attorney read the full statement, the full op-ed that Amber Heard wrote. And And to me, I thought that he really should have left that to the woman, the female attorney, because it just felt weird having the man read that. It just there was something about it that just felt off. It felt inauthentic, and I don't know. It just felt weird. I don't know about you guys, if you noticed anything like that, if you saw it. But yeah. Anyhow.
No,
Let's get another super chat.
it's funny because I know how you feel when you watch a trial and you're the sole one and you know all this stuff, and I just wasn't here for that. I wasn't here for that. I think
There you
that's
go,
what you
there you
have to be there for.
I mean, they have to sell their side. I mean, that's the way to do it, right?
Yeah.
Well, right. I think it probably was important that they read the entire op-ed because of the fact that they, their point was, look, these statements have been cherry picked. Let's read the entire thing, and you can tell that it was not about Johnny Depp. I think that was a smart move for Amber Heard's team. I would have done the same thing. But I personally would have had the female attorney read it rather than the male attorney, just because it's talking about, violence against women. It's talking about, her struggles and how she has felt the wrath. And it is a very gendered kind of point of view that she's talking from, that it was just weird to hear it from a man. That was just my
I
take.
get
My
it.
take on it.
I think you're right. I think you're right. If that was a miscalculation, because if
I
I
almost
had the
feel like-
choice, I'd have gone that way. I would have definitely had the. And I know that sounds sexist, but that's just the way you play the game.
I almost feel like a good way to test that out is have Kurt read the statement at some point.
Yes, Kurt.
We
Just
could
to
do
see
a
how it-
separate
how it
live
makes us
stream with Kurt reading the op-ed.
Yeah. Kind of like
Yeah.
that one study they did at, was it at NYU or Columbia, where they reversed the roles from one of the 2016 debates with Trump and Hillary.
Her
and
opponent.
They had and they had
Yes.
the woman as Trump, and then they had the guy as Hillary, and the
Because
results were actually
the theory was that the reason why Hillary lost was because she was a woman, and if she had done the things that Trump had done, it would have looked even worse, or people would have taken that as even worse. But the experiment ended up kind of collapsing in on itself, because what people realized is that the woman was even more appealing when she did what Trump did. So that character was even better for a lot of people, or either even better, or the ones that didn't like her previously suddenly liked her. That it was just having a woman be that I guess bombastic and brash and just very
or
forward.
brazen.
Thank you, Based Binger. Was actually very appealing to a lot of people, which was a very surprising result of that kind of experiment.
Wow. Cool.
Yeah.
It's funny. I'm not sure if that's pro-authoritarianism or, is it?
I don't know what the lesson here is. Is that
we
or a step
both
back?
sides want dictators.
No, it was about
I don't think
it was
there's a
about gender
correlation.
stereotypes, really. That that the woman, like this idea that the woman needed to be more reserved, more proper, more restrictive, whereas when they had the man in that kind of a role, it was even more of a turnoff for a lot of people. Or if it wasn't before, it absolutely was a turnoff for them.
Just
Alita,
because
do
you're
you think that-
outgoing, Nate, doesn't mean you're authoritarian. My goodness, some of us have hot spots or soft spots. Jeez, I'm feeling so exposed right now. Anyway,
Alita,
sorry,
do you
Spidey.
believe that the male attorney will be better in that case with the cross examination? Like, will that because in the same way that we would like to see a more sort of maternal, softer sort of person representing Johnny's innocence, would you want to see a more sort of direct, aggressive cross, or would you still want to see a softer approach to that as well?
That's a very good question, because in this cross-examination that we just saw of Johnny Depp's sister, I think it probably would have played a little bit better if the female had cross-examined her.
Okay.
Because of the fact that, in her portion of the opening statement, although she was a bit more of the attack dog on their side as well, both of the female attorneys sort of filled that kind of a role. She's still kind of her style, and part of it is because she's a little bit of an older woman. She seems much more, you could say, confident in her role and in her career, that she was just like, this is ridiculous what they're saying about these photos, that we can't authenticate these photos. What are they talking about? But the way that she came across, at least to me personally, was a little bit almost like maternal for Amber. So I would I would expect for the optics for her to be sitting next to Amber most of the time and to sort of be in a supportive sort of role sitting next to her, kind of showing that sort of support with body language. But I don't think that we saw that. I don't think that she was sitting next to Amber during the testimony today. And so because of that, I would have expected her to have a little bit more leeway in terms of her intensity against Johnny Depp's sister, who was a very sympathetic witness before cross-examination. But what they did was they had the man come in and cross-examine her, and he came in hot. And in some ways he got some wins because, the Johnny Depp's sister did have, she was a bit calculated in her responses. And so she didn't want to say certain things. And he kind of forced her to say, to sort of admit to things that she didn't want to, when it would have been a lot better if she had just been open about certain things, open about the fact that, yes, Johnny Depp did drink. Yes, Johnny Depp did do drugs, like these things happened and, and he's human or whatever. But yeah,
that's psychologically really good. I wish I'd seen that, but I'm really glad you brought that up. So admitting to smaller sins, so admitting to any honest shortcomings to defend something actually works really, really well. So if you think of like the Avis commercials back in the day where they said we're second best, so we have to try harder. Remember that?
Yes.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Or Buckley's, what's their slogan? It tastes awful, but it works. So like when it comes to Buckley's, we don't care if our cough medicine tastes bad. We're not looking for good taste. We're looking for something that works. So when you admit a shortcoming, but in order to highlight something else, psychologically, it works really, really well. So for her to say something like, yeah, listen, he's not a saint. He drinks, but he would never lay his hand on someone. That is really good psychological strategy to say, I'm not saying he's a saint because no one's going to believe that. Mm-hmm. And we see this in sales all the time. I actually train this to sales, to sales teams. Like if somebody comes in looking for a comfortable shoe, instead of saying this is a comfortable shoe, if you say, listen, this isn't my most recent model, but it's definitely the most comfortable. Do you see what that does? It sort of goes, okay, well, it builds honesty points.
Yes. Yes.
And in the deposition, she tried to do this a lot as well. Amber did, where she tried to put focus on other things to come off as honest. But in that case, in certain areas, it just came off a little bit more as a failed attempt to like really just move the goalposts from her to him.
Mm-hmm. That reminds me of negative sales. I'm not sure if you're familiar with that, Spidey, but that comes from Sandler. Are you familiar with that?
No.
So basically the whole idea is you want to stay one step behind the person who you're trying to sell to, if that makes sense, in terms of enthusiasm. So if they're like, oh my gosh, I really love this. It's like, are you sure about that? And just basically not try to oversell your hand, so to speak. So so basically the whole idea is it's this whole pendulum where there's like the really positive, and then you're like, yeah, you're slightly enthusiastic about it. But then when they're pretty negative, you're more negative about it, is the whole idea. It's like, I can't believe I'm selling you this. This is garbage to begin with, for example.
Right. I could see how that would create strong rapport. Like I'm being honest with you here. This isn't it type thing. Right. Yeah. That's brilliant. Love that. Wow. Who is that? Who where's that from?
That's Sandler sales training.
Take a note.
Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome.
Thank you. I will be crediting you.
Thank you.
Fantastic. See, Andy is proving some value to this stream.
That's right. I was laughing when you started. I thought this was going to a joke. I apologize. That was actually brilliant.
Thank you. Well,
I thought it was going to also. Part of it was your delivery, Andy.
Next time you'll learn to estimate me, as Michael Scott once said.
Provolone Loaf also said, "Boo and pistol attorneys at Dago." That was in response to in opening statements when Amber Heard's attorney talked about how there would be a lot of talk about their dogs.
Yeah, dog poop.
Yes,
human poop.
Yes, the dog poop, and then other stuff about the
and
dog
also apparently peeing messages. That's a new one.
Yes, yeah. Supposedly Johnny Depp peed some sort of a message on something. Yes, yeah. So
man, those pirates, they're so crass.
Seriously,
that's pirate training.
Exactly. Natalie Joe said, Johnny needs more Xanax. Love you, Legalbytes. Thank you. Cookie O'Finn says, is she a robot? I don't think she has taken a breath yet. That was talking about Amber Heard's attorney in the opening statement. Shanna's Mix says, hocus pocus out of focus magic language. She was starting to ramble a bit, that attorney, in her opening statement, I will say.
Yeah, she started good, but somewhere along the way it got way too much. It was just too much information. And the same thing with the other one, which is laying out too many facts. It's too much detail.
Yeah.
It's just too much information.
Yeah.
Can I ask you, how much time do you spend, if at all, coaching or talking to your clients about what they should wear, their appearance, not necessarily body language, but like, how they should have their hair, what they should be wearing? Like, is this something you guys give a lot of counsel on?
Well, we at least have some kind of a conversation, because before any kind of a deposition, or especially if that deposition is going to be filmed, or before any kind of a court appearance, you definitely want to have a conversation with your client about appearance to make sure that they understand, and usually, I mean, I don't know about you guys, but when I've talked to a client, or any witness, ahead of time, I've basically just said, wear something that is comfortable and conservative, something that is maybe either business or business casual, so that you're not, you don't feel stiff in your clothes, but at the same time, you don't want anything too flashy, nothing too revealing, because something that is too flashy is going to get distracting. For example, the witness today, she had some bangly bracelets on that were very, and so when she was talking, it was, you could hear it basically the whole time that it was jingle jangle while she was gesturing. But
Also, if you could not wear
a lot of
sweats
jewelry
or PJs or a shirt that says "I smoke pot," that would be great.
Yes.
Usually good.
And people wear some shit sometimes.
Yeah, I think, Alita, I think there are two tips that I've kind of gathered in my career for situations like this that I think are amazing. One is pretty much what you said, but simplified. I tell people, dress like a Sims character. Like nothing, not like, or like a non-playable character in a video game. Just like nothing about you needs to stand out. Alita, I noticed when you do your thing, there's a Nintendo Switch behind you. I don't know if it's yours or someone else. It's yours?
Yeah, it's mine. Yeah.
Okay. You don't play it as often as you'd like to, though, do you?
No, I don't. Okay, how can you tell?
I can tell because there's a shelf above it, and there isn't enough space to be able to undock it. So it's not in a convenient place to be able to grab and play.
Oh, that's so true. That is
So
true.
See guys, I know my stuff.
I know.
Now, I do have one really important question for the body language guy. Have you seen the revealed word of the unbreaded? Have you seen the original videos of the unbreaded?
No, what is that?
Oh.
So this is coming from Nick Recada's channel, Recada Law. He had a gentleman that used to be a professor at I was going to say ACLU at UCLA. I am not dyslexic. A professor at UCLA who apparently was fired over a manifesto that he wrote, and it was like a 200-page, 2,000-page, something
800
like that.
pages.
800 pages. Okay.
He used the Emperor 10,381 times, was it, or 61 times? It was a lot.
And it's not recommended reading because there's a reason why he was fired over it. There's I think some racism, some violence, there's all kinds of stuff. But there's also a video that someone found of this gentleman kind of just sort of like on his own speaking into the video. Someone was uploaded I don't know who found this thing, but
it was Nick.
Well, but I feel like somebody sent it to him though. But it literally all it is this guy saying kind of over and over again to himself, touchdown on paper, unbreaded. And then he kind of repeats it. Like
show it. I got from Law Nerds clips. We'll play his clip of it.
You have it?
Watching it together. Put this on screen so he can.
Oh, do you have it?
Sharing the joy.
Okay.
Oh my God. Yes. Oh my God.
So everybody can understand. All right, quiet for the dramatics.
Make it bigger.
Yeah. Make it full screen.
Paper? Unbreaded. No. Hold up. Touchdown. On paper? Unbreaded. Right. Touchdown. On paper?
Down. Paper unbreaded. Yeah, right. Touchdown. Paper. I never give a shit. This was never the these. Touchdown. Paper unbreaded.
Your
That is
life
it.
is now complete. I was happy to help.
Oh boy.
This is what I like. I need to go
Yes.
deep into my books. I need to go deep into my books to figure out what on earth this means. I've never seen this before.
Yes, I don't know what is going on there. I don't know what is going on there, but
No.
it has become unbread. It has become a meme in the LawTube
Yeah.
community. So now you
Yeah.
are initiated.
Yeah, thank you for that. I am stumped. I have literally zero answers for that.
Yeah.
Nick
done
Ricada, for
nothing.
reasons that pass everyone's understanding, has
Yeah,
decided that he likes this manifesto, which is absolutely batshit insane. So much, he reads a page from it every single day on his stream.
Yeah. Yeah.
If you don't
It's
ask
gonna take
questions, you'll be a
800
lot
days.
happier because nothing makes any sense.
Yeah.
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 I feel like this puts me in touch with a higher power.
Could be.
So, as I was saying earlier, Alita, so my two tips is one, just like a Sims character, just nothing about you provoking whatsoever. And second, my biggest tip is don't buy clothes for this. Don't buy something new for this, because clothes we've had for a while bend and crease to our bodies, and we figure each other out. You know, we get used to wearing that, and it gets used to being worn by us. New clothes will show in your body language because it hasn't quite become yours yet. So, you know, you may not know something about the fabric, or a tag might irritate you. You don't know about it, or something about it just hasn't quite molded to you yet. So yeah, those are my two things that I like to say. Don't buy clothes for this. Even for first-time meetings, I highly advise people don't buy new clothes for this meeting. And yeah, look like a Sims character.
Interesting. What do you think about the clothes that Johnny and Amber are wearing now? Do they look like they were bought for this?
Yeah, so that's why I was asking. I do believe that there was almost a specific wardrobe for this. Now, Johnny Depp, I don't mind so much because we expect eccentricity. I don't know what the word is, but we expect him to be eccentric. So even if he's not that Sims, you know, he's got the rings. Like, it would be weird if he wasn't wearing the rings. It would be weird if Johnny Depp looked normal, you know? So I think we expect him. So I think with him, it's okay. I don't know to what extent what he wore. I think that might very well be something that he's worn before.
This AI tracking
Let me
script.
just mute this so I could kind of take a look. She looks like there was a lot of thought put behind what she's wearing.
Yeah. Yeah. I thought so too. She looked like she was purposefully disheveled.
Yeah.
That was the impression that I got.
And also the suit is bigger than it should be.
I thought so too. It didn't look like it was tailored properly, or at least the right
No,
size.
now, two things to be said about that. One, it's a recent style in LA, especially to have these oversized clothes. Did you guys see Justin Bieber at what was the event last week? I don't know if it was
the Grammys.
Oh yeah, he wore a ginormous suit that looked like it was like belongs to his father or something.
Yeah, he looked like in the Avengers in Endgame when they shrunk Ant-Man, like when Ant-Man became a baby and it was a baby but still in the grown Ant-Man suit. He looked exactly like that. So I just want the viewers to see it. Justin Bieber, oversized, giant freaking, come on, oversized suit.
Yeah, I don't know who thought that was a good idea. A lot of the clothing people wear to these events makes me ask that question. Who thought this was a good idea?
It was, look at this. Look at this. Hold on, let's get the.
Yes.
You guys see this?
Yeah.
Yes.
Look at that thing. So first and foremost, this is a current trend. So I don't know if that's her being trendy. But the other thing is, when we wear bigger clothes, it makes us obviously look smaller. I don't know if this is probably just me being paranoid. I don't know if anybody suggested that to make her look more like a victim a little bit. But it's probably just me being super paranoid. It's probably just
Bieber's is a little more over the top though than hers. No.
Oh yeah, Bieber is forget it.
For
Bieber
sure,
looks
for
like
sure.
like I said, like Honey, I
His
Shrunk
looks
the
like
Kids.
it's a straight up fashion statement. Hers has, you know, the additional purpose that it's for,
There's Justin Bieber right
you know,
there.
being a trial, right?
Right.
Oh, is that a?
That's Bieber talking.
We got some background
Sorry.
voices.
That's what
That's
Bieber looks.
my daughter's back here bothering me.
Ah, no worries, no
Your daughter sounds like what Bieber looks like.
Yeah, but her look, she looks to me, and I do know that at this point I have made some decisions about what I think about this case. So, you know, there is that. But I to me, I did have the impression that she was looking purposefully disheveled. She did have a lot of makeup on. She had dark circles under her eyes, which may have been that she just couldn't
Now
sleep
that's
last
interesting
night.
that you said that, because Emily D. Baker said that she thought she had basically no makeup on.
I thought she had some significant foundation and bronzer on.
There was a split of opinion also in Emily D. Baker chat, but
I'm not getting into this conversation between two women.
But the thing is, okay, but here's another point about the makeup that I thought was very interesting that I started to sort of notice and think about is the fact that the issue of the photos of her injuries are also going to be examined by the jury. And so the December 15th incident, she says that he pulled her hair, he broke her nose, gave her 2 black eyes, split her lip. The next day she went on the James Corden show and she promoted her movie. And so there is video of it. And the defense that it seems like is coming out from the Amber Heard camp is that, well, she had makeup on to cover her bruises. The problem now that she faces is
The broken nose?
well, right. There's also swelling that doesn't even on its own. It doesn't convince me. But now, as I was looking at her today, I was looking at the dark circles under her eyes, and I said, "She is wearing makeup. You can tell that she's wearing makeup. She's wearing bronzer. She's got her hair styled. You can still see that she has dark circles under her eyes, despite the fact that she is wearing the makeup that she's wearing. If you can see that, and you expect that she is also able to cover up bruising around her eyes, that she has black eyes." How is it that this is now showing up now in real time? And the jury might notice that, they might not.
That's a really good point. Like, we know she has so what you're saying is she has the capacity to hide that.
That's what she's saying.
Right.
And yet she's showing up with dark circles under her eyes.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Bum, bum, bum.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
It's
think
crazy
that's,
how much psychology goes into this stuff, huh?
Oh,
and at the end of the day,
it.
it's very possible that we're just a bunch of paranoid freaks and she just slapped on some makeup and put on a suit and went to court.
Could be. Could be. Yeah,
but it's a more exciting world when that's not what it is.
Yeah.
Alita, I'm going to have to get going, but I will be around. If you need anything, let me know. If you want me to look at certain clips or parts of it, I will be back throughout, the next week. But it was a blast hanging out and learning from you guys.
Likewise, this has been so much fun. I would love to have you back on whenever you're available, because this has been great.
Yes, it was wonderful meeting you.
Alita, do you mind if I take that clip out from when I knew that you don't play the Switch too often and put that on my social media?
Oh, absolutely. That would be great.
I love those little moments where I just throw things and people go, huh?
Oh, yeah.
Thanks, guys.
No,
Thank you so
absolutely.
much.
Feel free to use that.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
See ya.
And you guys too, if you guys want to hang out or not, I'm just going to do some super chats. So we can discuss stuff or whatever. Up to you guys.
And I wanted to add one thing here real quick to what he was saying about the simplest explanation. There's actually a terminology for that. No joke. It's called Occam's razor, that sometimes the simplest explanation or the simplest reason is usually the reason why people do certain things.
Yes.
So again, just slapping on makeup like that.
Yeah, I think at a point in time, this is really day one. If you're talking about 6 weeks, you're talking about 30 days. Are we really going to be feeling this way about day one on day 30? I think we're about a witness who's really the sister whose whole life depends on her brother and will say anything to make it all right. That's what I think any rational person would think. A sister's not going to throw a brother under the bus. So moving on from that, I think, there's going to be a lot more going on here. So
Yeah.
I'm just really looking for the principles now. Anybody, Elon Musk, Courtney, not gonna keep saying Courtney, Amber Heard, those are the people who I
Courtney
think are
Love.
going to move the needle. But
Yeah.
but I don't. But
no,
but
you're
again,
right. I think you're right. I think you're right.
What was that last statement? Because we looked at the two statements. The second statement we thought was all right, but what's the last statement?
Oh, the last one was, let me pull that up. I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse. And I think that's the weakest one, in my opinion. Because
that's just a statement.
It's protecting men accused of abuse. It's undisputed that he was accused of abuse. But if it had said, I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men who abuse, that would be pretty more, or at least much more squarely defamatory. But this protecting men who are accused of abuse, that's a much weaker statement. So to me, yeah.
Hold on, am I understanding the statement wrong? Can you read it again? So what's her statement? She's saying she's defending men who are accused of abuse?
No, she said, I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse.
That's effectively a postmodernist position, is what that is.
So it's.
You might be reading a little too much into it.
Yeah, I don't even know if she's really talking about Johnny with that one. But even given that the benefit of the doubt, she's talking, let's say, yes, she said Johnny Depp. She said his name in the statement. How is that defamatory?
With where is the lie portion in that statement? Because he was in fact accused of abuse. That's the part that is weak in that statement. Or at least that whole statement, I think, is, like I said, it's the weakest one. To me, the second one is the strongest one for Johnny Depp. Yeah.
And this is going to take 6 weeks.
Heck yeah. They've got to prove a negative.
Wow. It's quite the journey.
Yeah. Yep. Scott Campbell
I'll pop in every once in a while for a welfare check just to make sure you're still
do it.
Right, but
Do it. Yeah. Scott Campbell says, so are they saying Amber is scat in bed? I believe that is what they were saying. Brick Cormier said, when did Charlie Brown's teacher become a lawyer? That was because of Depp's female attorney with the lav mic. That was bad. She needed a better mic.
I wanted to ask. I did want to ask you something about civil trials. I know in criminal trials sometimes there was this. I think some research done in the past that suggested that women are tougher on women during trials of sexual assault trials and things of that nature.
Yeah.
And I always found that fascinating. That it's interesting in that type of the mentality would be the opposite. That you would think men would be more skeptical, but it's actually women who are more skeptical.
Yes.
But is it the same in civil cases? Are women more skeptical on women's claims than men are?
I think
so. Do you know why?
I think where we're talking about similar. I think where we're talking about similar claims of things like domestic violence. I think the psychology there is about the same, because you are talking about the potential for manipulation and women being able to, or women at least thinking that they are able to read female manipulation. And that's one of the reasons why I think that Amber Heard's team would be very smart to have their female attorney sit next to her throughout trial, because that would be almost like a very subliminal message of like, I am a woman who believes this woman, in kind of like a maternal sort of way.
I hate it when my eye just starts randomly itching.
Oh yeah, that sucks.
I should probably get going here. I got some things to take care of, but
yeah,
I got a boat ride day to catch in Kenosha. My free time. Apparently what does in Wisconsin. Am I right? So
thanks, Andy.
Make your
Thank you, Andy.
Okay. All right. Bye-bye, everyone.
Kareen, not Karen, says Johnny looks so good. # justice for Johnny. 10K Mosey H said, thanks Legalbytes for all your time. Decaf Geek. Oh, I read this earlier. Said, every time she says, let me tell you about, I assume at least 2 jurors start looking around for their cyanide pills. SASP says, hour and a half word salad, awful opening. Man, oh man, oh man. Yeah, let me get, now we finally got into this stream's super chats. Inger Johanna said, did you notice the confusion on Depp's face? Well, now that we talked to Spidey, it actually kind of makes sense that he did seem confused. He did seem surprised and like he was really disagreeing with what they were saying. Danielle Vargas said, or Daniel Vargas, I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing it. Either way, could either of them take the stand? I expect both of them to take the stand because there's no criminal charges I think that are potentially at issue here, right? So there's no Fifth Amendment issue at play here, as far as I understand. So I expect both of them to take the stand. And at any case, in any case, I should say, I still would expect both of them because of the fact that they both have brought claims against one another. So if they've brought claims, they should be taking the stand. The jury would not really look at that favorably, I think. Duchess of Dub, thank you so much for your super chat. Provolone Loaf, oi bites, you got your license for that live stream? Thank you for the Australian accent. Ginger Ninja, Miss Wisco, we are all appreciative of your work on KR's trial. Your work picking apart the digital actions of the prosecution was invaluable. I'm so sorry I didn't show this to her when she was here. Nintendo Gaming Channel says, does Amber Heard remind you of Amy Dunn from Gone Girl? That's what a lot of people say about Amber Heard. I haven't actually seen or read Gone Girl, but that's what I've been hearing. Andy the Game Maker said, good for him, dedicating time to his family, talking about Johnny Depp. Manny Fabani, get Colin Moriarty on the show. No reason, just do it. Manny Fabani said, let's go, Budge's Jack. Manny Fabani, Legalbytes merch t-shirt. 1, I was not involved in the benders. T-shirt 2, stop drink, stop coke, stop pills. Perlantota said, don't show us your crusty feet, show us Indy. She will be back when I'm back in my normal studio. David Bowser said, is it just me or does this judge look a little like Woody Allen? I think she looks like Church Lady. That's what I'm going with. Yes, Church Lady for sure. Provolone Loaf said, this will be a legal marathon. You are not wrong there. Provolone Loaf also said, Judge Jamie Curtis meets Felicia Day is solid. Also a Jamie Lee Curtis look too. Chelsea Dicey said, thoughts on number of defense objections effect on the jury. So yeah, if they start to over object, and especially if they start to lose on most of those objections, then it's going to start looking to the jury like they're just interfering in the testimony, and wrongfully so. Goddess of War 2702, thank you so much for your super chat. Goddess of War 2702 said, I think Depp's defense started out strong and the defense is trying to spin it like crazy, and Depp's defense is just trying to get their truth out. I think both sides are trying to do some level of spin control, and I think that his first witness was fighting a little bit too hard in her testimony, that she did kind of look like she was trying to spin control a little bit too. That's just me being very honest about my assessment there. But I think both sides are probably going to be doing it here.
But
oh yeah, go ahead.
But I'd say right now, if you had to say who's winning, I don't really think Johnny Depp has to prove his case, right? Mm-hmm. So if you're just talking about winning by default, it's, right now it should be Amber, because I don't think he's even close to proving his case. Mm-hmm. But even getting there, this witness, I don't think from the statements that you read, nothing that this witness said today or even alluded to today really moves the needle on any of those statements.
Yeah.
One way or another. From a biased witness as his sister, I'm expecting her to say things and she's his witness. So I don't know. It's
anyone's game.
Long run, yeah, but I think John, again, miracles can happen. It's a miracle that we're here, but a win for Johnny Depp, that's we're talking about a home run. He's got to hit a home run.
Yeah, we'll see. Goddess of War 2702 said, as a sexual assault and DV survivor, her RBF face was inappropriate AF. I could never have that face. I mean, I will, just to be perfectly fair though, there is a lot of stress regardless of whether she was telling the truth or not. There's a lot of stress in being in that role and sitting in front of a jury for 10 hours a day, Monday through Friday. It's gonna be a long week, and we'll see if she holds that same face or if it starts to shift over time. That'll be very interesting too.
It's a
Evelyn-
true acting job, right? It's like she's got 8 hours of acting.
Yeah. Yes. Yes.
How good of an actress she is. We see Johnny Depp, he's broken down. He's playing the broken man. The turtle effect, right? What do they
Either
call it? The
playing
turtle
or
effect?
it's real. I mean, we'll see based on the consistency, right? Time
Yeah.
will tell.
If this is the best Johnny looks, then he's looking bad already. We still got 6 weeks. He's like, he's gonna be looking pretty bad for week 2. He looks pretty bad now.
Yep. Evelyn Milligan says the donations might not play into the defamation too much, but it can definitely play into an annulment case in California. I am not sure about that. That may be a wrinkle that I am still unfamiliar with in this case. KH8
An annulment
says,
case. How would that even? They've been together for so long. How would that work?
well, they divorced back in
They're
2016.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure if I don't know if there's some hanging Chad on that issue. I thought that was all completed, but maybe there's something that I don't know.
Maybe because
don't
they're
know.
saying because she violated the agreement or whatever.
Could be.
'Cause,
Well,
you
when
know,
I
maybe
when I
something
hear
like that.
annulment, what I hear is a legal process to basically declare the marriage never actually happened in the first place. That's what I heard. I mean,
Yeah.
as opposed to divorce. So I'm like, what annulment? It's like that's odd.
Yeah. I'm not sure. But like I said, there may be something that I'm unfamiliar with because I don't do family law in California either. So there's that too.
Because it's the garbage.
KH8 said what they wrote as a shared public statement was to quash the media. It was PR. That doesn't mean it's true in its entirety. But if they meant that to
But
represent,
they agreed it on it. So
yeah.
Yeah.
It's there's to a certain extent, even if it was just meant for PR, it can still be used in a court of law. If
Well, it's not
they-
even hearsay, right? It would be a party potent admission.
Yeah. Well, it would. Yeah,
Right?
it would be an exception to hearsay. Yeah. Sarah Clift says, I think the not for financial gain was because she was pledging the money to charity. Yeah, that's what she was claiming, is that this wasn't about the money. The divorce settlement was not about the money because I was giving that all away anyway, or I gave it all away anyway.
But
That
this is
was-
why but what you were saying earlier, Mal, comes into it. Because if they call the children's hospital, did she give up the money? No. Boom. You lied to us about the financial gain. You didn't give the money to the children's hospital. That's how much of a financial gain it was for you. You stole money from the children's hospital.
From the children.
That's right. Then you'll
bring in
play
the
a
children. Bring
commercial.
the children as witnesses.
No,
We'd
you know
like
what
to
you
call
do?
the children.
Listen,
that
if
you
you're
didn't
a
give
good
the money
attorney,
to.
if you're a good attorney, you know what you do.
Why don't
You
you
say the
love us,
children's hospital. You know how they have those commercials? Give $2 and you can, for help one kid or something like that. And every $10 you give, you help X amount of kids. You ramp that number up to 3.5 million, right? How many kids could have been helped?
Yes.
5 plus a generous raise for the hospital staff.
Yeah, plus so that's how you break it down.
Yeah. Yes, exactly. Danielle Vargas says she's a shining example of why we have Baker Act laws in the books. Are you guys familiar with Baker Act laws? I'm not familiar with this.
Got me.
Okay.
That's what
I
if
would
you're still
assume
in the
from
chat,
context
Baker
it means
Act
you
laws.
don't get money if you're an abuser or something like that.
I am not
Okay,
sure,
here's a
but now I
shining
want to
example.
Google it. Danielle
That's
Kosa
Florida.
said, we have proof on paper. The op-ed is about him. Even Elaine said it. Yeah,
but the intent isn't necessarily the question. The question is in the mind of the reader because the defamation has to be communicated to the third party. So maybe it was about him in some sense, but if the reader didn't pick up on that, then it doesn't really matter that much.
Yeah.
I'm sorry if I took away your thunder on that one.
Yeah, no. It's true. You are correct. You didn't take away my thunder at all.
I lost Blaine. I'm sorry.
No, but that's why I love having you guys on, is to help with these explanations and stuff. And Kurt, you're like a walking encyclopedia of a lot of these laws that you just remember in your brain that I don't necessarily I'm like, I need to Google it to remember this. I haven't looked at it in a while. And you're
Listen,
just like, oh, I looked at this 20 years ago.
Kurt is taking a bar exam again. That's how dedicated to the law Kurt is. Kurt.
Yep.
Boom.
Yep.
I didn't mind it that much the first time. It's been kind of fun studying for it, to be honest.
You see,
Oh,
this
nice.
nerd.
There you
This
go.
is a super nerd.
Nerd alert. Mark says, I don't see how these statements are falsifiable, and even if could be shown to be false, how they injured Johnny. Surprised this survived an MSJ, a motion for summary judgment.
Yeah, I'm with you,
Yeah.
Mark. I've been preaching that game the whole thing.
Especially after day
preaching
one
that
opening, those openings. I'm with you. It's a little bit wondering how we got this far in terms of a trial.
Maybe I was expecting too much. I heard those statements. I was like, why are we here again? It just didn't seem. And I'm pro Johnny. I think she hurt Johnny's career. Those statements hurt his career. But are they legally defamatory?
Well,
I don't think we get there.
I'm not. I think that second statement, I stand by it. I think that second statement is his best bet for it, and I think there's a decent chance for it.
Oh,
because it does refer back to 2 years ago about domestic violence. She's got that DVRO, and she based it on the allegations that that he assaulted her on multiple occasions in their relationship. And so you can reach back, and you have to reach back and look back at all of these various incidents throughout their relationship. And that's why we're going to be going through all of these different incidents throughout this trial. So it's messy. It's incredibly messy, but I think that there is a chance.
So essentially, she has to prove any type of violence. Wasn't there something that where he admitted hitting her or something like that, or has that never happened? Because I know there was like some videos that came out about someone.
There
like
is
she
an
was hitting
audio
him or
tape.
something.
There is an audio of the two of them where it sounds like he's placating her, and he says something about like, we need to stop the violence. And so that could be interpreted multiple ways. That could be interpreted as potentially an admission of like, we are both committing violence, or that could also be just somebody who is trying to placate someone who is being particularly violent. Because in that same conversation, if I remember correctly, he also talks about how she's throwing pots and pans at him and vases at him, and she's not disputing that. And she's kind of just saying, well, that's a different matter. Well, that's a different thing. Johnny, you don't fight for me. You always run away. And he's like, well, we can't be violent. We can't have that. We can't, yeah. So there's only that I've come across that sounds like it could be potentially an admission, but it can be interpreted multiple ways.
Well, that's why we have juries, right? Juries determine the facts.
Yep. Yeah. So anyhow, well, I think I've gone through all the super chats, and I think that for me about does it, unless you guys have anything else that you wanted to say. But
Well, you're
otherwise,
gonna be doing this tomorrow, right?
I'll be right back at it tomorrow.
Right?
Exactly. Be right
You're
here. And
insane.
I will post a link to all the socials for tomorrow morning. So you guys can know exactly where to go to watch it with legal commentary. Once again, we are here for it. We are
Why are you doing this to yourself? Do we have to have an intervention at this point? Is that what we're doing now? Why are you doing this to yourself? Is everything okay in your life? Are you all right?
I wanted to live stream a trial, and this one felt very important. As soon as I started to dig into this case, it felt very important because there are multiple reasons why people are interested in this case. Number one, there is the concern over false allegations, the Justice Smollett situation, but this time in the Me Too movement. There is also, the impact on the individual of false accusations or at the very least overstated accusations, and the sudden impact that can have on somebody's career and life. And that can be relatively permanent. Number three, there's also this idea that we're supposed to #believe all women and don't investigate is bullshit, in my opinion. And so in this case, this is a very interesting case for me because this could potentially represent
also an inflection point where we start to see the pendulums come back to the center, that we went so far off to say, okay, somebody has made a woman has made an accusation against a man, and therefore we must believe her, and that's the end of it. And now it's looking like, okay, but there are limits to what you can come out and say, because if it turns out that is all very untruthful, you're going to have a defamation lawsuit come up against you. So to me, it's also very interesting for all of the social and cultural reasons, as well as for this individual case.
Okay.
So I am here for it.
I honestly feel I agree with you 110%. And I think after just looking at this whole trial, I don't think Johnny has the best. I don't think his chances are the best, but I do think him going through all of this is his win. Him getting his side out is his win, because that's one thing with being canceled does. It doesn't allow you to get a platform where you can say, this happened to me. Now he can get all my evidence is out there and let you judge it, right? No matter what happens at court. The narrative now has holes in it. She's a monster, and here's all the evidence to prove that. So I think I think he's already won in that respect. But now winning the case, that's something different.
Yeah. He has two potential levels of winning or losing, and I think that the court of public opinion is his best bet, and I think that is his strongest case, because of the evidence that is going to come out in this trial that starts to poke a lot of holes in Amber Heard's narrative. Personally, just as I've started to look through this evidence myself. And if you guys don't know anything about this case, I have 2 videos that I just published on this. One was just a basic primer on the basic allegations, and the history between the two. It is linked in the description below. The other one is looking at 2 of these incidents, her allegations about them, and some of the evidence that is made publicly available. I think it is linked in the description below. If it is not, I will link it as soon as we end this stream. But for sure, check them out, because they may very well be eye-opening for this case. So that's my take. Otherwise, do you guys have anything else before I wrap this up?
No,
cool.
Make it happen.
That will do it for me. And you guys come and check us out again tomorrow. Like I said, we are in it to win it, and we're gonna be spending a lot of time together. So let's come and hang out. And with that, be sure to check out everybody that you saw on the panel today, because there were a lot of great opinions and a lot of great people. Links are all in the description below. For sure, check them out, watch their videos, subscribe to their channels, like their stuff, all the great YouTube stuff. And with that, I will say see you in the next video.